This is the final flashback of the young man's life before death. Though abandoned as a child, he showed remarkable intelligence from an early age. The old sect master of Manhwa sect encountered him in his misery and felt compassion, so he brought the babbling Qingming back to the sect. However, time passed, and before anyone knew it, 10 years had gone by. The orphan child had grown into a young man, his martial arts surpassing all other disciples. But he was also the biggest troublemaker that drove his uncles crazy. He slacked off during lessons, refusing to change despite repeated warnings. He even frequently stole his senior brother's hidden stashes of alcohol. He knew he was too mischievous. There wasn't a single junior brother who hadn't been beaten by him. Yet the elder's angry lectures about his disappointing behavior went in one ear and out the other. Only at the moment of his death does he finally feel regret. If only I hadn't been so arrogant in my talents, forgetting that everything I achieved was given by the sect. If only I had followed their teachings in my cultivation. Senior brothers, junior brothers, perhaps you would have. And so, a prodigy of his generation, the Plum Blossom Swordmaster, one of the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world, slowly closes his eyes with deep regret. Their battle between the 9 sects and 1 guild against the greatest demon in history has cost the lives of everyone, including Qingming. It ends with them severing the heavenly demon's head at the cost of their lives. But it seems fate has other plans. A solid thwack of a wooden stick strikes the young man on the head. Like a dream, it awakens Qingming's consciousness that had just faded. Wincing in pain, he discovers the heavenly demon in front of him has turned into a little brat, though he doesn't know how he survived. This beggar brat arrogantly tells him to get lost and go beg. This leaves the young man with no time to think. He tries to negotiate but receives only mockery in return. Another strike with the stick comes down. Qingming lifts his hand effortlessly, only to realize his hand has become smaller. He suffers a severe beating from the little brat. He stands dazed by the stream for a long while. In his 20+ years at Manhwa, he had never been beaten like this. Humiliated, his eyes blaze with fury. Just as he's planning to come back and settle the score, he looks down and freezes in shock. The reflection of a small child in the water looks completely unfamiliar. Indeed, I should have died. Could it be? This is what Buddhism calls reincarnation. A young beggar approaches Qingming with a worried expression. You're the one who just saw me get beaten. Qingming takes this chance to learn about his current situation, but the information the boy reveals leaves him unable to stay calm. Not only is this body truly that of a beggar, but it's now 100 years after the demon subjugation war. So this isn't rebirth but reincarnation after 100 years of samsara. Yet this awakening makes Qingming feel profound loneliness to his very bones. His connection to the entire world seems completely severed. What shocks him even more is this. The current 9 sects and 1 guild no longer includes Manhwa. Instead, it's now Shaolin, Wudang, Diankong, Kongtong, Qingsheng, Eme, Hainan, Kunlun, Zhongnan, and the Beggars Guild. People nowadays seem to know nothing about Manhwa sect, but fortunately, the young beggar has heard there was once a small sect at Manhwa in Shanxi, but that sect seems to have already perished. This news strikes like a thunderbolt. Qingming can neither imagine nor believe it. Manhwa, which stood alongside Wudang and the Nangong family as one of the 3 great sects, has fallen in just 100 years. He releases the young beggar's collar, unable to recover for a long time. After a long pause, the young man speaks with a trembling voice. I don't believe it. I must go to Manhwa. I must see for myself. The young beggar glances at this strangely familiar yet unfamiliar boy. He sighs helplessly and asks how he plans to get to Shangxi, but the next second, Qingming has already disappeared from his sight. It looks like the boy plans to run all the way to Manhwa, but his flushed face and weak body give him a harsh slap of reality. At this rate, he'll die again before even reaching Manhwa. Unable to think of a better solution, he decides to first cultivate his internal energy. He finds a deserted grove and begins his first energy cultivation of this life. With memories from his past life, his mind is filled with countless divine techniques. But Qingming knows well that biting off more than you can chew leads nowhere, so he chooses a basic technique called the 6 Harmonies technique as the foundation for this body. This 6 Harmonies technique would actually only cost about 5 coins at a street stall. The reason for choosing something so ordinary is because this technique has the longest history and has been refined countless times by immortals. It can perfectly purify and refine the practitioner's body. In other words, Qingming is building the most solid foundation for this life. As the absorbed energy flows throughout his body, he successfully purifies his internal energy perfectly. Finally, he gathers the purified energy in his Dantian. This small Dantian will become the foundation for his journey to another realm, but the little guy overlooks something very important. After this round of energy circulation, he has no strength left to move forward. Collapsed on the ground, even lifting a hand is difficult. Clearly, he still hasn't adapted to this weak body. The next day at mid-afternoon, the bustling crowds in the small town seem unchanged since ancient times, but a group of beggars rushes frantically into an alley. Turns out all their daily earnings have been stolen by one small beggar. Unable to beat him, they've brought their boss to handle it. When they find Qingming, the boy is already starving, devouring the leftovers ravenously. The beggar boss doesn't care that he's dealing with a child. He not only wants back what his underlings lost, but also realizes children can get more from begging, planning to take all of it for himself. But by now, Qingming has eaten his fill and is gradually adapting to this small body. These few people are nothing to him. With a few punches, the 3 men are thoroughly beaten into submission by the young boy. Days pass like this. It's now the Qingming festival season. An old man at Manhwa, worried about mosquitoes after nightfall, opens his window to air out the room before dusk arrives. Suddenly, an announcement sounds from outside. Sect Master, a child requests to see you. Seeing the Sect Master's residence in such disrepair, it's clear this sect is like like the twilight approaching its sunset, yet his face carries an air of quiet composure that makes people feel at ease. The visitor is none other than Qingming. This is the Manhwa sect 100 years later. After much hardship, the young man has finally returned to his former home. Disciple Qingming wishes to join Manhwa sect. The old man looks at the young man with meaningful eyes. He turns and asks, Yunyan, did you inform this child that we no longer accept disciples? After receiving confirmation, the two men turn their strange gazes back to the young man, but they could never imagine that beneath Qingming's happy expression, his heart is actually blazing with anger. When he first arrived at Manhwa in this body, he was actually quite happy. Though the mountain path was treacherous, having come this far, there was no way he'd be afraid. However, when he actually reaches the mountain gate, he discovers the Manhwa sect's plaque has completely disappeared. His senior brother, the sect master, used to clean it spotless every morning. Qingming's commotion alerts a disciple inside. Yunyan looks out, only to see a child. Though he confirms this is indeed Manhwa sect, the sect no longer accepts outsiders. Seeing that it's getting late, he can't bear to send the child down the mountain, so he brings him into the sect. But what should have been a magnificent training ground now has even its floor tiles pried away, and the shocking heaven palace that once stood on the left side of the gate has vanished like magic, leaving only empty ground. Yunyan knows all the reasons but is too ashamed to explain them clearly to the boy. He can only say that the shocking heaven palace is Manhwa's glorious scar. At this, Qingming's heart opens up. How can I blame you for your hard work in keeping this dying sect alive until now? When the two arrive at the Jade Spring courtyard for receiving guests, Yunyan explains that Manhwa belongs to the Tao tradition. Since its founding, it has honored the way of hospitality. Here one can pay respects to the ancestors first. But when Qingming enters the hall, he's completely stunned. The golden candlesticks that were once here, the scrolls left by the ancestors, the hall full of paintings and calligraphy, every single one is gone. Most importantly, the fragrant white plum blossom and the purple cloud divine sword that stood beside the memorial tablets, not ostentatious like gold, they looked plain, but contain the essence of Manhwa, are all gone too. Yunyan simply says a merchant happened to take a liking to them, so they were sold. There's a thud as the young man weakly collapses to his knees. Yunyan finds the little guy strange and approaches with concern, but before he gets close, Qingming seems to snap back and kowtows forcefully. I want to join Manhwa sect. Please let me see the sect master. And so time returns to the present. Along the way, Qingming has prepared his script for becoming a disciple, using the fact that junior brother Qingjin went missing in the great battle. He'll say Qingjin fell off a cliff, was saved by a passing woodcutter, and couldn't move due to severe injuries. To thank the woodcutter, he taught him Manhwa martial arts and took him as a disciple. And I, Qingming, am that woodcutter's descendant. This way, I'd be of the same generation as the current sect master, just as he waits quietly for the sect master to question his story. The old man simply says calmly, I agree to let you join. Seeing the young man's shocked expression, the sect master adds, since you wish to join, I will grant your wish. I've come to understand that fate is all about cause and effect. People don't chase away birds that shelter under their eaves from the rain, so why would we refuse a child who comes to us? So the sect master has Yunyan arrange accommodation for the little one and prepare the initiation ceremony. But only Qingming's mind is racing wildly. No, my generation rank would be. Sure enough, he becomes a third-generation disciple. The helpless Qingming can only console himself that at least he's back in the sect. But over 100 years, Manhwa's structure seems to have changed drastically. Back then, there was no concept of shared dormitories for disciples. New disciples would live at their master's residence. But regardless, this means someone lives in these guest rooms. Just as he's about to look around, a loud voice behind him startles him. Who are you? Why are you peeping into someone's room? Are you a thief? His voice attracts the attention of many third-generation disciples. Qingming is like a cat on a hot tin roof, completely surrounded by a group of kids taller than him. Fortunately, a sharp reprimand interrupts this commotion. From the disciples he learns, this man is the instructor responsible for their training. Meeting Qingming for the first time, he's not surprised. He heard early on that a newcomer would be assigned to White Plum Hall today, so he tells him to rest tonight and begin training tomorrow. After speaking, he leads the disciples to evening lessons. But the boy named Xiaoji glances back at him before leaving. He seems convinced that Qingming has sticky fingers. He viciously tells him to wait. Sooner or later, he'll fix those bad habits of his. Qingming remains where he is. At this moment, he suddenly realizes Manhwa sect's revival must start with these kids, though the method might be a bit different. At night, the moon is bright and stars are few, a clear evening. Xiaoji returns from evening lessons. After confirming that Uncle Yunjin won't return at this hour, he brings a group of brothers to find Qingming. The intention is to make him obediently take a beating from everyone, but the chattering boy doesn't notice the gleeful look on his face. Senior brother, put more force into your neck. The next second, before Xiaoji's face can even react, he takes a punch. A thunderous boom echoes from the roof of White Plum Hall. All the senior brothers present are stunned at this moment. Qingming slowly pulls back his smoking little fist, looking even more pleased. Senior brothers, take your beating first, accompanied by screams and wails. Even the birds roosting on the roof scatter in all directions. Looking inside the hall, the disciples are kneeling in a row before Qingming, their heads covered in bumps. Xiaoji lies flat on the ground, not daring to move an inch. Qingming beckons the troublemaker over. He then begins to inquire about the whereabouts of Shocking Heaven Palace and why Manhwa has fallen to this state. It turns out, legend has it that 100 years ago, Manhwa produced a plum blossom sword master, which was Qingming himself. After he personally severed the heavenly demon's head, all of Manhwa's top fighters had fallen in the campaign against the demon. Then the remnants of the demon cult set fires in revenge. In the end, Manhwa's losses were too devastating, so much so that even now it hasn't recovered. Wait. That means the reason for Manhua's decline is me. The next morning, Qingming, weighed down by worries, hasn't slept deeply at all. At this moment, a senior brother carefully calls out, "Junior brother." He opens his eyes. It turns out Uncle Yunjin is notifying everyone to gather at the third training ground. When he arrives at the scene and sees these senior brothers practicing swordplay in an orderly fashion, Qingming is speechless once again. Last night, he already realized these children's foundations are weak. Learning swordplay this early is like reciting scriptures before learning to read. Though it may seem they're ahead of others, it's merely a flash in the pan. At this moment, he's also lost in confusion. Manhua's decline can be described as a devastating collapse. In just 100 years, even the training system has become so broken. He then asks a senior brother beside him what else they learned besides this sword technique. Better not to have asked. When he learns that Manhua Sect's most exquisite sword technique is now called the Tai Illusory Sword, Qingming even suspects he's hearing things. Back then, his senior brother, the Sect Master, told him that the Tai Illusory Sword no longer resembled Taoist martial arts. Moreover, its power was too weak. He deeply agreed and suggested his senior brother eliminate this technique entirely. But they had agreed on this, yet they're still learning. Has the 24 moves Plum Blossom sword technique been lost? At night, Qingming calls out to Xiaoji, who now treats him with respect. He mysteriously asks him to help prepare some things, and to make sure all third-generation disciples gather in front of White Plum Hall at dawn tomorrow. Xiaoji, intimidated by this demon's authority, reluctantly agrees. After giving all the instructions, Qingming's eyes gradually become serious. Manhua right now has no money, no martial arts, no talent. And all I can change right now is the talent. But no matter how you look at it, these third-generation disciples don't seem promising. But a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I'll make these senior brothers that first step. The next day, before dawn, the boys have already gathered noisily in front of the dormitory. Those senior brothers who haven't dealt with Qingming before show undisguised sleepiness and dissatisfaction on their faces. Though Qingming expected this, he still needs to deal with the boys' morning grumpiness. So he puts on an innocent smile. He invites all those senior brothers who haven't been beaten by him into White Plum Hall. With a bang, the door seems to have been locked by that guy. The group outside suddenly feels a bit relieved. After all, they don't want to experience being the early worm that gets eaten by the bird. After the dormitory building shakes for a while, the children who just went in are all released by Qingming. Each one stands straight before him like they just finished boot camp. Seeing they're all obedient now, only then does Qingming clasp his fists and say, "Senior brothers, let's train together every morning." At dawn, as the sun begins to rise, Uncle Yunjian wonders why the little ones haven't come to pay their morning respects today. Could it be that because of the new disciple, these little rascals performed some strange ritual and overslept? He was planning to scold them properly this time. But when he arrives at the training ground, this man in his 30s is dumbfounded. He doesn't understand how his adorable disciples all look like little beggars now. He grabs one who hasn't collapsed yet, wanting to know what happened here. But the disciples look at each other, none daring to speak the truth. This makes Yunjin's heart skip a beat. What makes these children hesitant even in front of their uncle? A glance suggests it's not Zhaoji either. Following their gaze to the platform, a young man is carrying a wooden sword with giant stones tied to both ends that seem heavier than him. He hears Qingming exhale deeply from his swollen face. 10,065. At first, seeing Qingming's shocking training intensity, he worries this new child will suddenly collapse. He quickly calls for water to let Qingming rest. Then he inquires about the reasons for this scene of exhaustion. Better not to have asked. This question makes Yunjian realize something remarkable. He says the senior brothers are full of enthusiasm, but perhaps because it's the first day, things went a bit overboard. But those disciples are frantically giving him signals, and their panicked expressions when they see this kid. Yunjin understands everything. At first he worried the boy would bully the weak. This wouldn't align with Taoist traditions. He was planning to give a warning, only to discover the boy not only understands respect for hierarchy, he says he'll strictly follow the eldest senior brother's instructions, and he single-handedly subdued all third-generation disciples, yet only used discipline to push their training. Thinking of this, Yunjin finally breaks into a grin. This kid is no simple matter. So accompanied by the disciples' pleading looks, Yunjin strides out of White Plum Hall. From this point, Qingming's demon training plan officially begins. The night breeze is clear, but an unusual scene unfolds in the disciples' dining hall. The children eating are all dressed in martial attire, yet are so weak they can't even pick up vegetable leaves. The less refined children have already abandoned etiquette and started using their hands, but the former school bully Zhao Ji seems oblivious to the noise and complaints in the room. Though he too looks completely exhausted, there's no dissatisfaction in his eyes. This includes their eldest senior brother as well. He props up his tired body and calls out to the senior brother eating alone. The two of them leave the sect's dining hall facing the evening breeze. After a long pause, Zhao Ji suddenly asks, "Senior brother, what do you think of Manhua?" But the other doesn't know how to respond. It turns out, in Xiaoji's eyes, Manhua's sect has long been beyond saving. But at worst, he can still return home. His senior brother is different. He knows this eldest senior brother has no way out and has long been prepared to dedicate his life to Manhua. But now he's changed his mind. Qingming. Since that kid arrived, Zhaoji has started wavering. Though forced by him through this experience, he's discovered he has never before pushed himself to such limits. And that Qingming, enduring several times more training than them, shows no fatigue. Watching that guy, Xiaoji gradually develops the idea of giving it his all, slowly turning around. His face shows the determination and anticipation unique to youth. He says he too hopes to become like that kid, someone who will surely command the world in the future. Seeing this, his senior brother also breaks into a smile, because he actually actually shares the same thoughts as Xiaoji, watching these two boys submit to him in just a few days. Qingming is actually quite pleased inside, but the road is still long. What comes next? Just as he's thinking, an angry curse suddenly comes from outside the mountain gate. A bad premonition solidly wells up in Qingming's mind. There seem to be many people outside. Without a word, they smash open Manhwa Sect's gate. One after another, they shout demanding to see the Manhwa Sect master. Yunjin and Yunyan seem worried about something, neither daring to strike nor able to stop them. Amid the commotion, it becomes clear. Manhwa, in this dire situation, actually owes external debts. Just like that, a large group arrives at the sect master's residence. The sect master initially has a kind expression. Only upon seeing the visitors does he show embarrassment. The person leading them is the shopkeeper of Taihei Tower, Gong Wenlian. Though his face is all smiles, his words cut like knives. This great Manhwa sect has had overdue debts for quite a while now. 7 days. If the money isn't repaid after 7 days, we will confiscate Manhwa's buildings. This night, darkness fills the sky. Not even a trace of stars appears, reflecting Qingming's gloomy mood. Though the third-generation disciples have long known the various reasons, after all, they're still young and can't handle such matters for the sect. But when Taihei Tower is mentioned, the agitated Qingming clearly pauses, as if hearing something incredible. After repeatedly confirming, he can no longer hold back. Taihei Tower is clearly Manhwa's property. Who gave them the nerve to come collect debts from Manhwa and shamelessly want to confiscate Manhwa's buildings? But this doesn't make sense. If Taihei Tower already belongs to Manhwa, why would they borrow money from Taihei Tower? Qingming's eyes glance at Xiaoji, signaling him to bring what he prepared. In the blink of an eye, he changes into an assassin's outfit. Hard to tell which handsome young man this is at a glance. Like this, with the helplessness of two senior brothers, Qingming slips out of Manhwa under cover of darkness. Huiying County isn't far. This small county at the mountain's foot has prospered for hundreds of years thanks to Manhwa. But now this place is filled with song and dance. Looking again, no one would associate this place with that impoverished Manhwa sect. Every old shopkeeper here, tracing back to the source, actually has connections with Manhwa. But listen again, and you'll discover the ruthless words in their speech. All of Manhwa is now like fish on a chopping board, and this shopkeeper Gong seems to know more secrets than those present. He insists on confiscating those buildings that don't look valuable. What he values is Manhwa's terrifying history, and these are worth thousands, tens of thousands of times more than the remaining wealth in the mountain. After a few drinks, they all seem drunk. Drunk on the fat sheep about to be in their grasp. Drunk on wealth that might be inexhaustible for the rest of their lives. Shopkeeper Liu from Plaincloth Workshop is still humming a tune on his way out. His staggering steps carry excitement, but a figure appears in his blurred vision. Slightly startled, he sobers up a bit. I seem to have encountered a robber, but why is it a little brat? But Qingming seems confident. He says he's not here to rob, but hopes the other will honestly answer a few questions. Hearing this, shopkeeper Liu actually laughs. Do you know, many people work under me. Even if I wanted to go out alone, I couldn't. After saying this, as if unable to bear seeing the little one's miserable state, he turns around. He says there are questions for this brat. You guys can be rough, just don't affect his ability to talk. Like this, shopkeeper Liu, with his back turned, sighs that he's still quite kind, while wondering which rival sent this brat. After a moment, a voice from behind suddenly says, "That was a bit much." Hearing this, shopkeeper Liu is startled. He immediately turns around, only to see this little one has actually knocked down all his guards. He hears the other casually beckoning him over. Qingming's voice deepens a bit. I said, as long as you obediently answer my questions, I won't hurt you. But if you had just been obedient from the start, since you chose to resist, you'll have to take a beating. But don't worry, I'll make sure you can still talk. After some investigation, he learns these properties that originally belonged to Manhwa. Not only does Manhwa lack proof, so they refuse to acknowledge it, but they also lend it several times or even tens of times the overdue interest rate, lending a pittance to Manhwa in its time of crisis. They calculated that the sect now has no ability to repay. This is how the current situation came about. Yet even knowing all this, Qingming seems unable to change anything. This leaves the great Plum Blossom Sword Master lying on his dormitory bed, scratching his head in frustration, recalling his senior brother the sect master from 100 years ago. Every time he looked for him, he always looked guilty, treating those account books like treasures. But suddenly, he realizes something strange. At Manhwa's peak 100 years ago, its properties were more than just 1 or 2 workshops and taverns. How could just 1 or 2 account books record everything? Then there's only one truth. That cunning senior brother sect master hid most of the account books. And back then, he knew Manhwa sect had a secret vault only the sect master could enter. If things are really as he suspects, then this secret vault will be the key to solving the current deadlock. Just thinking about this, Qingming gets a headache again, because he only heard about that secret vault but never saw it. The current plan is to start searching from the place he thinks most likely. Like this, the young man leaps out of his room once again under cover of night. His small frame, carrying a pickaxe bigger than his body, he sneaks into the back mountain behind the sect master's residence. However, he still underestimated the difficulty of exploring an entire mountain. Qingming doesn't have much internal energy right now. He's completely relying on his battle-hardened experience, drawing out a small amount of true energy, condensing it into threads to probe deep into the ground. Though this method saves the enormous work of geomancy. Being alone, probing from time to time nearly exhausts him. By now, Qingming has expended tremendous energy, but he dares not stop. No matter what, this will be Manhua's last chance. Finally, before dawn, he finds a trace of abnormality underground. Without a word, he picks up the pickaxe and starts digging. But when he digs out a large pit, seeing the exposed bricks, he can't help but doubt. If this is Manhua's secret vault, how could it be built with such shabby bricks? With doubt, Qingming pries up a stone brick and looks inside. It turns out what he dug up is just a passage leading to the vault. As luck would have it, someone slowly approaches in the darkness. Gradually, Qingming finally sees clearly it's the Sect Master. He stands in front of the secret vault's door. His palm touches the seemingly very thick door. Then he lowers his head without making any move. After a long moment, Qingming seems to suddenly understand. The Sect Master isn't choosing not to do anything. He can't do anything. He's the pillar for everyone in the sect, and precisely because of this, he can only bear that pain and helplessness here alone. On the distant horizon, a ray of morning sunlight gradually spreads. The Sect Master has already left alone. Qingming also silently jumps down. Watching the direction the Sect Master left, he remains silent, turning to look at this tightly locked door. He doesn't know if there's hope for the sect's survival behind this door, but at this moment, both Qingming and all of Manhua have no way back. Just when the young man uses compressed internal energy to try opening the door, not only does the door remain motionless, it bounces his refined true energy back. A bad feeling suddenly wells up in his heart. This is crazy. Could this be 10,000-year cold iron? And judging from the rebound force just now, the thickness is at least one hand span. Even if the world's greatest master came, they could probably only barely split it open. Only now does he understand. This is why. The Sect Master never once thought of opening the door. But thinking about it, his senior brother, the Sect Master back then, also couldn't break through this cold iron door. There should be another method. So Qingming carefully searches. Only then does he reach a shocking conclusion. The dense sword patterns on the door actually contain the 24 moves Plum Blossom sword technique. Bamboo leaf hand, 6 harmonies fist, even purple cloud body protection energy. This must be the method to open this door. If it were his former self, this would be no problem. But now he's purely a max level experience on a newbie account. To have him execute so many of Manhua's essential martial arts in one breath. Only one option remains, the worst possible option. Then Qingming seems to mutter to himself, touching his abdomen. Consider it cultivation. I'll only use a little, just a tiny bit. Innate true energy. This is the power everyone possesses from birth to maintain life. The young man's eyes fill with bloodshot veins. Just as he lifts the wooden sword, blood begins seeping uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. As the sword moves gradually unfold, his body and internal energy have reached their limits. This makes his movements gradually become extremely slow, as the sound of the sword handle being crushed rings out, but absolutely cannot stop. I am the Plum Blossom Sword Master. Like this, Qingming barely completes the execution of all the moves. He collapses, kneeling on the ground, and the door at this moment emits an intense groaning sound. With a crack, it swings open before Qingming. But before the young man can be happy for 2 seconds, blood gushes out from his throat again. Gasping heavily, he finally understands. Those moves just now will require at least 2 months of recovery, but Qingming really can't care about that now. Come on, let me see. Just how many treasures did my senior brother the Sect Master hide here? Qingming enters the secret vault, only to discover it's barely larger than a palm. No divine weapons, no treasures, just 3 meager bookcases. They reflect just how weakened Manhua has become. However, when he pulls out a journal, he suddenly realizes this entire cabinet of worn items are all ledgers from Manhua 100 years ago. The kid's eyes light up with crimson excitement. He stuffs his small robe until it bulges everywhere. But wait, could the sect leader's vault contain only these papers? Qingming scratches his head and looks toward another bookcase. He pulls out another journal. Inside, he discovers a whole pile of martial techniques his senior brother had desperately hidden away. It seems the old man was quite sentimental. If the left bookcase represents the duties of the Manhua sect leader, the middle one contains his worries and affection for Manhua. Then this final one. Qingming slowly unfurls the only scroll in the third bookcase. Besides the opening line for the sect leader's eyes only, it contains nearly 1,000 densely written words of instruction. The main message conveys Manhua's teachings. As sect leader, one's role is not to command the entire Manhua sect, but to provide disciples with sufficient nourishment. Never attempt to bind their souls and spirits. Whether Manhua declines or becomes the most prosperous place under heaven, Manhua remains Manhua. May future generations inherit the ancestors' will. 21st generation sect leader, Qingwen. Staring at the dense passage, Qingming reads it with rare attentiveness. To him, this scroll is like his senior brother's last testament. Though he found no treasures, this haul is enough for the sect to turn things around. But just as he's about to leave, he suddenly freezes. He looks back. This room's arrangement is so unbalanced. His senior brother always had severe obsessive tendencies. This last bookcase probably. Thinking this, Qingming decisively grips it with both hands and forcefully lifts it up, revealing a hidden chamber glowing with golden light beneath. The kid's jaw drops. What a cunning fox. The hidden chamber isn't large. Even the boy can't stand upright in it, but his eyes are now sparkling with stars. Inside are mountains of gold bricks, various precious swords, and a pile of secret manuals and gemstones he's never seen before. The feeling of instantly striking it rich is truly wonderful. At dawn, the sky is clear for miles, yet the sect leader's heart is clouded with gloom. Only 5 days remain until the deadline they set. Before he can think further, he hears Yunjin shouting outside. The sect leader opens the door, and Yunjin Yunjin becomes hesitant. He insists the sect leader must see for himself. Yunjin is usually composed, so seeing him like this, the sect leader has no choice but to set aside his troubled thoughts and rush with him to the peak where the third-generation disciples train. Along the way, he sees these nearly collapsed children sprawled everywhere. His heart fills with doubt. Even as Yunjin explains they merely overtrained, the sect leader can't immediately accept this new reality. However, when they find Qingming, the sect leader is even more astonished. The boy has become so weak from the loss of innate true energy, he looks like a little zombie. Before he can ask, Qingming first directs the sect leader to look at what he just discovered. Following where the boy points, suddenly, a golden aura like divine energy from the heavens rushes toward them. This vast and magnificent power. The sight is absolutely overwhelming. At a glance, a full sack of gold bricks and a pile of brand new swords. For the sect leader, this can no longer be described as timely rain. Calling it a life-saving grace is absolutely right. Moreover, he keenly spots the journals in the chest. If these are authentic, they're far more valuable than the gold. The sect leader is about to pick one up for a closer look, but suddenly becomes as cautious as a kitten. If he rashly opens these journals and damages them, even death couldn't atone for it. Though he thinks this, his hand unconsciously reaches for those gleaming sword manuals. With his knowledge, one glance tells him these are genuine masterful techniques. Moreover, these are Manhwa techniques lost for 100 years. However, he's so overwhelmed with excitement that he can't catch his breath. With a thud, he faints. In a daze, he opens his eyes again. 7 plum sword records. Drenched in sweat, he fears he's been dreaming. He frantically searches for those journals again. He also summons officials from near Manhwa who handle finances to authenticate the Huayin County ledgers. Only after they give a positive confirmation does this sect leader in his 60s nearly break down in tears. Heaven knows how long he's carried this burden. That child is truly Manhwa's heaven-sent lucky charm. But now, the most important thing, the sect leader waves his hand, ordering disciples to go to Huayin County and summon those shopkeepers to Manhwa immediately. Several days later, shopkeepers from throughout Huayin County arrive at Manhwa one after another. As merchants, their thoughts vary. Most speculate that the Manhwa sect plans to offer some conditions to beg them for more time to repay the debt. As everyone arrives again at the gate they destroyed, thinking about personally ending the Manhwa sect that protected them for centuries, many feel mixed emotions. But this shopkeeper Gong has only ruthlessness in his eyes. Union leads them to the sect leader's residence. The sect leader wears a kind expression. He says everyone has worked hard coming here. Please come in first for a cup of hot tea. But shopkeeper Gong doesn't appreciate the gesture. He says they're merely lowly merchants. But his meaning is to have Xuankong discuss the debt directly. Seeing this, he stops being hospitable. He says recently they've tried every means to inquire, but couldn't find anyone willing to lend to Manhwa. Gathering 100,000 taels within the deadline is now impossible, but I can repay a portion to everyone first. I wonder if anyone present could extend the repayment date? The sect leader bows deeply. Please, help Manhwa. In the distance, Qingming watches this performance by the current sect leader. Though he's still incredibly weak, his eyes are full of intrigue. Right now, he can't figure out whether the sect leader's actions are a trap to push them into hell or an act of charity. As a sect leader, does he truly possess the necessary resolve? The only certainty now is that Xuankong isn't as simple as he appears on the surface. As shopkeeper Gong continues pressing, the sect leader doesn't hold back. He interrupts, saying his request isn't directed at shopkeeper Gong alone, but at everyone present. Though Manhwa is far from its former glory, that doesn't mean no one is willing to help us. Right now, I can only repay a portion, so I beg you. If anyone today is willing to help Manhwa through this crisis, we will repay you in Manhwa's name in the future. However, at this moment, shopkeeper Liu awkwardly steps forward. His face no longer shows the excitement from when he arrived. His words even carry respect as he asks the sect leader. Manhwa today could vanish tomorrow, and it wouldn't be surprising. How should we trust your promise? The sect leader sighs softly, then says with firm conviction, on the name of Manhwa alone. Manhwa's history, inheriting its soul and spirit for thousands of years. Isn't that enough as a pledge? In truth, shopkeeper Liu's heart has already been moved by the sect leader's plea, but faced with huge interests, he's equally conflicted. Seeing things aren't going as hoped, shopkeeper Gong gathers his energy to break the atmosphere. He tells those who agree to let Manhwa sect continue past the deadline to stand aside. But at the same time, whoever makes this decision, their merchant guild will no longer help collect their debts. Even if they end up cheated, the guild won't intervene. Watching these people exchange uncertain glances, shopkeeper Gong can barely contain his glee. But before he can declare the sect leader's failure, shopkeeper Liu quietly steps away from the crowd. This moment brings a touch of warmth to Xuankong's eyes, but the others erupt in commotion. They don't understand why. As one of Huayin County's major shopkeepers, he'd make such an irrational choice. He says, don't look at me like that. I know I'm doing something foolish, but Gong, you're just a son-in-law who married into Huayin County. You'll never understand what Manhwa means to Huayin County. He says anyone from Huayin County grew up hearing stories of Manhwa. Every elder would tell you, when you grow up, you should join Manhwa and become a renowned master under heaven. Even after learning you lack the talent to enter Manhwa, you'd still hear stories of how Manhwa protects the realm in Shangxi until your ears grew calluses. And it's not just me. My father, my grandfather, my ancestors for generations grew up in this environment. Manhwa has long been Shangxi's pride, Huayin County's pride. Even if I take the money, my roots are in Huayin County, my life is fine now. But if today I personally force Manhwa to collapse, I don't think I could live in peace for the rest of my life. Shopkeeper Gong truly doesn't understand. It's just one less person anyway. So he waves his hand dismissively. But what he doesn't expect is shopkeeper Liu's words. explodes, cause these shopkeepers rooted in Huayin County to step out of the group one after another. This scene brings an involuntary smile to the sect leader's lips, because the reason he went through this performance was to confirm whether anyone still stands with Manhwa. He tells Yunyan to bring the items, though the shopkeepers don't understand what's happening. When they see a full chest of Huayin County ledgers and the finance pavilion master, shopkeeper Gong already senses trouble. It turns out the sect leader had already given the ledgers to officials for authentication. Summoning all the shopkeepers to Mount Hua was to allow officers to easily seize their shops. The time spent coming up the mountain is enough for them to lose everything by the time they return. The sect leader says, Mount Hua has shown you kindness for generations, yet you repay virtue with vice. In response, Mount Hua will use these ledgers as evidence to confiscate all the wealth you accumulated through them. Gong Wenlian is now furious, grinding his teeth. Xuan Kong tells them to return now. Considering their years managing Mount Hua's enterprises, he permits them to take one cart of possessions and leave Huayin County immediately. As for those shopkeepers who didn't choose to betray Mount Hua, though the businesses return to Mount Hua, continuing to manage them will still bring appropriate rewards. Let's discuss the details inside, shall we? The next day, Qingming learns that old man Xuan Kong is letting those guys take one cart of possessions each. Afraid they'll get too far, he doesn't even eat breakfast before rushing down the mountain. Fortunately, because their homes were raided, officials along the way show them unfriendly faces and inspect them extra thoroughly. This prevents the group from getting far. However, Gong Wenlian doesn't seem as simple as he appears. He's determined to ensure Mount Hua never recovers. Qingming just arrives and hears him say he'll go to Luoyang to find more powerful authorities to claim Mount Hua's ledgers are forgeries. This makes the boy, who originally just came to rob them, more cautious. Shopkeeper Gong finds it amusing. In broad daylight, hunched over and dressed like a bandit, he can't be bothered to think about it, so he waves his hand. Don't try to rob our possessions, or you'll throw your life away for nothing. Qingming is straightforward. He tells him bluntly, these possessions aren't yours. They're ours. You're from Mount Hua sect. Perfect. I can't swallow this anger anyway, since you came looking for trouble. Kill him. Multiple thugs draw their swords and charge. They close in on the boy at tremendous speed. Qingming glances lazily, then leaps up instantly. He meets the one charging, at the front mid-air. The sound of strikes echoes continuously. Everyone's screams arrive together with the boy's landing. Kid, you might not know, since ancient times no one who ignored me has kept all their limbs intact. Qingming doesn't draw his sword. He has no need to deliberately kill. But this scene fills shopkeeper Gong's eyes with alarm. He tells the thugs to stand down. He himself steps forward slowly. With each step he takes, purple light suddenly bursts from Gong Wenlian's body. I never thought Mount Hua still had someone like you. I knew something was off about you. A county shopkeeper wouldn't have this kind of aura. But don't worry, I'll make sure you can still speak. With a tremendous crash in the forest, the imposing Gong Wenlian strikes empty air. He himself is a martial artist. When facing an enemy, he knows well that even a lion uses full strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, to instantly defeat those guards, in his caution he holds nothing back. But why? Why can't he touch his opponent at all? Facing an opponent like a raging storm, Qingming merely uses his sword pommel to press perfectly against the moment when that internal force-laden fist is about to unleash. Instantly, Gong Wenlian's right hand suffers complete backlash from the blocked internal force. Qingming says lazily, you're too slow. You should quit while you're ahead. This makes shopkeeper Gong grind his teeth in fury again. He secretly channels energy through his feet. A shockwave of internal force shoots toward Qingming. However, this power passes through the boy's figure as if hitting air, until an explosion sounds in the distance. Does he realize his opponent has long disappeared? This leaves shopkeeper Gong even more baffled. Having experienced it himself, he knows. This person isn't strong, nor is he fast. Judging purely by strength, even 10% of him wouldn't be a match. Yet he always, at the most perfect moment, uses the most perfect force to change the entire battle, as if predicting my moves. This prevents me from even gauging how strong he really is. This guy is definitely a monster. Qingming rolls his neck and says, I was going to play with you a bit more, but I'm tired. As he speaks, Qingming charges toward him. Seeing his left knee about to be hit, Gong Wenlian immediately drops into a stance to block, but unexpectedly, it's his shoulder that gets injured. Before he can figure out what happened, this time it's his head. He instinctively raises his arm to block, but what was clearly a slashing motion becomes a thrust. The stinging pain in his throat makes his entire face contort. He staggers back dozens of steps. Why? I clearly saw his movements. Why can't I dodge a single move? With strike after strike, he becomes afraid. If this continues, I'll really die. And this guy's eyes? Why do they have the look of someone who's killed countless people? A crisp sound of sword drawing rings out. The boy raises his sword to strike again. Gong Wenlian panics. In an instant, a blue palm force shoots skyward from the forest. After a moment, electric arcs still linger on the man's palm through the dust. He finally couldn't resist unleashing his ultimate technique, Taiyi Divine Palm. So you're from Zhongnan sect? Seeing shopkeeper Gong's face full of frustration, he knows he was careless. The opponent is from Mount Hua sect, so even if he dies, he shouldn't have used his sect's martial arts. But Qingming grins. Just knowing this matter involves Zhongnan sect is enough. What he didn't expect is that though the martial world of the past was cutthroat, it was never this shameless. The 9 sects in one guild, such major powers don't rely on martial force, but use money to destroy other sects. Gong Wenlian is silent for a long time, then suddenly blurts out, this isn't a bad thing for Mount Hua, is it? Having lost its martial heritage, Mount Hua can can never return to its past glory. Its demise is only a matter of time. I just want to quickly end this dying sect. Qingming stares at him with the gaze of looking at a dead man. Who told you Mount Hua lost its martial heritage? Trying to justify your actions with words, you might as well just say you find Mount Hua displeasing and want to destroy it. But regardless, as a reward for showing me Tai Yi Divine Palm, I'll show you something interesting too. If, and I mean if, you can figure out what it is, it'll be quite amusing. Make sure to report properly to whoever sent you. Qingming's sword blade sways gently. Gong Wenlian doesn't even dare breathe heavily. The sword in the boy's hand thrusts out as if multiplying. Though it doesn't strike his body, it causes shopkeeper Gong's clothes to split like tofu under a blade. But he doesn't understand. What does this person want? Through the wind, Qingming's voice can faintly be heard. Plum blossoms blooming in snow emit the richest fragrance. Though Mount Hua faces winter, Mount Hua's spirit will never be severed. When spring arrives, plum blossoms will cover the entire mountain. What is he saying? I don't understand a word. Gong Wenlian slowly lifts his head. He discovers with horror plum blossom petals falling all over the mountain. He can't believe his eyes. The cascading petals gradually converge toward him. No, this is 24 moves plum blossom sword technique, falling plum rain. As Qingming sheathes his sword, shopkeeper Gong collapses. He tears off his mask and spits out a mouthful of blood. In truth, his internal force is far from sufficient to execute the plum blossom sword technique, but he must give Zhongnan's sect a warning. He turns. You few, come here. You have two choices now. Leave, or get beaten up by me and then leave. Choose. The remaining four have no will to resist whatsoever. They're ready to flee without hesitation. But the boy calls them back. Do you guys have brains? Are you making me haul these 5 carts back myself? I want you to convert all these goods to cash and exchange the money for bearer banknotes. If I find any markings on the notes, you'll face the consequences. If you report to officials, Qingming's gaze suddenly turns cold. He lifts one foot and stomps hard on the ground. He says, you can try, but remember, never come back. Flee to the ends of the earth because I won't let it go. The four are on the verge of tears. They can't think of any way to escape his clutches. So in less than half an hour, Qingming sniffs the bundle of gleaming notes in his hand, finally returning to Mount Hua satisfied. And it's still morning. The children have just finished morning training. The former school bully, Zhao Ji, watches everyone complaining and feels the joy of cultivation for the first time. The senior brother has already finished washing up. Xiao Ji, what are you smiling about? Me? I just feel everyone finally looks like martial academy disciples. Though this has always been a martial academy, it's a strange thought. But the senior brother affirms it because he has the same thought. Junior brothers, let's head back. On the way back, Zhao Ji's heart is still full of gratitude toward Qingming, because with his arrival, Mount Hua has changed. When everyone returns to the mountain gate, they discover many strangers have suddenly appeared, carrying large and small packages. They seem to be doing construction. Entering the inner courtyard, they see Uncle Yunyan acting as foreman, shouting for everyone to be careful here, slow down there. Upon inquiry, they learn the sect leader is using this opportunity to properly renovate every hall and pavilion on Mount Hua. The third generation disciples' timing is perfect. Yunyan has these youngsters quickly go help the carpenter uncles. Surely years from now, every brick and tile here will hold deeper meaning for these youngsters. At night, the boys stare in shock at the roasted chicken on the table. Since coming up the mountain, this is the first time they've seen meat in the dining hall, and a whole table full at that. They'd almost forgotten what meat was. Did Mount Hua strike it rich? Though they don't know the truth, the youngsters are genuinely delighted. Not only major construction, but meat in the dining hall too, and even 2 new sets of martial robes for everyone. Zhao Ji looks at the dazed Yin Zhong. Senior brother, what's wrong? Hearing Xiao Ji's voice, he smiles faintly. Nothing. I just suddenly realized money is truly a wonderful thing. I just didn't expect that once we had money, the elders would act so quickly to make changes. This is the first time I've seen Uncle Yunyan smile so happily. But Xiao Ji, though Mount Hua is changing at tremendous speed, we must prepare ourselves as soon as possible, though I don't know why that guy uses such poor acting to hide bringing so much stuff. One thing is certain, if we can't cut through this onrushing wind of change, we might very well be swept away by the storm that kid brings. Xiao Ji laughs. Don't worry, senior brother. I'm Zhao Ji, and so in every sense Mount Hua from inside to out stirs with a wind of revival. As for Qingming, he's now summoned by the sect leader. Having benefited from the boy, they originally planned to give him some money as a reward, but Qingming acts as if money is dirt beneath his notice, making the sect leader's eyes sparkle with stars as he looks at the youngster. What he doesn't know is there's still plenty of wealth in the sect leader's vault, and even if the sect leader could give some, it wouldn't be much. Then what reward do you want? Martial arts that third-generation disciples can't learn? However, Qingming still refuses this suggestion. He gives a high-sounding reason, saying he should follow proper order step by step, but right now he's even more troubled. There are still many martial manuals to bring out from the vault. How to naturally hand those over to them is a real headache. To avoid them suggesting more strange rewards, Qingming proactively requests that the sect grant him the privilege to freely enter and leave Huayan County. This would expand his range of activities and facilitate his future endeavors. But after much contemplation, Xuankong ultimately refuses this proposal. Mainly, he doesn't want to break the rules, fearing it would breed discontent. The sect leader is so by the book that Qingming can't think of what cash-strapped Mount Hua could give him. But suddenly, the kid has a flash of inspiration. Sect leader, as you've seen, my health hasn't been good lately. The medicine hall says my vital energy is damaged. So, could you bestow upon me some spirit pills, the kind that can replenish vital energy? Everyone falls silent. After a moment, Xuankong takes a sip from his cup. Everyone, hear this. In the name of the Manhwa sect leader, Manhwa disciple Qingming is permitted to freely enter and leave Huayin County henceforth. The boy's shocked gaze sweeps across them. After speaking, he's about to send Qingming back to rest and recover. Sect leader, wait, I wanted spirit pills. Sect leader, clearly Xuankong's attitude plainly states, even if you ate me, there are no spirit pills. Closing the door, he finally asks, so, what do you think of this child? Yunyan's view is simple. He senses no childish immaturity from Qingming whatsoever. He even exudes a Taoist aura. The only explanation must be innate Taoist energy. Xuanshang observes more carefully. Even children who suffered hardship from youth wouldn't be as mature as him. It's not that he's too scheming, it's just, at this point, Xuanshang doesn't dare continue, because the martial manuals Qingming brought back supposedly preserved for over 100 years still look like the ink hasn't dried, if it were someone's conspiracy, yet the contents truly contain righteousness. More likely, someone wants to hide their identity while helping Manhwa, but who could it be? The boy who has already left walks along fuming. He worked himself to exhaustion writing manuals by hand, yet can't get a single spirit pill in return. Judging from Xuankong's expression, these people lost the art of pill refinement too. But now the problem is serious. Though I knew mobilizing innate true energy would have side effects, I didn't expect them to be this severe. If I rest quietly for half a year, this body will surely miss its optimal cultivation period. I must find a method. As far as Qingming knows, there are only two ways to quickly restore innate true energy. Either consume precious spirit pills, or find someone with comparable internal force to transfer energy. The latter is now fantasy. I remember Manhwa in the past. Spirit pills were so abundant we ate them like candy. More often I used them as hangover remedies. Don't even get me started on how great that was. Back then, drinking heartily while hiding from senior brother sect leader. Wait, hangover remedy? He sprints toward the back mountain. Rarely he even curses himself for being stupid. This heartbreak cliff is the highest and most dangerous cliff among the 5 sacred mountains. Right here is a secret base that only I, Qingming, know about in all of Manhwa. Back then, to avoid senior brother sect leader's supervision, I hid quite a few spirit pills and fine wines here. Strange though, why didn't senior brother sect leader silence me permanently? If it were me, I'd definitely have beaten a guy like me to death. But anyway, there must be spirit pills I hid there, though I can't fly up now. If I go from top to bottom, the danger only increases tenfold, that's all. Whatever. Let's do this. The boy attempts to descend from the cliff's heights, but what he doesn't know is, Heartbreak Cliff is called Heartbreak, because the entire cliff face has almost no footholds. In other words, this is an incredibly smooth cliff. The boy accidentally falls off the cliff. Fortunately, he tied a rope to a tree first. This prevents him from immediately becoming a feast for the earth, but Heartbreak Cliff's wall has that peculiar shape, bulging above and concave below. This causes a person to swing in midair, unable to return. Fortunately, Qingming is experienced. The absorption technique wraps around his hand, forcefully adhering him to the cliff wall. However, the impact is too great. The sound of his bones shattering immediately throws him nearly off balance. This body is still too fragile, but fortunately, the hiding place is within reach. I should be able to endure somehow. However, he forgot this isn't a dream. In the time he spent regaining balance in midair, the rope had already worn through. With a snap, the boy flies out with the momentum. He tries to save his life with the absorption technique, but his fingers barely grab a crevice before breaking more bones. Though he can't stop, most of the flying momentum is neutralized. He barely lands at the cave entrance. Already dizzy, he nearly falls off the cliff again. In the end, it's luck. The broken rope happens to wedge in a rock crevice. The boy thus avoids dying again. He crawls up to the cave entrance covered in wounds. He now harbors deep resentment toward the Plum Blossom Swordmaster who hid treasures here. He definitely trained martial arts until his brain broke. Only then could he think of hiding spirit pills in such a godforsaken place. However, in his days, he seems to forget. He himself is that cursed Plum Blossom Swordmaster. The cave is quite simple. The gleaming, luminous pearl highlights Manhwa's prosperity 100 years ago. His collection here is simple. 2 jugs of century-old fine wine and a full box of spirit pills once used for hangovers. Qingming slowly opens this familiar wooden box. A medicinal fragrance wafts toward him. Only then does he discover with delight. The box also contains 5 even more precious snow plum pills, perhaps having grown accustomed to poverty in dilapidated Manhwa recently. He looks at what he once ate like candy and starts drooling. He tremblingly picks up one. Without hesitation, he swallows one. The spirit pill dissolves instantly upon entering his throat. An elegant fragrance immediately spreads to every inch of skin. Though pleasant, he has no time to linger. If the medicinal power isn't guided, it will quickly dissipate. However, those snow plum pills are precious now. Back then, they were only mid-grade spirit pills. To use them to replenish innate true energy requires constant refinement within the body. This is to prevent impurities from damaging the perfect foundation he built. An hour later, he finally refines 2 portions of pure medicinal power. Qingming carefully pushes them into his dantian. The medicinal power immediately becomes active like a rabbit, rushing straight toward his innate true energy, continuously repairing every deficiency. After a moment, a rumbling emanates from the cave. Qingming's entire body is lifted into midair by a force. but the youngster's face shows no relief. With the innate true energy fully replenished, a terrifying surge of true energy erupts within him, though this power doesn't belong to him. At this moment inside his body, broken bones and wounds are being repaired at visible speed. They're even sturdier than before. An immature body can indeed absorb medicinal effects more perfectly. Even impurities in his body are constantly being forced out by the medicinal power. At this point, his risky venture's purpose has been achieved, but the spirit pill's medicinal power seems far from finished. His Dantian is forcibly breached by this power. He knows well that if this continues, he'll enter a state no different from chi deviation. If he can't stop it, Qingming frantically suppresses the violent power within, but his mind suddenly recalls senior brother sect leader's words. Manhwa sect enters the Tao through martial arts. Humans follow Earth, Earth follows Heaven, Heaven follows the Tao follows nature. Suppression alone cannot solve any problem. Therefore, Qingming slowly releases his suppression of the internal force. In that instant, he knows it's absurd, but he chooses to trust senior brother sect leader. Looking at his upper Dantian about to burst, he dares not imagine what will happen if this power breaks through. To what extent will his body be destroyed? But now this power is like a flood or savage beast. His small Dantian absolutely cannot contain it. Senior brother, I always thought your words were just nagging. After 100 years, I seem to finally understand a part of it. As the boy actively opens his upper Dantian, the power accumulated in his body surges out completely, pouring toward his limbs and body. Until dawn, when the sky is still dim, Qingming slowly opens his eyes. Why am I floating? Still dazed, the boy immediately crashes down onto the ground. Sensing the changes within, it seems all his meridians have become more open. The strength he can exert has increased several times over. It seems this young body ultimately endured, and right now, he's even more grateful to senior brother sect leader. Qingming once believed he was not a Taoist, merely a pure swordsman. But Manhua's essence is that sword and Tao are inseparable. The boy scratches his head. Can a disciple with such poor comprehension as me truly lead Manhua to rise again? He glances at the spirit pills now useless to him. Only then does he put away such thoughts. Whether I can or not, I'll try and see. So after tidying up, he prepares to head back. Of course, he won't miss the century-old wine. And now, with greater strength available, using lightness skill isn't so difficult anymore. He uses no tools whatsoever this time. In just 5 steps, he reaches the mountaintop. The morning air at the mountaintop is normally incredibly fresh, but the foul smell of impurities on his body makes him vomit. Meanwhile, at White Plum Hall, the children once again drag themselves half asleep to morning training. Rumors of Qingming's recent weak appearance had already spread among the disciples. Some children even spread tales that he suffered chi deviation. Otherwise, why would he look more haggard with each passing day? Though they still fear that guy's tyranny. But if the rumors are true, they should be able to take him if they gang up together, right? Zhao Ji worries these fools are about to get beaten up again and wants to talk them out of it. But the senior brother tells him to leave it alone, saying that people, when they're itching for a beating, indeed need to be reminded what pain feels like. When the gate opens again, everyone turns to look, radiant and glowing with vitality. This version of Qingming shows not a trace of weakness. The children panic. If they challenge him now, they'll definitely get beaten up again. Clearly, the young man hears the whispering. Qingming says, previously, I couldn't properly oversee everyone's training, and I feel deeply guilty about this. The children immediately sense something's wrong and quickly say it's fine. But Qingming continues his act. Though we can't change the past, we can make up for it as much as possible. If the training wasn't enough, we can double it up. Do you see Lotus Peak behind the hall? The last half to reach the summit runs it again. The youngsters are still in shock, but the senior brother has already started moving. Zhao Ji follows right behind. Seeing this, they realize Demon Ming isn't joking, seeing some still standing there in a daze. Qingming adds that the last one gets no dinner. They suddenly snap awake and dash toward the mountain in a flash. Truth be told, he doesn't want to punish these kids. On the contrary, Qingming quite likes their rebellious spirit, but rebellion alone only makes them clowns. For martial artists to express dissatisfaction, they can only rely on strength, and that strength is exactly what Qingming hopes to cultivate in them. In thousands of years of martial arts history, countless people won the title of #1 through their own strength, but a sect relying on just one powerful disciple can never become a true, enduring legacy. These children are Qingming's most precious treasure for reviving the sect's glory, but the training intensity already near their limits now multiplies several times over. Even Zhao Ji, who had the best foundation, becomes too exhausted to move. He looks up, surprised to find his senior brother can still stand. Their abilities are similar, but senior brother Yin's mental fortitude seems to have reached heights he cannot match. Yet Qingming, though aware these kids have reached their limits, shows no intention of letting them stop. He even orders them to continue after lunch, threatening that if they dare flee, the training will increase tenfold. Just like that, several days flash by. Though the dining hall now serves hearty meals with meat at nearly every meal, the children lack even the strength to eat. Their bodies tell them that if they eat anything now, they'll probably throw it up the next second. The children complain endlessly, begging the senior brother to negotiate with Demon Ming. If they continue training like this, they'll surely die. The commotion continues, and senior brother Yin understands deep down. He looks at his own trembling hands. How could he not know they'll collapse if this continues? So he looks to Zhao Ji to see what he thinks. Zhao Ji thinks for a moment, and his suggestion is for everyone to hold on a few more days. That kid may be strict, but he can't be unaware that training people isn't like forging iron. If after some time there's still no change, it won't be too late to ask the senior brother to talk to him then, returning to the dormitory, though he reassures everyone. He himself doesn't know how much longer he can hold on, due to exhaustion. He quickly falls asleep, groggily awakened by a voice. Finding it's Qingming, he wearily sits up, not really hearing what he says. He sees the young man's open palm, a gleaming spirit pill appears before him. This finally wakes him completely. Why give me something so precious? Qingming looks at him with clear eyes and says, because you need this more than I do, but you must keep it secret, okay? Just like that, Zhaoji is completely won over, even feeling ashamed for once thinking Qingming was a demon. What he doesn't know is, the young man pushed them to near collapse precisely for this moment. This way, not only will they not reduce training in the future, they'll also obediently comply, and so, the youngsters advance by leaps and bounds, both their upper body and lower foundation become incredibly solid. Yunjian isn't blind in this short time. The children's swords actually carry traces of sword energy, steady and balanced. This isn't strength they possessed half a month ago. Even more precious are the looks in the children's eyes, resolute and fierce. How did that kid Qingming pull this off? But regardless, the White Plum Hallmaster is in an exceptionally good mood. So he announces the disciples have progressed greatly and can learn the Tai illusory sword ahead of schedule. Instantly, the children erupt with excitement. Every face beams with the joy of reaping what they've sown. However, the Sect Master suddenly arrives at White Plum Hall. He calls Yunjian aside, rarely looking like a child who's made a mistake. He slowly takes out the Manhwa basic sword manual Qingming brought back, asking Yunjian to turn to the last page. Just one glance strikes Yunjian like a thunderbolt. Pass this to future generations. Successors developing martial arts is understandable. But the Six Harmonies sword is a foundational technique that enables disciples to progress infinitely on the path of the sword. It is near perfection. If modifying it, remember not to put the cart before the horse, because Six Harmonies is the soul that has sustained Mount Hua for 1,000 years. The Sect Master is also confused now. Since Yunjin is the teacher responsible for guiding disciples, he comes to ask whether they should have the children abandon the new Six Harmonies technique. This technique emphasizes quick results but is ultimately inferior. If Mount Hua weren't in decline, they wouldn't have made such mistakes. Yunjin understands, but the Six Harmonies sword requires a solid foundation and strong body. These all require long-term conditioning by disciples. Wait, realizing something, Yunjin immediately turns around. Haven't these children already achieved this? He looks toward Qingming, immediately stopping the young man picking his nose. After all this, they actually want to ask Qingming's opinion. However, to their surprise, the little guy chooses without hesitation the Six Harmonies sword that can take them higher. His reason is just a few simple words, because we are Mount Hua. He intentionally or unintentionally touches on their deeper concern. If Mount Hua wants to reclaim past glory, it must never compromise with reality. Xuankong immediately understands. The kid means, no matter how desperately, the sect needs swordsmen now, it's just a difficulty to overcome. Watching the young man leave, Yunjian feels quite proud, while Xuankong shows a trace of shame. He never expected to hear such words from a child. Yunjian hear this order. From now on, Mount Hua's basic technique returns to the Six Harmonies sword. Not only that, all martial arts need to be reorganized and reconsidered. This is your most important duty as White Plum Hallmaster. Never let Mount Hua continue in mediocrity. Perhaps our generation cannot achieve it, but these children will surely make Mount Hua renowned throughout the world again. Just as the two are impassioned, Qingming can no longer contain his inner fury. Ridiculous. The food's right at their mouths and they still ask me how to eat it. Not one of them is competent with this attitude. Huayan County now is probably, no, I need to go check quickly. How come without me the sect can't function normally? Solved the money problem, brought back the martial arts. Things should have gotten better. But look at his expression. Huayan County now is in chaos. In less than a month, it has lost its former prosperity and order. Zhao Ji, being a merchant's son, understands a bit more. He learns that for years, Huayan County's merchant interests have been complex and intertwined. Ever since those originally in charge left, the workers here have gradually departed, like some strange web. But losing manpower is just one issue. More importantly, the elders have no experience or ability managing these matters. And this matter isn't as simple as it looks. Material selection and balancing income and expenses are profound disciplines. Even if they start learning now, at their age, by the time they master it, Huayan County will be completely finished. If we get involved in purchasing, we'll likely be treated as suckers. Before long, those foxes will probably fleece us of everything. This won't work, that won't either. A deep sense of helplessness wells up in Qingming's expression. Sect Master brother, your junior finally understands your greatness. How wonderful it would be if you were still here. At this moment, the young man's stubborn temper surges up. So Zhaoji, is there a solution to this? However, things are far more complex than Qingming thinks. Though Zhaoji's family is also in business. Even if his father came, he couldn't handle the entire Huayan County problem. Only a wealthy tycoon could probably save Huayan County now. Supposedly a few years ago, Master Huang supported Mount Hua. He's one of Shaanxi's most famous tycoons. That's when Mount Hua didn't completely decline. But now he's been bedridden for a year, and rumors say he's already unconscious. So the current situation should be unsolvable. Just as Qingming sits down discouraged, Yunyan comes looking for him. He just received a letter that needs to be delivered to the sect master, but he's currently doing volunteer work in Huayan County with several of them. Only Qingming looks relatively free, so he asks him to make a trip back to the mountain. Initially, he refuses, but upon hearing the letter is from Master Huang's Silver River Merchant Guild, Qingming decisively accepts this leg-breaking arduous task. But clearly, he has no intention of delivering it to the sect. The young man barely leaves the county before examining the letter in his hands, though sealed with gold lacquer. This can't stop Qingming, who controls his inner energy to perfection. So he opens the letter and reads it. He skips the greetings and discovers the letter is written by Master Huang's son. Apparently, his father's strange illness is too difficult. He searched everywhere for famous doctors to no avail, so he shamelessly requests that if Mount Hua has any leads, please extend a helping hand. However, when he reads that Master Huang's body gradually turns red, and his limbs stiffen, and black energy appears between his brows, Qingming instantly recalls that, man, damn it. Doctors obviously can't cure this illness. This is demon flower, the demonic cult's unique deadly poison. Because it's not a plant, but the demonic cult's technique. Those demonic cult bastards, he thought they all died in the 100,000 mountains. Unexpectedly, their lineage still continues. More importantly, they're clearly plotting something in the Central Plains, and what annoys Qingming most is, in such a vast Central Plains, they keep provoking people connected to Mount Hua. This won't do, I need to go to Xi'an myself. Plus there's generous compensation. From a tycoon's perspective, just how much money is generous compensation? So Qingming reseals the letter, fearing someone else might identify the problem first, immediately dashing toward the mountain. Who dares snatch my patient? That's stealing my money. Even for righteousness' sake, I, Qingming, must solve this. At night, the senior brother returns to the mountain with disciples, only to encounter Zhao Ji rushing up in a panic. He vaguely senses something's about to happen again. Hearing it involves Qingming, senior brother Yin panics too. Their running posture could actually be even more exaggerated. Without even setting down their bags, they rush to Qingming's quarters. A glaring sheet of rice paper on the bed puts them on high alert. Unfolding it. I have matters to attend to for a few days, help me make up an excuse. If you dare slack off on training, I'll break your backs. Qingming, these few short sentences completely overwhelm the senior brother. Zhao Jie asks what to do next. Senior brother Yin calms down. Let's keep this secret for him first. Whether this is discovered, or if we reveal it now, we'll have big trouble. We just hope he returns quickly these few days. But that's not the most worrying part. Zhao Ji, think about it. With his temper, whatever he's doing these few days, how much trouble will he cause meanwhile? Qingming has already run over 300 kilometers from Mount Hua in one breath. His throat now feels like it's burning. Seriously, back in the day, I could leap over a mountain peak in one step, cross great rivers in 2 steps. Now this distance, even walking leisurely, wouldn't take an hour. The road ahead is truly long, but this place has really changed in 100 years. Back then, many pleasant things happened here. Back then, I was still a second-generation disciple. Here I could avoid my senior brother, eat and drink well. And most importantly, this was Zhongnan sect's territory. Those fools. They would always, when you least expected it, a group of blind Zhongnan disciples would come looking for trouble. Back then, I remember having so much fun. They say the eldest brother is like a father. But look at him. To avoid his senior brother's supervision, he'd often hide in 10 Ayan, not far away but beyond the sect's reach. He couldn't stand the Taoist sect's rigid rules. Each time he came here, he would feast and drink before being satisfied. However, this was their Mount Hua's old rival's territory. Their traditions were similar, their martial arts similar. The problem was they were both based in Shaanxi, so disciples from both sects met like enemies. Never a peaceful encounter. But Qingming, confident his martial arts had reached perfection, though he wouldn't start trouble in 10 Ayan, Zhongnan disciples would always come looking for him. The title Plum Blossom Swordmaster was earned by Qingming punch by punch back then, but he grew somewhat annoyed by these kids' persistence, which gradually made him change his hideaway spot. 100 years later today, the young man sets foot again in this place full of memories. With his current strength, beating up a few is no problem, but if he's unlucky, Qingming grins awkwardly. Probably not. Meanwhile, inside the Silver River Merchant Guild, the young guild master anxiously asks the Tang family elder about his father's condition. However, the answer remains helpless. He's consulted famous doctors everywhere to no avail, so he wonders if his father was poisoned by some strange toxin. But even the world's foremost poison sect says it's not from poison. This leaves the seemingly composed young guild master like ants on a hot pan. My Silver River Merchant Guild holds vast wealth, and father spent his life helping the poor. Isn't this ending too cruel? Just as he grieves, a Zhongnan sect elder barges in from outside. The young guild master doesn't get angry at this rudeness, but his proposal to perform a ritual ceremony is truly absurd. Moreover, a Zhongnan ritual starts at 1,000 gold pieces. It's not that he's unwilling to spend the money, but clearly, with the Silver River Merchant Guild's power and reputation, they could completely wait until father is cured to demand payment. These people must have ulterior motives. Coincidentally, a servant reports that the Mount Hua representative has arrived at the gate and rushes to ask the young guildmaster. However, Elder Ji's expression immediately darkens. Isn't Mount Hua about to disappear? Something that famous doctors and heroes across the land can't solve. They don't have the ability. Young guildmaster, don't waste any more time. He's actually aware of Mount Hua's recent situation. As Shaanxi's premier merchant guild, how could they have no information? But the letter just sent should have just arrived at Mount Hua. But if they value it so highly as the host, naturally he can't be impolite. Seeing this, Elder Ji says nothing more, so master and servant proceed unhurriedly to the gate. The young guildmaster clasps his fists, politely expressing hope that Mount Hua's honored guest won't take offense. He says he's poorly disciplined his servants, which caused this neglect. But looking up, there's only a young man wearing Mount Hua's Taoist robe, with no accompanying elder, and looking rather carefree. Anywhere else people would question if this kid is some kind of con artist. Qingming appears very casual, saying he comes with a method to cure Master Huang, but he wants to first clarify what the generous compensation mentioned in the letter is. This completely baffles the seasoned young guildmaster. Knowing about the letter, he must be from Mount Hua. They came so quickly yet only sent a young Taoist. He can't tell if Manhua values the Silver River Merchant Guild or is dismissing them, accompanied by a mocking laugh. Elder Ji, who's been listening nearby for a while, says sarcastically, Manhua really is wanting to fish in troubled waters yet afraid of losing face. Sending a brat over is quite the scheme. Qingming sees the annoying Zhongnan sect is here and drops his cynical manner, respectfully stating, I am Qingming, a third-generation disciple of Manhua. We've received the young guild master's letter, and I have some understanding of the symptoms recorded in the letter, so I came to visit. What? You say you have understanding of my father's illness? After receiving Qingming's affirmative answer, the young guild master's excitement is almost uncontrollable. This is the first time anyone has said this. He clenches his teeth, the flame of hope reigniting in his heart. However, Elder Ji steps forward past him, insisting Qingming is a fraud, but he never expects this kid barely out of diapers would challenge him to his face. 1. You're not the family head. 2. It's not your father who's sick. 3. You can't cure the guildmaster. So what are you making a fuss about here? Elder Ji hasn't been this infuriated in who knows how many years, but he's constrained by being in the Silver River Merchant Guild. So he states clearly, Master Huang has offended the Heavenly Tao. Only performing a ritual can cure him. Really, then why not find the more professional Kunlun or shamans? And, moreover, everyone knows that for rituals, Manhua and Zhongnan are equally matched. If we're looking locally, naturally we'd choose the better value. Young guild master, wouldn't you agree? Seeing the two meet like sworn enemies, the young guild master can only sigh lightly. He looks at Elder Ji and says, this is still my Silver River Merchant Guild. How to treat guests should be my decision. Then he looks to Qingming. He wants to know what understanding the young man speaks of. And Qingming keeps him in suspense, asking, before Master Huang fell ill, he should have been near the 100,000 mountains. The young guild master freezes, saying his father has never been to that area. Well then, the kid is also confused. He asks if Master Huang was at least attacked before. However, the answer is still negative. The young guild master says his father hasn't encountered any attacks in 5 years. Looking at the rambling young man, that glimmer of hope in his heart extinguishes, though suppressing his emotions about being toyed with by the young man. The young guild master doesn't stop Elder Ji's slander. He only thanks and dismisses the guest out of consideration for Manhua's connection with his father. Watching the gate gradually close, Qingming panics. Though he can't figure out why Master Huang would contract the demon flower poison out of nowhere, there's no time to think. Blocking the gate about to close completely, he says, body turns red yet entirely cold. Press with your hand and the redness slightly pales but quickly turns red again. Before losing consciousness, one feels chills as if entering an ice cellar. And not only does black energy appear between the brows, but also at the nape and crown. A loud bang sounds. The young guild master excitedly yanks open the gate. How do you know this? Seeing his reaction, Qingming finally relaxes. The young guild master now pays no attention to Elder Ji's provocations, very bluntly stating he hopes Zhongnan won't interfere too much in the guild's affairs. Only then does he respectfully welcome the young man inside. After a while, Qingming lifts Master Huang's bedding. With one look, he can basically confirm Master Huang indeed contracted the demon flower poison, but it doesn't seem to be the normal demon flower, because back then, Sect Master Brother and the Junior Brothers had excellent internal cultivation, yet died instantly under the demonic palace's influence. Raising his hand, inner energy slowly flows in. The toxin seems to become extremely fearful upon sensing Qingming's inner energy. He confirms that the poisoner must be extremely inexperienced with the demonic palace technique, which is why the demon flower poison didn't immediately kill Master Huang. The young guild master asks anxiously if the situation isn't optimistic. The young man instead says treatment shouldn't be difficult. Surprise and confusion are written all over his face. Feeling the other is rather slow, Qingming speaks again. I said it's not very difficult. I've just used a special method to preserve Master Huang's life. The black energy between his brows has already dispersed, but for complete recovery, some preparation is still needed. The young guild master has completely lost his composure, stammering to ask what's needed. Qingming thinks, first, I'm hungry. Let's talk after breakfast. After a while, watching the young man devour his food, the young guild master is so anxious. So, young Taoist, what exactly needs to be prepared? Qingming, well-fed and satisfied, stops keeping him in suspense. He says the treatment method requires a lot of energy, so he needs to eat well. That's the preparation, but right now, the most important thing isn't treating your father. We must first find the source of why your father fell ill, so I ask you, who are the people closest to your father? He's asked in bewilderment, not understanding the young man's intention, but still honestly answers. Besides me, there are at least 5 people fitting what you describe. But what exactly are you looking for? Seeing this guy still doesn't get it, Qingming speaks plainly. Master Huang's condition indeed doesn't seem to be from an external injury. Then it can only be that someone within your organization wants to harm him. Don't panic yet. I know the Silver River Merchant Guild is very united and harmonious, but we must first be suspicious. If it's a misunderstanding, that's even better. Besides, this matter will become clear with investigation. The young guild master is puzzled. How will this young man investigate? But Qingming keeps him in suspense again, even asking him for another bottle of sorghum liquor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhongnan's hostility toward Manhua has long been deeply rooted. Moreover, Qingming's name is the same as that most detestable fellow from 100 years ago, Plum Blossom Sword Dog. Accompanying disciple Li Songbai has heard of it, but this generation no longer takes manhwa seriously. Only the elders are uniformly sensitive about manhwa. This gives the younger generation a somewhat legendary impression of figures from 100 years ago. But such a small child surely can't cure Master Huang, right? He tries to calm Elder Ji's emotions, only to learn that Master Huang has improved after his examination. Li Songbai also furrows his brow. Master Huang is a person who clearly distinguishes gratitude and grudges, if manhwa truly cures him. Then with his strong support perhaps. Thinking of this, Li Songbai speaks up. He hopes to spar with that kid as a second-generation disciple, taking the opportunity to make him retreat, and the elder can pretend to know nothing. Afterwards, punish him publicly and the matter can be swept aside. Elder Ji chuckles lightly. He didn't expect this kid to be so perceptive. After some instructions, Li Songbai leaves with his junior brother. As for Elder Ji, he understands the youngsters don't take manhwa seriously, but in his youth, manhwa wasn't something Zhongnan could easily provoke, if not for the demonic cult remnant's massive attack causing manhwa to lose its traditional inheritance perhaps. Now seeing that Brat's appearance shows manhwa is becoming active again, it seems this matter must be thoroughly discussed with the sect master upon return. After a while, junior brother Gao Hui is actually worried. As a second-generation disciple bullying, a child would equally be despised by the martial world, and he's curious how senior brother plans to avoid the guild's notice. Li Songbai is clever, but for them now, the primary task is still to assist Elder Ji well, and he's confident that if they fight, he can definitely teach the brat a profound lesson before the young guild master arrives. As the two talk, he suddenly stops. Looks like we don't need to find him. The young man is wandering not far away. The two are too eager to feel suspicious. Striding toward Qingming, Li Songbai, humble disciple of Zhongnan. It's an honor to meet a manhwa disciple. However, the young man's dismissive attitude leaves him both embarrassed and helpless, forcing an awkward smile, shamelessly saying that Zhongnan and manhwa have since ancient times often exchanged sword techniques, even now regularly holding the Zhongnanhua assembly where disciples spar. Really, I just joined not long ago and didn't know, so what? So if I could experience manhwa's sword technique, it would greatly help my cultivation. Would you be willing to instruct me? Li Songbai thinks he'll surely refuse, though he's already thought of many ways, but Qingming instead yawns. So after all that, you mean you want to fight me? Li Songbai still wants to cover it up when he hears the young man say, I'm always ready to fight, but don't regret it. Just like that, the two use the stone pavement as their arena. But for Li Songbai, teaching the brat a lesson is secondary. Most important is making him leave quickly. But Qingming can't stand this type who talks too much while avoiding a fight. Seems like you Zhongnan people fight with your mouths. Gao Hui loses his composure first, about to go beat him up but gets stopped. Actually, Li Songbai is also furious with Qingming right now. But business first, watch me destroy you later. So he symbolically clasps his fists. I wish to experience manhwa disciple Qingming's sword technique. Just about to charge, he stopped again. Qingming points at Gao Hui and says, that uncle over there, come, lend me your sword. The atmosphere becomes awkward, as a sword sect disciple not carrying a sword is truly bizarre. But Qingming didn't anticipate this annoying situation. If you won't lend it, I'll just find something to swing. Lend it to him. Otherwise bullying a manhwa disciple without even a sword. Word getting out later would only be worse. Then the young man looks up. A sword is tossed over, catching the sword. At this moment, he already has a brilliant idea. Then let's begin. Li Songbai asks why he doesn't draw the sword, but the young man tells him to do as he wishes. It's just a spar. No need for me to draw the sword. The man exhales heavily. Inner demon. Oh, inner demon. Talking to this guy, years of cultivation instantly vanish. Originally just wanted to scare him a bit, drive him away and be done. Now it seems that won't work. Thinking this, he explodes into action first. The stone pavement shatters inch by inch, attacking Qingming with wind-breaking momentum. Before he arrives, oppressive force already engulfs the young man. A sword strike comes down but is blocked, his explosive power. Even Qingming feels surprised. However, Li Songbai doesn't stop. The next second, he strikes horizontally at extreme speed, but Qingming blocks it again. Dust flies everywhere. In just a few breaths, the two have clashed dozens of times. Qingming looks uncomfortable, seeming only able to defend throughout, while Li Songbai grows more alarmed as he fights. The opponent's speed clearly isn't fast, could even be called sluggish, but why does he block everything? Thinking carefully, he's like he knows in advance where I'm going to strike. Could a brat this age really see through my sword technique, even if his talent is exceptional? Looking at his age, he's no different from our youngest disciples, such a child. Try blocking this move. The instant he charges, Qingming suddenly twists backward, predicting his move once again. At this point, Li Songbai no longer doubts. This brat really has seen through all his sword techniques, but he's one of the top prodigies among all second-generation disciples. This fact, he simply cannot accept at the moment. In fury, channeling inner energy, he wants to cut down this young man who's like an inner demon. Otherwise, his sword path will never advance again in this life. His gaze turns fierce. This is Zhongnan's advanced technique, the 36 swords under heaven. Heaven-severing strike. The instant he approaches Qingming, Gao Hui suddenly feels alarmed, shouting, "Senior brother, don't be rash." Li Songbai jolts alert, managing to withdraw his inner energy before the sword aura reaches the young man. A thud sounds. This strike hits Qingming's sword as soft as cotton. He's already broken out in cold sweat. Any slower and he would have caused disaster. but the young man suddenly flies back. Under Li Songbai's confused gaze, he's sent flying. His whole body crashes into the wooden door. Blood gushes from his mouth. He collapses on the ground unconscious. His heart is now shocked beyond measure. He clearly withdrew his inner energy just now, but why? At this moment, Gao Hui rushes over, hurrying toward Qingming, blaming senior brother for striking a child so heavily. Gao Hui lifts the young man to check his injuries. Unexpectedly, blood gushes like a fountain from Qingming's mouth, frightening Gao Hui into trembling. What do we do, senior brother? And Li Songbai now seems to understand. He can't clear his name in this. Anyone would think this is his fault. At this moment, he feels the world spinning. However, a voice suddenly sounds behind him, immediately jolting him alert. Gao Hui looks up in response, feeling his heart nearly jump out of his throat. The young guild master roars with a murderous look. What exactly have you done? He hurriedly calls for a physician, only to learn Qingming's 5 organs are severely damaged. Emergency treatment is needed immediately. And Li Songbai looks at the pool of blood on the ground. He knows even if Zhu Liang's grandfather came, he probably couldn't explain this clearly. The young guild master speaks with suppressed fury. You who claim to be from an upright sect actually strike a child with such lethal force. You Zhengnan are renowned for chivalry. How am I to understand such despicable acts? Then his gaze gradually turns fierce. Please leave the guild immediately. At this moment, Elder Ji arrives pretending to know nothing. When he sees the pool of blood on the ground and the damaged door, he immediately understands, cursing the idiots silently, still wanting to explain to the young guild master that this might just be an accident. However, the man now won't listen to any explanation. His father's life is in Qingming's hands. How can this be brushed aside as an accident? Li Songbai panics too, constantly explaining they were just sparring. He didn't strike that heavily. However, the more he explains, the worse it sounds. The young guild master isn't a fool. You as Zhongnan second-generation disciples, striking at a Manhwa child with swords, and in my guild, which of these follows martial world rules? I don't wish to say more. Please take your disciples and leave within today. Elder Ji sees they've completely offended the Silver River Merchant Guild. He can only take his leave. His remaining words of concern: receive only the young guild masters near Icy I know. However, before leaving, he still orders Li Songbai to secretly remain near the guild. By whatever means, the relationship with Silver River Merchant Guild must be salvaged. Unable to resist, he can only swallow all his grievances. After a while, Steward Ban tells the arriving young guild master the physician says, this child's internal energy is in chaos, though his vital energy is stabilized. Complete recovery can't be guaranteed. He should wake up in about 2 or 3 days. Hearing that Qingming is not in mortal danger, the man finally breathes a sigh of relief. He hopes his father's condition won't worsen in the next few days. At this moment, Steward Ban asks, young guildmaster, can this child really cure the guildmaster? He says he can't be certain either, but only this child can clearly describe his father's symptoms. Moreover, he has indeed helped his father improve. Right now, they can only trust him completely, so cure him at any cost. Understand? That night, under a dark and windy sky, a shadowy figure gradually approaches. Wearing a cloak, he quietly sneaks to the room where Qingming is recovering. Though we have no grudge between us, consider this the price for standing in my way. The man wastes no words. His arm lifts gently, immediately thrusting toward the boy's neck. But unexpectedly, it misses, and Qingming is staring at him with a gaze one gives a dead man. Then he chuckles softly. Instantly, he grabs the man's wrist. The boy rises. Grinning like an idiot, he says, gotcha! Sensing danger, the man strikes with a claw attack, but hits nothing but air. The boy steps on the back of his neck, then lightly leaps down. When the man turns and attacks again, Qingming leaps up once more. The man thinks his opponent can't dodge in midair, but with an aerial kick, Qingming actually kicks away his own internal energy. The cloaked man is deeply shocked. This isn't a physical object. This technique requires mastery over internal energy. Only someone with thoroughly refined control could do this. Uncle, you seem to have it backwards. The one who's been caught isn't me, it's you. Understand? The young guild master, who has been lying in wait, along with his guards, immediately recognizes the man. It's none other than Steward Ban Zifu from the Merchant Guild. Qingming slowly picks up his hair ribbon. What did I tell you? He would definitely show himself. Steward Ban doesn't understand why suspicion fell on him. However, what he doesn't know is that they never suspected anyone in particular. They simply gave the culprit a golden opportunity. The culprit wanted old Master Huang to die by accident, but I can cure him. Then I pretended to be injured, and my death could conveniently be blamed on Zhongnan sect. Even a fool wouldn't pass up this opportunity. Steward Ban still feels wronged. He doesn't understand. The kid had such severe internal injuries. Even the physician confirmed it. Qingming chuckles again. If I couldn't even fool an ordinary physician, I wouldn't have chosen this method. I see you're quite confused, uncle, but the important thing right now isn't answering your questions. It's that you fell into our trap. In other words, the culprit who tried to kill old Master Huang is you, but Steward Ban continues to argue. They have no proof that he harmed the guild master. Besides, as a steward of the Merchant Guild, the guild master's death brings him no benefit whatsoever. The reason he tried to kill this kid is because he believed the boy had deceived the young guild master, a condition that countless renowned physicians couldn't cure. How could a wet behind the ears boy possibly have a solution? I only resorted to this desperate measure because I saw how much you trusted him. It was all to prevent this boy from worsening the guild master's condition. As for Qingming, listening to this old fool rambling on is making his ears go numb. He walks slowly forward. Internal energy gradually gathers in his fist, just Beat him up and we'll get the truth, won't we? Steward Ban is shocked and immediately counterattacks with an energy-charged claw strike. Qingming's fist is instantly deflected by the energy, and this leaves a patch of demon flower poison on his wrist. The boy raises his injured hand for the young guild master to see clearly. This is called Demon Hand. If struck by someone who has fully mastered this technique, normally within the time it takes to eat a meal, the victim can't hold out and dies from the poison. Of course, at this level, it's far from that powerful, but it can still kill, especially an ordinary old man with no martial skills. Now, uncle, if you can name anyone besides yourself who could be near old Master Huang, continuously injecting demon hand poison without arousing suspicion, then we'll believe the culprit isn't you. Hearing this, the young guildmaster has no more doubts. He immediately orders the arrest of Ban Zifu. If he resists, kill him on the spot. But this is the demonic cult they're dealing with. Just with guards, how could they easily apprehend him? In the distance, Li Songbai, full of grievances, recalls Elder Ji's words. He understands that being made to stay here appears to be a mission, but is actually a punishment. Suddenly, a loud explosion pulls him from his thoughts. What's happening? Steward Ban unleashes the demon hand with full force. The guards are all blasted, unconscious. Only Qingming stands before the young guildmaster. Old man, you'd better come with us to the authorities, otherwise I won't be responsible if you get beaten to death. But even though Steward Ban isn't strong, Qingming doesn't plan to reveal his true strength right now. He turns and looks back. Fortunately, our hero from Zhongnan has arrived to suppress this demonic villain. Li Songbai isn't foolish. In fact, he's quite clever, though he was tricked by that guy. The boy's simple hint, combined with the young guildmaster's unfriendly expression, makes him realize, perhaps, this is the perfect opportunity to clean up this mess. The Zhongnan disciple successfully beats Steward Ban into serious injury. The young guildmaster is a veteran of the business world. Seeing the current situation, he can't help but wonder, has every step up to this point been orchestrated by this seemingly 10-year-old boy? Until Li Songbai is exhausted, pulling him back from such seemingly absurd thoughts. Qingming had calculated that this kid would fight with all his might to salvage the relationship between the merchant guild and the sect. But they fought for over an hour, which genuinely surprises Qingming. Young Taoist, do you know why Ban Zifu wanted to harm my father? Qingming still has many questions himself, so naturally he won't personally reveal matters concerning the demonic cult and demonic techniques. Not only would it cause panic, but he'd also have trouble explaining it. So, all I need to do is solve the problem, then take my payment and leave. Hearing this, the young guild master is speechless. As long as the boy can help his father leave his sickbed and stand again, he can promise on his father's behalf to mobilize the merchant guild's resources to support Manhua. What? Qingming grabs his hand tightly. He didn't expect the boy to react so excitedly, but then he hears him say, "Are you playing me? Since when does the ox do all the work while the horse takes the throne? Where's the logic in me doing all the work while Manhua gets the benefits?" Well, the young guildmaster's brain definitely short-circuits at this moment. After a while, Qingming returns to the guildmaster's bedroom, though he hasn't encountered any real difficulties yet, and even made Zhongnan sect suffer a hidden loss. The biggest problem remains, using his current internal energy to suppress old Master Huang's demon flower poison. He actually has no confidence in this. If he acts rashly and triggers the demonic energy, not even the highest immortals could save him. But in today's martial world, finding another person who understands demonic energy is nearly impossible. Right now, he can only choose to take the gamble. Qingming carefully lifts old Master Huang's hand. He precisely controls his true energy, channeling it into the man's meridians. In an instant, a manifestation formed from internal energy enters old Master Huang's body. Looking up, he discovers dense demonic energy occupies his body, nearly overflowing. They resemble vicious serpents. They seem to have noticed Qingming as well. The boy's scalp is already tingling. He never imagined that Ban Zifu's half-baked demonic energy would still be this troublesome. There's no turning back now. So without another word, Qingming charges forward. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the crimson marks on old Master Huang's arm are visibly fading. Even Qingming is surprised by this effect. Under his sword strikes, the demonic energy is eliminated as easily as tearing through paper. Thinking carefully, perhaps this is thanks to his long dedication to refining his internal energy. Otherwise, with just the snow plum pill's medicinal power, Qingming's internal energy should be more than 10 times higher than it is now. Mount Hua's orthodox lineage and demonic arts are fundamentally opposed. So what happens next depends entirely on whether old Master Huang's body can hold out. Having tasted success, Qingming unleashes his full effort. With every passing second, old Master Huang's danger increases. He must eliminate the demonic energy at the fastest speed possible. But these things seem to have some degree of consciousness. After being cut down like vegetables, they all actively retreat far away. Qingming opens his eyes in surprise, turning to look. These damned things have all fled to old Master Huang's head. This is truly tricky now. If he acts rashly, old Master Huang will certainly die. But if he stops now, old Master Huang will also die on the spot from the demonic energy's rampage. The little devil Qingming panics for a moment, though mischievous. He knows old Master Huang absolutely cannot come to harm, so he controls a strand of internal energy, carefully guiding it to the man's forehead. While the demonic energy hasn't yet gone berserk, he actually chooses to drive them into his own body. In an instant, demonic energy covers most of Qingming's body. Immediately, cracking sounds come from all over his body. The rampaging force explodes from within him, instantly suppressing nearly all his ability to resist. At this moment, Qingming is tortured to the point of near unconsciousness. But after all, he was once the Plum Blossom Sword Master admired by countless people. At this moment, even his stubborn pride won't allow him to fall. If he passes out, everything will be finished. finished. The boy has now burned his bridges. He must end this quickly. However, facing the demonic energy flooding his entire body, even though he has the means to restrain it, these things assault him as if endlessly. But blessings never come in pairs, while misfortunes never come alone. The serpents manifested from demonic energy know there's no retreat. They rampage even more violently, combined with his body and internal energy resisting simultaneously. His spirit is already exhausted. If this continues any longer, perhaps. Sure enough, under double consumption, he reveals an opening. The vicious serpent's fangs pierce deep into Qingming's body. 1, 2, countless serpents gradually overwhelm him. At this moment, he once again faces a dead end, and the current situation gives him one final choice. He can completely channel the internal energy from his dantian into all his body's meridians, then detonate it all at once. This would certainly shatter the demonic energy instantly, but the human body has countless extraordinary meridians. The slightest error in this process would also mean instant death. Qingming has no choice. With an explosive shout, every meridian in his entire body roars simultaneously. The pain far exceeds even the worst muscle cramps. As the demonic energy completely dissipates from his body, the boy collapses. His body also releases massive amounts of excess true energy from the recent rampage. After a while, he opens his eyes in confusion, then suddenly realizes. He hurriedly gets up. Walking through death's door is familiar to him, but such crazy recklessness still makes him shudder. Clearly, the current Qingming cannot handle demonic energy. Today was really just good luck, nothing more than a fluke. Discovering that old Master Huang has also awakened, he finally shows a smile. The old man is still very weak. Seeing the boy's appearance, he asks in a barely audible voice, "Who are you?" Looking at the person he risked his life to save, Qingming isn't polite. "Who else could I be? I'm the immortal who came to save you, of course." At this point, after Huang Wenruo awakens, the truth is quickly investigated. Ban Zifu's original plan was to exterminate the Huang family. Previously, due to his deliberate concealment, Silver River Merchant Guild never discovered he was actually the descendant of a rival merchant guild that once competed with the Huang family. As for the source of the demon hand, he claims he discovered it on a corpse encountered during his travels as a merchant. Well, that's great, all for nothing. But this also explains why the demonic cult people act so discreetly. In any case, the matter is settled, and everyone is happy. As an honored guest of Silver River Merchant Guild, Qingming is fattened up into a chubby kid in less than 3 days. Old Master Huang, having recovered somewhat, comes looking for him. He almost doesn't recognize that this is the young Taoist who saved him. The old man wastes no pretense. "You've given me a second life and I have no way to repay you." But this isn't what Qingming wants. With a chicken leg in his mouth, he quickly tells him to get up. To say the boy has many schemes. On the surface, he says Taoists dare not leverage favors for repayment, yet casually mentions that coming down the mountain to save someone was extremely urgent, and he didn't get the sect's permission. The old man is advanced in years and can't bear this kind of debt. He insists on repaying properly. Seeing the timing is right, Qingming unceremoniously pulls out a booklet, a thick volume. It's entirely filled with things he planned in advance to ask from old Master Huang. The old man has no idea what's happening. He just hears the chubby boy say with a bright smile, "Well then, let's begin." By the time they finish talking, it's already dusk. Old Master Huang has returned to his study. Speaking of being saved by the young Taoist, such a serious illness left no lingering effects. He feels like he's become 10 years younger. Glancing at his son, "You don't understand why I would reduce business with Zhongnan and promise Manhua substantial compensation, do you?" Having his thoughts exposed, the young guild master doesn't panic. The compensation they're giving Manhua is already very generous. Moreover, Xi'an is Zhongnan's territory. Father doing this is not only risky, but also abandons an already mature business relationship. He truly cannot understand. However, old Master Huang just looks at the tea in his cup and says, "Young guild master, do you know what a merchant's fundamental duty is?" Perhaps because he's too nervous facing his father, his answer is stiff and full of platitudes. This makes old Master Huang laugh. Looking at his son playing dumb, old Master Huang is actually quite satisfied. "But young guild master, you should understand, a merchant's fundamental duty is to make money. And making money in business has nothing to do with righteousness or evil. It's only about efficiency. The reason Silver River Merchant Guild has today's status is vision and boldness. You've also seen Manhua's current potential. Right now they can't compare with Zhongnan, true, but if we can establish ties with them at this time and help them grow stronger, the future benefits will be maximized. Previously, to find a python, I practically threw money everywhere, but I never imagined this dragon about to ascend would come to my door on its own. Moreover, as long as today's promised wealth becomes a burden that child cannot erase from his heart, the Merchant Guild's fundamental interests won't be harmed in the future. This deal is already guaranteed profit with no loss. However, the final price paid is 5 times more than I anticipated. This I never expected." On the other side, the boy's enjoying the sunset glow, but his mind is pondering, why is this old Master Huang so generous? To say he doesn't want something in return, Qingming definitely doesn't believe it. Anyway, I won't stupidly help with everything. Noticing movement nearby, Qingming looks up. Li Songbai seems to have come with an obsession. He hands over a wooden sword. "I have no ill intent, and I've thought things through. You deliberately set me up to solve the Merchant Guild's problem, but I also schemed against you first. What truly troubles me is the sparring match before that. Even now, I don't understand what I experienced then. I know your martial skills are far superior to mine, but I still want to understand what exactly happened." At first, Qingming is just surprised. Gradually, he develops some appreciation for talent. After all, for such a prideful Zhongnan disciple to humble himself for martial arts is indeed rare. He gives an awkward smile. "You might regret this." And so, the two arrive at the Merchant Guild's training grounds. Li Songbai still finds it absurd. Qingming's age is especially young strong even among third-generation disciples, yet he can feel an incredibly vast gap from this opponent, this oppressive feeling. Even when facing the elders, it was never this extreme. Is this really being released by that child? As for Qingming, he also notices the young man's keen perception. This excellent perception offers no benefit in the early stages of martial training, but the further along one progresses, the more it can practically determine the outcome of battles. Perhaps he is instructing a future #1 swordsman of Zhongnan. The boy extends one hand. He gestures simply, indicating Li Songbai can make the first move. Without further words, his opening stance unexpectedly creates multiple afterimages. Qingming knows Zhongnan's sword techniques. They've always been domineering, and illusory sword techniques, not a single one matches their style. This leaves Qingming somewhat confused. Then he hears the other say, "This is Zhongnan's newest martial art, Snowflake 12 forms," while dancing the sword shadows. Finally, Qingming sees the truth. "This move of yours?" as Li Songbai charges toward him. Killing intent inexplicably appears in the boy's eyes. In just an instant, as the wooden sword shatters, Li Songbai is sent flying backward. The moment before he hits the ground, Qingming instantly appears before him. He grabs his collar. Pulling him up too forcefully, the young man coughs up blood uncontrollably. "What bullshit, Snowflake 12 forms? You dare claim Mount Hua's inheritance is broken?" This is one move from the 24 moves Plum Blossom sword technique, embodying Mount Hua's essence. Plum blossoms falling. But now, Mount Hua's sword techniques are lost, yet they appear in your hands. However, Songbai doesn't hear a single word. His 5 senses have just been stripped away by Qingming's sword. Now he finally understands what he's facing. This is absolutely the power of gods and demons. Am I going to die? After some time, Li Songbai opens his eyes again. He immediately realizes what he experienced. Slowly sitting up, looking at the wounds covering his body, he finally hears Qingming's voice nearby. "I've straightened out your internal organs. The rest are just superficial wounds. You'll recover quickly. However, that move of yours is Zhongnan's new martial art, called Snowflake 12 forms." After receiving confirmation, Qingming grits his teeth in anger. They really think Mount Hua has no one left. Qingming then learns that the elders haven't studied this sword technique. Currently, only first and second generation disciples are qualified to learn it. In other words, the person who repackaged this sword technique is still in Zhongnan sect, back when they besieged the heavenly demon. Only some second generation disciples and children remained at Mount Hua. The demonic cult remnants counterattack. The entire sect would certainly have been powerless to stop it. And Zhongnan, being almost adjacent to Mount Hua, even with grudges between the sects, they couldn't stand by due to public opinion. Thinking about it now, it's very likely some of those people only pretended to support Mount Hua, when in reality they stole Mount Hua's inherited martial arts. There's another possibility. Those who took advantage weren't demonic cult remnants at all. What a bunch of righteous people who repay kindness with betrayal. The more Qingming thinks, the angrier he gets. But he doesn't direct his anger at Li Songbai again. He simply suggests not practicing this technique anymore. Because Zhongnan's foundation is hard Qigong. Using Zhongnan's mental techniques to practice illusory sword arts will only create a mess. You're abandoning what's near for something inferior. However, Li Songbai doesn't understand. This leaves Qingming speechless, but thinking about it, as a disciple of Zhongnan, if he can't understand their sword path, why should Qingming help him find the right path? But would such a thing really happen in a major sect with such long heritage? Wait, could it be because of me again? 100 years ago, Zhongnan disciples had firm Dao hearts. This wouldn't have happened. But back then, I relied on the 24 moves Plum Blossom sword technique and beat practically everyone in their sect. Did I beat away their pride as well? What a bunch of fools. If I'd been born in Zhongnan, later generations would call me Zhongnan Swordmaster. This isn't a problem with the inheritance. Qingming glances at Li Songbai. Even if he tells him it won't change anything, after all, he's not the culprit. So the boy says nothing more and turns to leave. Li Songbai wants to ask more, but Qingming doesn't look back. "Forget what I just said. You should decide your own path. Anyone's teachings can only serve as reference. Good talent must be matched with a worthy spirit to grow." Though still confused, Li Songbai understands this is sincere teaching, so he immediately gets off the bed and earnestly clasps his fists. "Thank you very much for your teaching." Seeing this, Qingming finally smiles gently. He waves dismissively and leaves. After a while, the pent-up frustration in Qingming's heart still cannot dissipate. In the past, he would have charged up to Zhongnan and smashed them to pieces, but his current strength doesn't allow it. Besides, the martial world is always survival of the fittest. "Senior brother, I must grow stronger quickly. Zhongnan sect, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have." Meanwhile, at Mount Hua, certain people are anxiously pacing. Zhao Ji bites his fingernails. He and senior brother Yin are already drenched in sweat. 7 whole days. Has that kid run into some major trouble? But a third-generation disciple going down the mountain without permission, without a reasonable explanation. Sure enough, in the council hall, Yunjian stands like a child who's done wrong. The finance pavilion master is so angry his beard bristles. His position is to punish Qingming severely without mercy. Mount Hua has finally recovered a bit. The rules cannot be broken like this. If the sect leader doesn't act, this matter could shake Mount Hua's very foundation. As for Martial Pavilion Master Xuanshang, deep down he's always felt that an expert is helping Mount Hua through that child, so his words lean slightly in that direction. Regardless, let's wait until he returns and we understand the situation before making a decision. The two argue endlessly. The sect leader, who has remained silent, finally sighs softly. With a sharp look in his eyes, he tells them both to be quiet. He doesn't know if he misjudged that child. As the room quiets down, Yunjin hurriedly hopes to organize a search party, even if they have to turn over all of Manhwa and Huayin County. He's back! A voice outside instantly catches the attention of all four. The sect leader is first to burst through the door. His eyes are visibly filled with joy, because Qingming is swaggering back to the sect. Yunyan looks at this scene. It's the first time he feels the elders listen to him so clearly. However, just as the sect leader is about to check if the kid is alright, the finance pavilion master stops him. This old accountant is truly worried. He earnestly reminds his senior brother, never choose unconditional indulgence. It will only ruin the child's goodness. Xuankong is speechless. He hasn't truly interacted with Qingming, so naturally he doesn't understand. But to ease his junior brother's worry, he promises if Qingming is safe and sound, he'll first be confined for half a month. As for Yunjin, this guy is habitually rigid. Disobeying the master's orders is a major offense. According to the rules, he must face the wall at Reflection Cliff for at least half a year. If the sect leader doesn't agree, then as his teacher, I will face the wall in his place. Xuankong's gaze sweeps across. He finds everyone else also thinks this is more appropriate. He frowns slightly. When he opens his eyes again, he accepts everyone's suggestion. He leads the group to the mountain gate. Qingming has just returned. Seeing Xuankong, he shows no restraint whatsoever. After respectfully greeting the sect leader, he waits quietly. Xuankong looks deeply at the boy. Was leaving the mountain unavoidable? Qingming nods. The finance pavilion master's lungs are about to burst with anger. In front of so many third-generation disciples, if he can't give a sufficient reason, this will directly undermine the authority of the sect rules. But Xuankong just stares at him. Explain properly exactly why. Qingming pretends to be intimidated by the elders. At the same time, a clear cough sounds. To exonerate the boy and also to discuss cooperation. Old Master Huang actually chose to make the trip to Manhwa himself. Xuankong immediately greets him, but finds it strange. 7 months ago, I received your letter saying you were ill. How is it that today you suddenly... Old Master Huang smiles and says, thanks to young Taoist Qingming's rescue, I barely got my life back. So please, sect leader, calm your anger and don't blame him. Only then does Qingming cheekily shrug his shoulders, but he doesn't get off the hook as hoped. In the council hall, the boy kneels on the ground, earnestly spinning tales. He claims old Master Huang's illness was caused by 5 yin grass, a poisonous plant beggars often encounter. The symptoms are strange and hard to identify, but detoxification isn't difficult. I happened to be a little beggar before coming up the mountain, so I knew how to cure it. These explanations were already coordinated with old Master Huang. 5 yin grass does exist. This should pass no matter what. Hearing this, Yunjin is about to say it's understandable. Xuankong is even more pleased to seize the opportunity to back down gracefully. But Yunjin feels this isn't right. He believes breaking rules must be punished, even if the reason is doing good. But before he finishes speaking, he sees Xuankong raise an eyebrow. He quickly understands his disciple's intention. So he says sternly, Yunyan, which do you think is more important, sect rules or human life? Should I praise a disciple who disregards human life just to return on time? Moreover, we at Manhwa pursue the righteous path. What could be more important than chivalry? Hearing this, Yunyan admits his thinking was insufficient, but then he breathes a sigh of relief. By raising this opposition, the sect leader can properly display anger. This way, the other elders won't punish Qingming further. Xuankong slowly rises. Coming before the boy, he says, Qingming, you've truly worked hard this time, with good intentions. But Qingming's seniority is who knows how much higher than his. He can only suppress his displeasure and say it's nothing. After a while, old Master Huang reveals the other purpose of coming to Manhwa. Young Taoist Qingming attributed all the credit to Manhwa. Therefore, to repay the life-saving grace, I plan to fully support Manhwa. Xuankong immediately catches the meaning. Old Master Huang said support not investment. It's practically saying losses are on me. Moreover, for this visit, Silver River Merchant Guild mobilized nearly all its workers. Soon they'll determine what Manhwa needs them to do. This happiness comes too suddenly. The sect leader clearly isn't ready to receive such a grand gift. He turns to look at the boy. His eyes are practically blooming with spring, so he leaves the finance pavilion master and Union behind and immediately begins planning with old Master Huang. On the way back, the martial pavilion master is in even better spirits. Qingming's small frame can hardly withstand such a huge joke. He laughs heartily while saying, just saving someone is already remarkable, let alone saving old Master Huang. After the martial pavilion master walks away, Yunjian also calls out to Qingming. He sternly reminds the boy, don't be so reckless in the future. So Qingming appears respectful on the surface, while cursing this guy's rigid nature inside. But stealing a glance, he's surprised to discover this middle-aged man's face shows many emotions. Joy and worry are all written there. Yunjian, afraid he can't control himself, also strides away quickly. They've really put so much thought into this. But Qingming feels somewhat comforted now, because although Manhwa is still declining, every person's heart is deeply entwined with Manhwa. The boy smiles gently. Senior brother, my back hurts now too? Guild Master Old Master Huang tells the boy, we're people tied to the same boat. Qingming resists this inwardly. Seeing this, Old Master Huang chooses honesty. To merchants, boats are indeed just tools. One can board or disembark, but if the destination is the same, there's naturally no need to get off midway. After all, two people rowing together go faster, don't they? But Qingming's eyes gaze toward the mountain gate, non-committal. Old Master Huang, this #1 merchant guild master of Shangxi, finally shows some gravity looking at the boy. Perhaps in this child's eyes. As long as he's here, Manhwa's Manhua's revival is inevitable. This contest between old and young is quite intriguing. Old Master Huang mentions he'll fully support Manhua. Qingming immediately understands. Are you planning to oppose Zhangnan? After receiving confirmation, the boy acts shamelessly. We didn't ask you to do this. I know, but I just want you to know about it. The two smile like grandfather and grandson, yet secretly they're both annoyed with each other. Old Master Huang truly admires this young man from the bottom of his heart, but what he doesn't know is that Qingming has lived 2 lifetimes. His combined age is no less than his own. So when he says the martial world is vast, and young people should understand patience, Qingming can't help but chuckle. He's smart enough not to embarrass Old Master Huang, because the advice is indeed sound. After the two part ways, Old Master Huang looks up, his eyes seasoned by the business world shift. Looking again at this familiar Manhua sect, he murmurs, this place should simply be called Dragon Abyss. That would be more fitting. The young guild master doesn't hear his father's murmur, but he can sense the amazement in his father's expression. He understands. Silver River Merchant Guild and Manhua will be inseparable from now on. As for Qingming, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. Manhua's visible obstacles are finally all resolved. From now on, he must focus wholeheartedly on martial arts. And just as he predicted, Silver River Merchant Guild's power quickly brings the nearly collapsed Huayin County back to life. Thanks to them, the Finance Pavilion Master's facial expressions have been completely uncontrollable these days. Only when the sect leader discusses what reward to give Qingming does he finally get angry, because right now, Mount Hua has almost nothing to give the boy. Martial Pavilion Master Xuansheng suggests giving him the recently discovered manuals to study after they finish researching them. But the Finance Pavilion Master absolutely despises this idea. He's stuck on the meaning of the word reward. He even blames the sect leader. Qingming practices hard daily at White Plum Hall. Giving him manuals now just adds burden to the child. Besides, if we're rewarding him, we should give something we'd normally be reluctant to part with to show sincerity. He gets more and more excited. Initially, the sect leader is confused by his reasoning, but thinking about it, it's actually quite reasonable. Over the past decades, this junior brother has managed Mount Hua's livelihood. Managing a declining sect, how terrifying that must be, only he can truly understand. His junior bringing about this situation, one can imagine how much this junior brother must adore him. But this guy is so worked up, he doesn't seem in a state to discuss matters. Xuansheng also notices this. He can only drag this crazy junior brother out with a smile. Please understand, he's been suppressing too much inside. Days pass one by one at Mount Hua. Though the training days are tough for the third-generation disciples, it's clear that Qingming has no intention of easing their burden before actually killing someone. Among them, Zhao Ji, who has the best talent, brings Qingming great satisfaction. As for the senior brother, though he lacks Zhao Ji's natural gifts, he's becoming increasingly composed about Devil Ming's training. He did have concerns in the past, because Mount Hua's sword techniques are fast swords focused on variation. They always believed that building strength would hinder the execution of sword techniques. But somehow, after he actually built up his body, both the speed and sharpness of his sword strikes increased exponentially. This visible transformation motivated not just himself, but everyone to actively strive for better results. As the senior brother, he knows they've changed. It's just that everyone's physical transformation makes him feel Mount Hua sect is increasingly resembling a bandit den. As for Qingming, ever since the kids started training on their own initiative, he stopped supervising them. Zhao Jie says he seems to always be the first one up, but where exactly he wanders off to remains unknown. The two discuss their current physical changes. Though everyone's getting stronger, reducing points of comparison, they still feel that if they face their former selves, they could easily handle 2 or 3 of them. But Zhao Ji isn't satisfied, because that assembly is about to be held again. He hopes to become even stronger, so the two young beasts simultaneously decide that when Qingming returns, they'll ask him to torture them thoroughly again. What they don't know is that Qingming gets up at the hour of the ox every day, not to add more training tasks for himself, but because he's mastered so many sword techniques and energy methods. This small body needs more time to fully adapt. For now, besides the lack of internal energy, his techniques still feel somewhat inadequate. But if he practices sword techniques in front of the kids, Mount Hua would likely descend into chaos again. That's why he sneaks off to Falling Flower Peak at this time every day. However, today Qingming discovers another figure. Graceful and agile, her sword dance flows like falling flowers, elegant and dignified. Though still immature, her movements are, to this day, the sword intent most similar to Mount Hua's techniques from the past that Qingming has seen. Yet while he's still feeling resentful, he doesn't notice the girl's eyes already showing signs of alertness. Suddenly, cold steel whistles. The girl stares down at the young man from above. Who are you? I don't think I've ever seen you before. Having his whereabouts discovered by this little girl actually irritates Qingming. Besides, shouldn't he be the one asking? But by the moonlight, Qingming gets a good look. This woman is truly a rare beauty among all the martial world he's roamed for nearly a century. However, the icy coldness emanating from her blade leaves him feeling utterly helpless. So he points at the plum blossom on his chest. Are you blind? Don't you see the Mount Hua Taoist robe? Learning that Qingming is a third-generation disciple, and that leaving the mountain gate after sunset is specially permitted by the sect leader, she doesn't believe it at all. She says spying on others' training is a major taboo. Since Since he saw it, he should leave immediately. But who is Qingming? Whether you're a pretty girl or some heavenly king, when he needs to snap back, he will. First, until yesterday, this was my training spot. Second, when a stranger wanders around Manhwa late at night, shouldn't I verify who they are? Just like that, the girl's brow furrows tightly. A few words and she's left biting her red lips. Unexpectedly adorable. This surprises Qingming too. Seems this girl isn't good at bickering with people. After a long pause, the girl calms herself before asking the young man's name. When she hears it's Qingming, she's quite surprised. It turns out, Manhwa's generation names cycle through 5 characters: Qing, Ming, Xuan, Yun, Bai. And this generation's 3rd generation disciples happen to belong to the Qing generation. Her first thought is that this kid has already been granted a Taoist name right after joining, but she's overthinking it. What surprises Qingming most is that the girl is a 2nd generation Bai generation disciple. Since he came to Manhwa, he hasn't seen anyone from the Bai generation. He thought Manhwa's situation had caused him to skip a generation, but now suddenly a martial aunt appears, making him feel utterly disgusted. He performs a perfunctory bow before sending her away. However, in the morning dining hall, the kids are sighing heavily. This makes Qingming feel like he's back when he first came to White Plum Hall. Back then, after disciplining them, they all had this half-dead look. The senior brother says it's because the martial uncles are returning. They left Manhwa for secluded training and harsh cultivation. But Qingming still doesn't understand. Are these people wolves and tigers who'll eat them or what? Zhao Ji tells him. This means the Zhongnanhua assembly is about to begin. It's a martial arts competition between Manhwa and Zhongnan sect, held every 2 years. Qingming feels like he's heard of this somewhere but can't recall for the moment. Yinzhang's face turns pale. He says rather than calling it a competition, it's actually one-sided beatings. If this time again, the martial uncles' faces will probably turn black as the bottom of a pot. Qingming finally understands. In other words, this is 2nd generation and 3rd generation disciples competing in matches, and you've always been the ones getting one-sidedly beaten, right? Yinzhang's expression grows even more awkward as he nods. In other words, the Zhongnanhua assembly is right around the corner, and we're fighting against Zhongnan sect, correct? Recalling 100 years ago, Zhongnan sect didn't have the guts to hold any assembly with us. They must have taken advantage of Manhua's weakness to create this thing to lord over us, learning that those martial uncles went into seclusion precisely because they lost last time. So even if they've achieved some results this time, there's no guarantee they'll win. Qingming excitedly stands up. He says, "Senior brothers, don't worry, I'll make you win. No matter what, as long as we can defeat those Zhongnan sect guys, Manhua's reputation will spread. So everyone better prepare yourselves, with the resolve to die if necessary." At this moment, the kids still don't know what they're about to face. Meanwhile, in the council hall, Yunyan doesn't understand why the Zhongnan assembly is suddenly being held half a year earlier. Xuankong is even more helpless. Manhua is already at a disadvantage. If they ask for a postponement, outsiders will only spread rumors that Manhua fears battle. This doesn't matter much to these old folks, but they fear the kids might mistakenly think we elders have no faith in them. If the kids become dispirited because of this, it'll be worse than losing the matches. But even so, after Yunyan leaves, Xuankong gazes at the plum blossoms outside. His heart still aches as if pierced by a thorn. Perhaps one day it will pierce deeper, until it takes my very life. The sect leader sighs softly. At that time in White Plum Hall, Zhao Ji is curious. Can they really defeat Zhongnan? But unfortunately, the answer he gets is negative. Then Qingming gestures about their current strength, roughly this much. Young men being dismissed like this aren't about to accept it. He pounds his chest, saying he can feel he's become several times stronger. But Qingming isn't optimistic. The current 3rd generation disciples' growth rate is indeed terrifying, but compared to Manhua's 3rd generation disciples of the past, they're still far behind. Based on the strength standards of the 9 sects and 1 guild in the past, among 3rd generation disciples, only Zhao Ji might be able to defeat slightly weaker opponents. As for Yinzhang, he'd need to face even weaker ones. Fortunately, Zhao Ji lacks false pride. He's more eager to know how to win. Qingming calmly tells them, "Within 15 days, prepare to die, and I'll make you stronger." So this time, Qingming calls everyone up even earlier. The kids are all chattering and speculating, until the young man appears. Only then do they quiet down. Their eyes turn to Qingming, and this time, he brings a wooden sword and a real sword. This scene truly frightens the kids. The noise gradually rises as they all guess what Devil Ming's training will involve. But Qingming shows no emotion. He says that to make everyone stronger faster, they need to change their training method, but it's nothing too special. Everyone just needs to die once. Because even if I die, I don't want to see you defeated by those Zhongnan guys, but I will make you win. Looking at Qingming, who seems possessed, Zhao Ji panics. He says as long as they can win, everyone will do whatever training it takes. But what does dying once mean? That sounds so terrifying. Qingming glances at Zhao Ji. You first. At this moment, he still wants to find someone to share his fate, only to discover how precious the bond between fellow disciples truly is. So Zhao Ji steels himself and approaches Devil Ming. Qingming says, though this sounds strange, the senior brothers are already quite strong now. The previous training wasn't wasted. It's just that he tries to estimate in his mind. If Li Songbai counts as a strong fighter among Zhongnan's 2nd generation disciples, then their strength should be similar to the past. The current situation probably isn't optimistic, so Qingming begins teaching them his heretical ideas. Though you've built up your bodies, your sword techniques are too weak. Learning the sword is for victory, and for victory you must use any means necessary. Then he tosses out the wooden sword. From now on, we two will spar. You can use any method, while I'll only use one move, swinging my sword. Zhao Ji lowers his head. He knows he can't possibly defeat Qingming. But if his opponent only uses one move, then maybe he has a chance. Speaking of which, Qingming, you're sparring with a real sword. You won't actually cut me, right? Seeing his guess whether I'll cut you or not expression, Zhao Ji only feels his throat burning, but he immediately steadies his mind. So, can we start? This surprises Qingming. He glances over. Zhao Ji can't stop his inner trembling. Qingming smiles. Is this the confidence of thinking you might win? And Zhao Ji strikes first. This sword, I bring no emotion. Falling flower sword. No matter how Qingming looks at it, this guy is full of emotion. He wonders how he offended him. However, Zhao Ji's eyes flash crimson. 7-star steps. Continuous footsteps pound the ground. He approaches Qingming at extreme speed. Then another strike of falling flower sword. Though his movements are clean, his combat talent is exceptional. Considering potential alone, he's not at all inferior to Li Songbai. He indeed has the right to be confident. However, the battle between the two leaves the kid stunned. But on the surface, it looks like Zhao Ji is one-sidedly suppressing Qingming. What's going on? However, Yin Zhong watches carefully. Though Zhao Ji is fierce, he hasn't touched Qingming at all. That's not some special footwork, just perfectly timed steps backward, perfectly dodging Zhao Ji's sword. From another angle, it's like choreographed movements, deliberately making Zhao Ji miss. Can I understand this is Qingming knowing Zhao Ji's movements like the back of his hand? That kid, how much can I actually understand now? As Zhao Ji lunges and misses again, he also notices something's wrong. Every time his sword falls, it's always exactly 1 inch away from Qingming. He finally understands his chances are slim. His body trembles uncontrollably. He's clearly tried his absolute hardest. That's why he felt he'd become much stronger. But why? The gap between him and Qingming is still like a heavenly chasm? Impossible. As Zhao Ji's furious roar erupts, Yin Zhong discovers almost simultaneously his actually cultivated sword energy. Zhao Ji launches forward almost instantly. He swings another strike at Qingming. The impact from the sword energy carves a deep groove into the ground tiles. The training ground wall also shows a massive crater, but unfortunately, he still hasn't touched Qingming. Looking up, his opponent is staring at him with the eyes of one looking at a dead man. Senior brother, it's over. Accompanied by a sword cry, Zhao Ji's vision is almost entirely filled by the blade. The sword stops less than a finger's width from his forehead. Instantly, all the kids present fall silent. When Zhao Ji comes to his senses, he collapses onto the ground. Just now, he truly thought he was dead. Right now, he can't feel any of the heat from the battle just now. Only coldness permeates his trembling body. But Qingming is satisfied. The chance to die once isn't something everyone gets. Then this demon turns to look at the others and shouts, "Next!" But having witnessed this scene with their own eyes, which kid would dare rush forward? Qingming doesn't mind. Senior brothers, think carefully. Like this, can you really dodge? If you won't come, then I'll come to you. Qingming, inexplicably excited, charges toward these inexperienced kids. The moon is bright tonight. For the 3rd-generation disciples, this should be an unforgettable night. After he beats everyone down, only then does he explain. I already told you I would swing my sword downward, but such an obvious attack, and you couldn't dodge it. Do you know why? Zhao Ji feels insulted from body to intelligence. He says of course it's because it's too fast. So fast there's no time to think. Even a 3-year-old knows that, since the senior brothers all know. Then why didn't you do anything? A sword falling on your own head is completely different from a sword observed by others. As long as you build up your bodies, anyone can execute the sword strike I just used. A solid, stable lower stance. Then transmit the force to your hands and merge it with internal energy. That is swinging a sword. Zhao Ji hasn't recovered from the shock yet. Yin Zhong speaks up first instead. You mean, rather than pursuing flashy but unfamiliar sword techniques, it's better to rely on the body we've already trained to swing the sword, right? Qingming glances over and adds, you also need the determination for a killing blow. Every one of you needs the resolve to not swing a second sword. If you can't kill in one strike, you'll die. Now the senior brother finally understands why Qingming wanted everyone to die once. Without personally experiencing the feeling of Qingming's sword falling on your own head, most people probably can't understand what killing in one strike means. But Qingming, we're Mount Hua disciples. Even in a match, shouldn't we defeat opponents using Mount Hua's sword techniques? Senior brother, what's the first form of Six Harmonies sword? Isn't Six Harmonies a Mount Hua sword technique? It's not only Mount Hua's foundational technique, but also Mount Hua's cornerstone. All our Mount Hua sword techniques begin with Six Harmonies and remain true to Six Harmonies. However, those who can't even use this technique well, yet started learning the superficial falling flower sword and 7-star steps, you all better remember, if you can't use Six Harmony sword proficiently, learning other sword techniques is useless. It's like a building. If even the foundation isn't solid, a little wind can blow it down. So, everyone go get wooden swords and practice 10,000 downward swings first. Listen well, there's no such thing as honorable defeat. I want you to win by any means necessary. After a while, having assigned the lessons, Qingming comes to Falling Flower Peak again. Honestly, I'm pretty tired too, especially recalling back then. The junior brothers worried my sword techniques would lose their lineage, so they went to the sect leader to suggest I take disciples. But that damned senior brother said he couldn't bear to entrust disciples to me, saying I believed in spare the rod, spoil the child, but any normal person absolutely couldn't do such violent things. Most importantly, that bastard said this right to my my face. Just thinking about it irritates me. I don't even know why I reincarnated. It would have been better if I just died then. I don't need wealth and glory, nor do I want my name in history, but I want to build a sect that even without me can pass down Mount Hua's spirit, though I knew this wouldn't be easy. Speaking of which, that woman probably won't come again, right? No matter how obsessed with training, she wouldn't come to the mountain at the start of the hour of the ox. Qingming draws his long sword. The weariness in his eyes vanishes. Right now he must become stronger quickly, not to reclaim his past self. Obviously, his past self was far from strong enough. If not for the experts from 9 sects and 1 guild attacking together and exhausting that guy's stamina, I absolutely wouldn't have been his match. Though everyone said I was the #1 swordsman under heaven, in reality, I was just a failure who couldn't defeat the heavenly demon alone. As long as I'm strong enough, those things won't happen, and no one can guarantee another guy like the heavenly demon won't appear, or even someone stronger. To protect Mount Hua amidst so many dangers, I must become stronger than anyone in this world, even stronger than the heavenly demon. That guy's appearance shattered everything I once believed in, as if mocking those of us who firmly believed that simply following the path opened by the sages would lead to enlightenment. I must break through what I consider my limits. However, what Qingming doesn't know is that his training appearance is still being clearly observed by that martial aunt named Liu Yishui. She can see the young man is quite anxious, hoping to comprehend something, but this matter is still far beyond him right now. Slowly opening his eyes, he immediately spots this Liu martial aunt. She actually startles Qingming into backing far away. He can't figure out how this woman is like a ghost, able to evade his detection and even approach him. She clearly doesn't look strong, yet her presence is extremely faint, as if she's specifically trained in assassination arts. But the problem now is, how much did this woman see? And Liu Yishui doesn't seem to know how to speak either. The 2 words plum blossom slip out. This instantly makes Qingming's head spin countless times. He plans to act nonchalant, but this makes the girl think he wants to silence her. Her nervous appearance leaves Qingming not knowing what to do next. After thinking for a long time without result, now there's only one method left. So he sheathes his sword, clasping his hands, martial aunt. Then I'll take my leave. Without waiting for the girl to stop him, Qingming suddenly leaps backward. Just like that, maintaining a respectful posture, he disappears from Liu Yishui's view, leaving behind the girl murmuring plum blossom. Qingming runs while regretting. Fortunately, there's only one witness this time. As long as he denies it to death, no one should take it seriously. Looks like when the Bai generation returns, he needs to be more careful. Wait, before they return, I seem to have forgotten something very important. In the morning at Huayin County, people come and go like flowing water. A young man's figure sits at a table, holding a cup and making slurping sounds. His 100-year-old homebrew can't go to waste. Since it's a privilege granted by the sect leader, naturally it should be used flexibly. The wine is still the wine from 100 years ago, but the taste has changed. The young man sighs. The taste was best when sneaking sips behind senior brother's back. Thinking this, Qingming gives a self-mocking smile. People he never thought about in his whole life. What's the use of thinking about them now? The place where senior brother is now probably doesn't have these things. The young man is drinking when a group of people in black attire enters the courtyard. They look to be in their 30s. They also have plum blossom patterns on their chests. Looks like he's unluckily encountered people from the Bai generation. Qingming doesn't want to get involved with them. Better finish quickly and leave. But as they call the waiter for some good dishes and another pot of wine, it still makes Qingming feel uncomfortable. You have to know, drinking wine was something he only tried after becoming the sect leader's junior brother. If he were still a 2nd-generation disciple, openly doing this in Huayin County would inevitably mean being locked on Reflection Cliff for half a month. Kids these days. However, paying attention, Qingming also discovers the man at their head is surprisingly handsome. Even he, a man, feels this guy is quite beautiful. How to put it? Like a great swordsman stepped out of a story. But then you listen to what he's saying. Facing the Zhongnanhua assembly, he's confident they can compete with Zhongnan sect. As long as they keep improving, they might surpass Zhongnan sect and look down upon the world. With a puff sound, Qingming really can't hold it in. Realizing he's lost composure, he pretends and says, "Is there a bug in the food?" But clearly their senior brother doesn't believe it, and this person seems rather persistent. He takes the initiative to say, "May I ask who you are, young brother? I don't think I've ever seen you in Huayin County. Would you mind telling me your name and family?" He glances at the dishes on Qingming's table, every one expensive. In all of Huayin County, according to his memory, there's no such person among the young masters of wealthy families. The young man doesn't want involvement with him and insists he need not pay attention. But he persists relentlessly. He picks up his chair and slowly approaches Qingming. Looking quite amiable, he says he's Bai Tian, a Mount Hua 2nd-generation disciple, and hopes to make the young man's acquaintance. Looking at Qingming, the disgust in his eyes is practically overflowing. He doesn't understand why this guy is so persistent. He can't hit him either. What a huge hassle, with no choice. Qingming can only half conceal his face and awkwardly says he has matters to attend to and must take his leave. However, Bai Tian doesn't seem foolish. Clearly he doesn't plan to let Qingming leave just like that. But his sudden grappling hand technique is dodged by the young man without even looking. To the junior brothers watching, it looks like their senior brother caught the young man but inexplicably let him go. Men value face, so he pretends to say he felt he shouldn't bully a child. On the way back, Qingming still complains about drinking too fast and wasting a table of good food. But that Bai Tian spoke such nonsense. A bunch of guys who can't even match Zhao Jie can only show off with words. Grappling hand? Really? This blow is even bigger than when he first met the 3rd-generation disciples. But then again, the 3rd-generation disciples only just started learning martial arts. But the 2nd-generation disciples are long past the foundation stage and are now in their rapid growth period. Who knows how long it'll take to forge them into worthwhile material at this rate. Carrying this displeasure, Qingming returns to his room and starts snoring away. Zhaoji comes to wake him but finds the room reeking of alcohol. He tries shaking him but can't wake him, so Zhaoji's eyes focus. He shouts, "Bastard, get up!" then immediately pretends it wasn't him. Fortunately, this guy didn't hear clearly, so he quickly changes the subject, saying the martial uncles have returned and want us to assemble at the martial training ground. Plus, you reek of alcohol. However, before he finishes speaking, he sees Qingming pinch his nose. A long breath, Zhaoji discovers in amazement that both the room and Qingming's body, the alcohol smell has completely vanished. Looking again, Qingming has already changed into his Taoist robe. He says, "Senior brother, this is a place of purity. What alcohol smell? Don't speak nonsense." When the two arrive at the martial training ground, Qingming still finds it amusing. Just eating a few fasting pills on Reflection Cliff creates the illusion of harsh cultivation. The moment they return, they feel they've suffered. Drinking wine, boasting. These kids feel great about themselves. The great doors gradually open. The sect leader personally welcomes them as well. The third generation disciples have long admired them. They unconsciously applaud their perseverance. As for Qingming, when looking at this Bai Tian, indeed, this guy is truly handsome. But why do I feel I'm even more handsome? Just feels like senior brother would question where my conscience is. Seems I've exposed something. By coincidence, Bai Tian also spots Qingming. Whether it's an illusion or not, he inexplicably turns back. He stands right in front of Qingming. With a whoosh, he raises his arm and covers half the young man's face. Now then, Bai Tian grins. Perhaps. We know each other, young brother? However, someone this persistent is rare even to Qingming, though he doesn't know what this guy wants. How about beating him up first? If those bullying you are elders in their prime, then most of the time you and I can only endure it, especially in the tradition emphasizing Taoist Manhwa. Each generation is a chasm. The problem arises because this generation of Manhwa is too special. In earlier years, to repay Huayan County's debts, they chose to open the recruitment ceremony for new disciples early. This led to the youngest second-generation disciples being similar in age to the oldest third-generation disciples. The result is that the two generations of disciples unconsciously pay attention to each other, and the second-generation senior brother Bai Tian already enjoys the hollow reputation of Manhwa's #1 prodigy. This kind of thing, Qingming had it once too, but it quickly became Manhwa's #1 little demon. But even if it's just a hollow reputation, in his view, it should belong to Zhaoji. Don't say that. Bai Tian martial uncle is someone I can never reach. Qingming clicks his tongue. Yesterday you wanted to defeat me. Today you're so humble. Not easy. Glancing over, the young man finally understands why this person lives so seriously. Standing out like a crane among chickens, standing beside these weak peers, is completely unnatural. And because of this, he's developed flaws he himself can't detect. Coming over to identify people just now makes sense then. Qingming is thinking when a young woman quickly joins the formation. She naturally stands at the second position after Bai Tian. Right, this person is also from the Bai generation. Lu something? What was it? She probably hasn't told anyone about me yet, right? Zhaoji suddenly teases Qingming, smiling like he's seen the world. I understand. Martial aunt is Shanshi's #1 beauty. First time seeing her, you definitely can't look away. But don't dream, kid. Lu martial aunt has long been devoted to Bai Tian martial uncle. Looking at Qingming, he and Yinzhong just feel this kid's pretentious air is too heavy and don't want to deal with him at all. One moment Manhua's #1 prodigy, next moment Shangshi's #1 beauty. Those who don't know would think Manhua represents all of Shangxi. If you had this much spare time to practice your sword once more, you might already be famous throughout the land. As Bai Tian leads, the second generation disciples all pay respects to the sect leader. Xuankong understands their cultivation hasn't been easy, so after some pleasantries he has his junior brother arrange a feast. Though the finance pavilion master is unwilling, he doesn't object to the sect leader's arrangement, just mutters without hiding it as he leaves that senior brother is a spendthrift. Xuankong is helpless too. Ever since that Silver River Merchant Guild incident, this junior brother always says strange things. Seeing there's nothing else, he arranges for Union to catch up with the disciples first. Then he separately calls Qingming, saying there's something to discuss with him. Originally quite normal, but the sensitive Bai Tian quickly catches the word again from the young man's mouth, perking up his ears. The sect leader is actually using a tone for coaxing children, saying, "I've prepared candy for you, will you come?" Watching Qingming and the sect leader's backs, Bai Tian can't help but ask, "Yunjian martial uncle, what's the deal with that kid?" However, Yunjian is careless. With good intentions, he advises him it's best not to concern himself with Qingming. It's good for their mental and physical health. But to Bai Tian, the meaning completely changes. The sun sets in the west. Looking at the dining hall table, full of meat, Bai Tian can't believe his eyes. A sharp-eyed junior brother beside him doesn't forget to tease. Look at those third-generation disciples. They look tired of eating meat. Seems the sect has changed quite a bit this year they were gone. Obviously, the junior brothers don't mind this strangeness, but the unfamiliarity in Bai Tian's heart makes him unable to eat at all. In his memory, Manhua was almost as poor as beggars. Even Beggars Guild only looks poor. But what exactly happened here? Yunjia now also notices Bai Tian's strangeness. Learning this kid is confused by the sect's changes, he suddenly understands. But it's a long story. Our Manhua has received a lucky star. In time, you'll naturally know. The more Bai Tian listens, the more confused he gets. But at this moment, the dining hall door is suddenly kicked open. Everyone looks toward the one who dares make such a commotion. They see the young man storm in angrily, as if someone owes him millions. Without a word, he comes to the table and sits down. Yinzhong naturally asks, "Why so angry again?" Learning the sect leader made him run to Silver River Merchant Guild yet again. They finally understand. 4 or 5 times this week, though it's just the Huayan County branch, being like a messenger pigeon is hard to accept. However, Bai Tian now stares at Qingming. He discovers none of his senior brothers were reproach him. Even Yoonjian martial uncle, who usually values etiquette most, remains silent, as if all this is perfectly natural. By now his mind has conjured up a series of major power seizure incidents. Looking carefully, that kid is even sitting in the position that originally belonged to their senior brother Yin Zhong. This means this kid not only has status but also holds real power. Bai Tian's brow furrows deeply. He hasn't yet realized he's completely fallen into this. I don't know what methods you used, but it's a fact you control the third generation disciples. Looks like it's necessary to find a day to have a match with you. A junior brother beside him notices he's barely touched his chopsticks and curiously asks. Only then does Bai Tian react. Just as he's about to eat, he remembers he doesn't know where Lu Martial's sister went. Speaking of this martial sister, she concerns him far more than that Qingming kid. Afraid she'll miss dinner, he plans to go look for her. The junior brothers are helpless. Whenever it involves Liu Martial's sister, he becomes very reckless. Perhaps this is one thing conquering another. However, at this moment, another person enters the dining hall. Bai Tian is already highly sensitive. He immediately notices the newcomer. It's precisely Lu Yishui, the martial sister he's been thinking about. But facing his greeting, Lu Yishui acts as if she didn't hear. She looks around on her own as if searching for something. This leaves Bai Tian stunned again. He sees her go straight to the third generation disciples table. May I sit beside you? This ice-cold goddess initiating conversation with a guy for the first time. It's like major drama unfolding. But Qingming doesn't care about this. He doesn't want any involvement with this person at all. He turns his head and clearly says no. Liu Yishui gets anxious. Then can we talk outside? Qingming waves his hand even more. No, I don't want to talk to you. Zhao Ji is dumbfounded. What the heck is this situation? Since coming to the mountain, I've never seen Lu Martial Aunt initiate conversation with anyone. Now she's actually coming to pester Devil Ming. But can this guy watch his tone? But Lu Yushui refuses to give up. She says it will only take a moment. I have something to tell you. Qingming is completely speechless. I said I'm not going. I have nothing to say to my martial aunt. Can't you understand plain words? She looks at the young man, truly having no better solution. So she shamelessly sits down beside him, saying that she came specifically to find him. If it doesn't work, she'll wait until he finishes eating. This is something anyone would find hard to refuse. Qingming feels overwhelmed. Now even the meat on the table doesn't taste good anymore. The second generation disciples all gather closer to watch the drama unfold. Suddenly, a crisp cough sounds. Everyone turns to look. At this moment, senior brother Bai Tian shows no emotion whatsoever. He slowly stands up, turns his head toward the young man, and says, I remember your name is Qingming, right? I heard you've been traveling frequently between Mount Hua and Ten and under the sect master's orders. I understand how exhausting that must be. He closes his eyes, forcing himself to calm the frustration in his chest. However, your martial aunt has already pleaded with you like that. Even if you're very tired, as a junior, you should at least go out and talk with her, shouldn't you? Look at how he phrases this. Bai Tian himself thinks it's flawless. However, Qingming doesn't buy it at all. He puts on a look that says, mind your own damn business, and asks back, why must I do that? Bai Tian loses his temper. Though he's trembling with anger, he still forces himself to maintain the calm smile of a senior brother. Looking quite uncomfortable, he says, because as disciples of the Tao, we must understand propriety, especially between elders and juniors. Qingming pauses. I see. Then, martial aunt, please apologize quickly. Uncle Master says you don't understand propriety. Liu Yishui is also dumbfounded, staring blankly at the young man. This is a celebratory feast welcoming the second generation disciples' return, yet you're discussing private matters here. The young woman realizes suddenly and immediately bows to Bai Tian in apology, saying that this junior sister didn't think it through. Qingming doesn't forget to remind her, you should apologize to Grand Uncle Master since you made the mistake in front of him. So, bewildered, she bows to Uncle Master Yunjin again. Yunjin naturally laughs and scolds the girl for being too cunning, telling her to sit down and eat quickly. But after this commotion, Bai Tian is so angry he's nearly having a heart attack. Yin Zhong and Zhao Ji also notice something is wrong, cursing inwardly about how this jerk always makes things so big. But cursing aside, they're still worried about Qingming. They quickly stand up to smooth things over. After a while, Bai Tian finally lets out a long breath. Your name is Qingming, correct? Zhao Ji watches Demon Ming, breaking out in such cold sweat that it reaches his throat. He really hopes this guy can behave properly just this once. However, Qingming replies, it seems your travels outside have indeed been too exhausting. You're repeatedly asking the same question. If you're tired, go back and rest. Bai Tian doesn't want to deal with the young man's provocations anymore. He says, I'll ask you just one question. Did we meet this morning? Qingming snorts with laughter. I already said it's the first time we've met. Were you raised on lies? At this moment, Bai Tian has already lost his reason, though he knows this isn't right if he can't strike down this kid's arrogant attitude. Uncle Master, this disciple has important matters to report. To my knowledge, third generation disciples are not permitted to leave Mount Hua without special instructions, but this morning I saw a third generation disciple wearing civilian clothes in Huayin County, and that person was this disciple, Qingming. Hearing this, Yunjian only frowns slightly. After confirming that the person Bai Tian saw was indeed Qingming, he simply says, no harm done. Bai Tian is confused again. He suddenly starts to doubt whether something is wrong with his ears. Uncle Master Yunjian, who is usually very strict, not only showed no intention of reprimanding him, but actually said no no harm done. Seeming to notice his confusion, Yunjian adds, that disciple, without the sect's permission, can freely enter and leave the mountain gate. This privilege was granted by the sect master. Do you have a problem with that? His brain already short-circuiting. He then hears loud smacking of lips, whether intentional or not. Qingming eats so noisily that the entire dining hall can hear him. Bai Tian grits his teeth as a sense of helplessness inexplicably grows from deep within him. Just then, another person approaches. It's the finance pavilion master coming to inspect the banquet he arranged. Though Bai Tian is surprised, he immediately steals his resolve. At this point, he can only go all in. He strides forward, cups his fists respectfully, and says, "Greetings, elder." The finance pavilion master doesn't seem to care much. He waves his hand, telling them to eat and drink well. He casually reminds Yunjian to keep the disciples in check and not let them get too wild. However, Bai Tian steels himself and speaks again. He says, "Elder, this disciple has important matters to report to you. This morning, I saw a Manhua third-generation disciple drinking at a tavern in Huayin County." Hearing this, the finance pavilion master becomes angry. "You said a third-generation disciple was drinking? Tell me, which one did you see?" Seeing that this seems effective, Bai Tian shows a slightly embarrassed smile. This disciple would not be mistaken. It's that disciple sitting over there eating loudly. Qingming. The old man and the young man lock eyes. Bai Tian doesn't notice the elder's unusual reaction at all and continues speaking to himself. But at this moment, the finance pavilion master impatiently interrupts him. "So what if it's Qingming? Did you set Manhua's rules? According to your logic, does Manhua have a rule forbidding disciples from going down the mountain to drink? And furthermore, what's the problem with having a little drink? You people who can't even earn your own meal money, living off the money he earns for you, actually have the nerve to report him? Do you even deserve to be called an uncle master? Believe it or not, I'll smash your head in right now." The more he speaks, the more agitated he becomes, his face showing increasingly obvious anger. Almost roaring, he says, "The money for the meat you're eating was all earned by your martial nephew. What's wrong with him saving a little to drink? A bunch of bastards. Stop eating. What right do you have to eat meat?" Seeing his junior brother losing it again, Xuanshang is thankful he arrived fairly timely. He forcibly drags him out. Only now does the place finally quiet down. After suffering setback after setback, Bai Tian finally regains his reason. But this kid, what exactly is going on? After a while, everyone returns to their quarters. Bai Tian holds a teacup with a water line from years ago. His junior brother Bai Shang beside him is indignant, whether it's the elders or uncle masters. Even junior sister Lu seems to be far too biased toward that kid. It's not that he wants to cause trouble, it's just that after working hard for a year, upon returning they not only weren't warmly welcomed, but even the elders' affection has been stolen by some guy who appeared out of nowhere. Bai Tian puts down the teapot. He lowers his head, his eyes no longer showing their previous turmoil. He says, "We're long past the stage of receiving the elders' affection. You should know what I mean. These aren't the main points. The key issue is that I always feel Mount Hua's control has already fallen into that guy's hands. The Mount Hua of the past was like this chipped teacup, utensils, buildings, all appearing old yet full of character, and he, Bai Tian, was the only hope of this aging sect. But after just 1 year away, this can't even be described as earth-shattering changes. Looking back now, it truly was full of poverty and desolation. But Mount Hua is still my sect. The one everyone celebrates and expects must be me." Bai Tian puts down the teacup. He says, "We need to calm down first. What we should do now is first understand what exactly happened at Mount Hua during our absence." And so, an uninvited guest arrives at the second-generation disciples' quarters. Bai Tian signals him to enter. The visitor immediately cups his fists upon entering. Disciple Yin Zhang greets the two uncle masters. Bai Tian invites him to sit. He even personally fills his teacup. This scene only makes Yin Zhang more nervous. He gazes at the young man with profound eyes, hoping he'll explain everything about Qingming clearly. Yin Zhang lowers his head. Even before coming here, he was already restless. When he mentioned it to Qingming, he was told to say whatever he knows. Though this is the simplest approach, this feeling is like being a traitor. This makes Yin Zhang feel somewhat uneasy inside. But right now he has no better ideas. Taking a deep breath, he begins. First, this story has to start from when Qingming first entered Mount Hua. After a while, the two are already dry-mouthed from listening. He not only discovered the sect's martial arts treasures, but also found the lost ledgers, helping Mount Hua recover its assets. He even cured Master Huang of the Silver River Merchant Guild, leading them to support Mount Hua's finances with their entire organization. Bai Tian remains silent, signaling Yin Zhang to leave first. He understands that what Qingming has done can no longer simply be described as meritorious service. I finally understand why the sect elders dote on that kid so much. However, Bai Tian still feels unwilling, his lips tightly pressed together. If this continues, he'll eventually climb above us. Before that happens, this time Bai Shang suddenly speaks up. Let's look at it from another angle. Mount Hua is a martial arts sect. If not for martial inheritance and prowess, why would they favor a child who only knows how to make money? Hearing this, Bai Tian immediately interrupts. Don't speak carelessly. You're questioning our uncle masters and grand uncle masters. The two remain silent for a while, but you're not entirely wrong. The Zhongnan Hua assembly will be held soon, and the elders won't have time to look after the Qing generation children. Hearing this, Bai Shang seems to realize something. You mean, to prevent the third generation disciples from embarrassing us, we as elders can't just focus on our own cultivation. Senior brother, shouldn't you personally guide them in martial arts? Bai Tian finally exhales a breath breath of stale air. Junior brother, as expected, you care about Manhua more than anyone. I really hope that Qingming kid has accomplishments in martial arts too. Otherwise, that kid's days will be quite difficult. After a while, Yin Zhang has returned to White Plum Hall, looking at Qingming sleeping soundly. He truly feels he's worrying needlessly. Zhao Ji is still polishing stones. He asks what the situation was over there. Hearing this, Yin Zhang's legs go weak and he collapses onto the bed. He waves his hand limply, saying he could only tell the truth. Besides, even if he concealed something, they'd find out eventually. Looking at Qingming again, the two of them have no idea what's wrong with this guy. Zhao Ji also sighs. It seems we've become thorns in the senior brother's side. The two then spend a good while sighing in Qingming's room. Finally, Yin Zhang reminds him, we should gather everyone together and tell everyone to be cautious from now on. Zhao Ji also feels there's no better solution right now. But before leaving, he asks in return, Senior brother, what do you think? If Uncle Master Bai Tian and Qingming faced each other, who would win? Just imagining that scene makes Yin Zhang bristle. Stop talking nonsense and go call people. And so, this senior brother of the third generation disciples looks at Qingming again. What a troublemaker, it seems. Manhua's peace has come to an end. One morning, Yunjian tells Xuan Kong about last night's events. They both understand where the crux of the problem lies, but neither seems to have a good solution. The sect master remains the most carefree. He says, if worst comes to worst, let's just trust them completely. Bai Tian hasn't done anything excessive. It's just that Qingming kid. Yunjian really can't feel at ease. He slurps his tea to calm his nerves, feeling that chaos is about to break loose on the mountain. Late in the morning, Qingming tortures his senior brothers to near exhaustion as usual. But unfortunately, the second generation disciples suddenly show up at White Plum Hall. Without explanation, they scold them for slacking off. To enforce discipline after today's training ends, they must clean every part of the sect grounds. After speaking, they stride out of the courtyard. Qingming sees this arrogance clearly, but the kids are generally tortured to near fainting and didn't even notice what just came and left. Zhao Ji looks at the unusually behaving Uncle Masters. Anyone could figure out what's going on. Noticing he's being stared at, Qingming feels completely unburdened. However, the second generation disciples' targeting has only just begun. They not only require the kids to walk in formation, but also ask permission even to drink water. Whether eating or bathing, even sleeping, they must hold their swords. After this series of torments, even Zhao Ji feels he misjudged them before. He never expected the Uncle Masters to be so petty. He can't take it anymore, so he asks Yin Zhang, senior brother, shouldn't we do something? However, Yin Zhang only sighs lightly. He glances at Qingming and throws the question to the instigator. The young man opens his eyes drowsily. Qingming knows what those guys want. Yin Zhang also feels that an outsider can't overpower a local, hoping Qingming can bow his head and apologize. But seeing the coldness in his eyes, he immediately changes his words to explain. But Qingming isn't blaming him. He says, Senior brother, besides that method, I have a better idea, and it's guaranteed to solve all problems once and for all. I'll go beat up all the Uncle Masters. That'll definitely solve it. Are you freaking crazy? Everyone grab him! Grab him! This sudden situation frightens all the kids into panic. Everyone knows that if Qingming really goes, they're completely finished. However, his movement technique is beyond what a few kids can catch. Once he breaks free, no one can catch up. Fortunately, Qingming's bedroom is in the deepest part. Kids ambushing from the sides keep coming, but even this can't touch the young man's clothing. Luckily, there are still people at the main door. They desperately grab Qingming's arms. Now's the time. Instantly, all the senior brothers from White Plum Hall rush forward. Zhao Ji throws himself desperately at Qingming. A few months ago, they absolutely couldn't have done this. Qingming shouts loudly, let me go. Those bastards are doing things people from 100 years ago wouldn't stoop to. I'll just punch them once. Damn it, now you're pretending. Zhao Ji desperately pins Qingming down. He says if you hit an Uncle Master, you'll definitely be expelled from the sect. Yin Zhong adds that the Zhongnanhua assembly is about to start. What if you beat them so badly they can't compete? Qingming still has his temper up. He says, I just won't injure them. This is my specialty. Don't you all know that? That still won't do. If Uncle Masters get beaten by their martial nephew, how much confidence will they have left? Let's endure a bit more. At least being bullied by them is better than losing to those Zhongnan guys. Please. For a moment, Qingming's emotions are unreadable, but he still agrees to the senior brother's suggestion. Zhao Ji glances at Yin Zhang. Only after getting the signal does he release the young man. Qingming confirms again that they only need to endure until the assembly ends. Only then does he slowly sit up. For senior brother's sake, I'll endure this time. But what if they provoke me? Yin Zhang knows he can't persuade him in this situation and can only say, if that really happens, I truly can't control it. Only then does Qingming chuckle softly. Very good. Those are your words. The next day, Bai Tian and Bai Shang notice White Plum Hall seems completely quiet. Despite days of pressure, they not only show no reaction but don't even say anything that might cause problems. This makes Bai Tian think slightly better of Qingming. Knowing how to endure is a rare quality. Moreover, Bai Shang also feels they should focus on the Zhongnanhua assembly now. But unfortunately, Bai Tian is someone with deep obsessions. Since there's no time for roundabout approaches, and the third generation disciples are still simple children at heart, then he'll simply find an opportunity to directly deal with the worst one. Hopefully, this kind of strict discipline will one day make him understand his deeper intentions. It's just going to hurt a bit now. Late at night at White Plum Hall, Qingming quietly opens the door. He seems quite nervous, tiptoeing out of the courtyard. For some reason, to avoid a wet behind the ears kid, he has to go through all this trouble. As Qingming walks, His mind is full of thoughts, though I really want to flip the table. Yin Zhang's expression at that time reminded me of the Sect Master. Their expressions look more and more alike. It's making me feel somewhat guilty, though I really want to kick those bi-generations' butts. I want to crush those Zhongnan guys even more. This place will do. Qingming picks up his sword, draws it slightly, then suddenly becomes alert. He's truly afraid of that woman who appears out of nowhere, like a leech, following me day and night. Whenever I'm alone, she suddenly appears saying she wants to talk. The strangest thing is her whereabouts. I completely can't track her. In these 80+ years, I've never encountered a ghost. A soft, distant call brings forth wails echoing throughout the valley. Qingming clearly feels his heart hurt from the fright this woman gave him. Just as he's about to curse to vent, Lu Yixue gazes at the young man with her calm eyes. I am your martial aunt. You are my martial nephew, so you must be polite to your martial aunt. Qingming's scalp tingles. Why do you always follow me? Seeing Liu Yixu frown, he has to change to the formal you. If the Sect Master saw this scene, he'd probably laugh his head off. Life truly is unpredictable. Sighing softly, Qingming feels helpless. Despite his nearly 100 years of experience, he can't see through this person's thoughts at all. But she seems very concerned about the sword technique that makes plum blossoms bloom. Even though he keeps playing dumb, she doesn't mind. She's very serious, saying she wants to learn. Hearing this, Qingming is somewhat dazed. So, this Liu Yixue is only following him for this reason. She seems to have no intention of tracing it to its source. It's as if she knows what it is. But Qingming doesn't dare be careless, maintaining his stance of denying to the death. She says, I'll tell the senior brothers, even tell the Sect Master. But Qingming really isn't afraid. After all, based on her one-sided words, who would believe a brat who entered Manhua only half a year ago could perform a sword technique that makes plum blossoms bloom? Besides, you are my martial aunt. I am your martial nephew. Shouldn't you be teaching me sword techniques? The young woman truly doesn't know how to bicker. She nervously grips her sword tightly. She says, no harm. There's a saying about not being ashamed to ask those below you. Qingming is truly speechless. Isn't this insulting him? However, the young woman then says, I couldn't have been mistaken because I've seen it before. The young woman understands the weight of these words. Qingming understands even more. The sword technique that makes plum blossoms bloom has been passed down through Manhua's generations only through oral formulas. That day, all Manhua elders died on the peak of the 100,000 mountains. But aside from me, she has actually seen it too. In other words, what exactly is your relationship with Zhongnan? Qingming stares intently at the flustered young woman, weighing in his heart how much is true and how much is false. After thinking for a while, this girl's level of confusion doesn't seem like something that could be acted flawlessly. Relaxing slightly, but since this involves Manhua's 1,000-year legacy, Qingming still doesn't dare let his guard down. However, upon asking, Lu Yixue's expression becomes complex. She says that long ago she saw this sword technique, but she can't say more. Her expression seems increasingly sorrowful. Looking at Qingming with resentful yet determined eyes, she says, teach me. Before Qingming figures things out, he naturally won't easily relent. But the young woman's strangeness, Qingming keenly perceives clearly. Has she given up? But suddenly, Lu Yixue draws her sword. Then there's no other way. You're right. I am your martial aunt. You are my martial nephew. I should indeed teach you something. Looking at the young woman whose aura suddenly rises, Qingming only feels this is a psycho. No wonder she's not close with the bi-generation disciples. Her level of abnormality is off the charts. The young woman's gaze sharpens. Here I come. What the hell? She lowers her eyes and gazes at the young man. Her left-hand sword pulls back fully, the original thrust instantly becoming a circular slash. Indeed, this woman's sword technique is sharp, but this is a killing move. She really wants to cut me down. What freaking martial aunt uses a real sword to slash her martial nephew? Hearing this, Lu Yixue's eyes become even more serious. Because you're stronger than me. Having spoken, she rapidly returns using her already agile body. Qingming dodges as much as possible, but the more he watches, the more alarmed he becomes. Because from the young woman's sword, he can sense very deep Manhua sword intent, seemingly light, yet concealing killing moves. Not to mention the Qing generation. Even in the Yun generation swords you can't see. This sword path closest to Manhua's essence. There's an opening. Lu Yixue's sword passes almost touching Qingming's ear. If I hadn't dodged that, Qingming leaps backward, unable to stop himself from cursing. You psycho! I would have died if I hadn't dodged just now. There's no way you couldn't dodge it. The young man has no idea where this girl gets her confidence in him. But since she truly has no connection to Zhongnan, it's not impossible to guide her a bit. The young woman's sword strikes the ground. Her eyes shine with sharp, cold light. Seeing this move again, Qingming quickly retreats. Stop using killing moves, you crazy woman. However, Lu Yixue's offensive is fierce, but the side effects are obvious. He also notices the young woman's abnormality. Her gaze is unfocused, as if her spirit has immersed itself in the sword moves. The second generation disciple's physical condition is too poor. Combined with freely wielding killing moves, she quickly enters an extreme state of oblivion. The benefit is the chance to comprehend her own sword intent. But the downside is, one careless moment could lead to chi deviation. She's lucky it's me. Anyone else would have left already. The angle of this move should increase a bit more. Like this. As Qingming makes what appears to be a blocking motion, Lu Yixue's sword edge shifts slightly. Though the young woman seems airheaded, her comprehension is excellent. In just an instant, she seems to enter an instinctive state. From the looks of it, this martial Aunt Lu's talent with the sword should rival Zhao Ji's. The young woman glances sideways at Qingming. She also realizes she completely can't compare with him. She charges again faster than before. Your arm needs to rise higher. Only like this will you have power when slashing the throat. Too low this time. Go higher. Now it's too high. Don't strike here. Right. Just like that, it's gradually improving, but this is only temporary. Looking at her condition, let her have some time to clear her mind. However, Qingming doesn't notice that a man has also arrived here. Bai Tian takes a deep breath, almost roaring at Qingming. What are you doing? The young man is bewildered. How is this guy also here? However, Bai Tian has only just arrived. He sees junior sister Lu sparring with Qingming late at night. His jealousy explodes completely. Without a word, he draws his sword. Gathering sword energy, he lunges toward Qingming. This stance seems like he wants to kill the young man on the spot. Qingming's eyes also turn cold. With a leap, he immediately meets Bai Tian head-on. Then gathering inner energy in his left foot, in an instant he kicks Bai Tian's blade. At the moment of their clash, violent winds rage around them. Qingming actually blocks a real sword slash with his flesh. Bai Tian is also stunned. The young man says nothing, exerting force with his foot. This senior brother of the Bai generation is blasted into the ground like a cannonball. As the dust settles, Qingming's lips curl with helplessness. Using sword energy against me? How much do you hate me? But suddenly, he remembers that girl's condition just now. This commotion won't cause her to have chi deviation, will it? If she was disturbed by that noise just now. But when Qingming approaches to look, Lu Yishui is clearly still immersed in her own world. Such a huge commotion, and she's this oblivious? But fortunately so. At this moment, a voice sounds again. You brat. Do you know what you're doing? For martial artists, don't you know how important the state of oblivion is? I truly didn't like you before, but I never thought you'd be such a bastard as to disturb a martial aunt in her state of oblivion. Obviously, he hasn't noticed his own problem at all. You freaking charged over with sword energy without saying a word. What if you had injured your precious junior sister Lu? Bai Tian still wants to argue. If you hadn't resisted, how could there be such a commotion? You want me to wait for death? Not only did you have killing intent, but your sword also carried sword energy. You did everything you should and shouldn't have done. Dare you say otherwise? The atmosphere between them falls into silence. Qingming is impressed. Are all the second-generation disciples crazy? Even if there are some psychos in a group, there shouldn't be this many. As for Bai Tian, he now feels even more absurd. He truly did have killing intent just now, but that strike containing sword energy didn't injure this guy at all. However, he can't let him continue being so arrogant. In any case, if you leave now, today's matter ends here. Otherwise, I'll discipline you as a martial artist. Qingming is actually quite pleased that Bai Tian is giving him this opportunity, but he glances behind him. Lu Yishui's condition, though more training would be better. The help I've given her should benefit her for a lifetime. But since an annoying guy has appeared to help improve Manhwa overall, teaching this idiot a lesson is another matter. So Qingming suggests Bai Tian as an uncle master. Bullying your martial nephew, if word gets out, wouldn't be dignified. How about we make an agreement? However, Bai Tian doesn't wait for the young man to finish and interrupts. Do you think, being here already, I'd still care about dignity? If they want to punish me, at worst I'll just endure it later. Now no one can protect you. These words sound manly enough, but I have a better method. We can swear to each other not to tell anyone about what happens here. That is to say, even if I get beaten, I absolutely won't report to the Grand Uncle Masters. This way, we don't need to worry about Uncle Master and Martial Nephew relationships. We can resolve things cleanly without future troubles. This benefits everyone, doesn't it? Bai Tian frowns deeply. He really can't understand Qingming's intentions, but he can't help snorting twice. Fine, you're still a man. As you wish, I can swear. I absolutely won't tell anyone about tonight's events. In this match, I'm not your Uncle Master, and you're not my Martial Nephew. I'll also eliminate all my negative feelings toward you in this match. Before that happens, Bai Tian speaks passionately, but Qingming suddenly laughs. Match? What match? Who said this is a match? You brat, you're finished. Bai Tian looks bewildered. This kid just entered the sect. How does he look so terrifying? Feeling uneasy, he shouts, You brat, are you insane? Qingming speaks calmly. You're wrong. The insane one isn't me. If not insane, how could anyone provoke me? These words make Bai Tian grind his teeth in anger, arrogant until the very end. He truly can't take it anymore. I'll kill you! Bai Tian strikes with full force immediately. His technique with sword energy forms blades around him that seem to tear the air. Qingming is already too tired to complain about this crude phantom sword. Even more laughable. While Bai Tian executes the phantom sword, his variations resemble heavy strikes more. This sword technique isn't Manhua's. Li Songbai learned Manhua's phantom sword. This kid learned Zhongnan's orthodox style. What a bunch of unfilial descendants. As Bai Tian charges forward, he shouts, I must fix your bad habits today. Qingming, while bending to dodge, no longer has playfulness in his eyes. Never has anyone been able to fix my bad habits. In just an instant, Qingming's fist has already blasted toward Bai Tian's face. Just like that, in an almost twisted posture, he's sent flying backward by one punch, accompanied by a tremendous sound. The blankness in Bai Tian's mind comes faster than the pain in his body. In just one exchange, he's been beaten until he lost his fighting ability. How can this be? Though his voice is weak, Qingming hears it clearly. He says, You casually modified sword moves created for variation. How could there not be openings? The reason you find it inconceivable is because the opponents you've faced before all had similar strength to yours. And although you may be slightly ahead of those junior brothers now, the advantage isn't really that great. They'll catch up to you soon. Bai Tian staggers to his feet. He doesn't understand how Qingming, a disciple who just entered, knows all this. But now Qingming no longer wants to explain. Bai Tian made the same mistake as Li Songbai, but now it's not really a problem anymore. He has experience reaching the peak. Applying it to the current situation, it's easy to see the crux of the problem. So Qingming calmly states, You should be grateful for your identity as a Manhwa disciple, though I really want to beat you senseless. You're still a dear Manhwa disciple after all. So rather than beating you, I'll help you onto the right path. But don't worry, I won't cripple you. Some say Manhwa's sword techniques are meant to imitate plum blossoms. But actually forget it. You won't understand even if I explain. You'll understand while getting beaten. As the young man speaks, the sword in his hand is clearly slow, yet it becomes an afterimage before Baitian's eyes. His eyes are filled with confusion and disbelief. But the next second, only countless sword shadows remain before his eyes. A sound is heard. Lower body. He feels as if the sword hilt has pierced through his bones. Shoulder, wrist, waist, knee, ankle, shoulder again. Qingming's voice now sounds like a demon to him. Every strike on his body feels heavy as 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, the young man suddenly stops the phantom sword. Bai Tian thinks he's vented enough. Looking up, he meets Qingming's demonic face. This time it's the head. Head. As Qingming strikes wildly, Bai Tian is beaten unconscious. The last question in his mind before fainting is why he called out 5 times, but hit me 6 times. After a moment, Bai Tian slowly opens his eyes. Meeting Qingming's seemingly harmless face, he's completely terrified now. In a stress response, he trembles as he shields his head. Seeing him like this, the young man is quite satisfied. After being beaten so one-sidedly, Bai Tian no longer has the heart to discuss victory or defeat. I want to ask you, why are you so strong? Hearing this, Qingming is actually quite surprised. This kid's pride was so high, yet he's recognized reality this quickly. So he temporarily sets aside the thought of continuing to beat him. Squatting down, he says casually, "It's not that I'm strong, but that you're too weak, Uncle Master." Bai Tian wants to argue back, but the pain throughout his body makes it hard to form complete sentences. He can only say resentfully, forcing out, "I'm Bai Tian. One day I'll become the leader of Manhwa." Hearing this, Qingming rarely doesn't mock him. He says, "Even so, that doesn't prove you're not weak. You're like a flower in a well, a tiny world outsiders don't even want to enter. Yet here you are stuffing yourself full." Seeing him show another stress response, Qingming feels helpless and can only speak more gently. "You should know Manhwa is finished, right? But you keep saying you want Manhwa to rise again. What efforts have you actually made? In my view, you claim to go into seclusion, but you're really just playing house. On your way back, you don't forget to drink, even though the Zhongnan Hua assembly is coming up soon. You insist on bullying your martial nephews. Is this what you call effort? I think you don't even know what effort means. You do everything you want to do first, then invest whatever time is left. That's not effort. Doing less of what you want and more of what you must. That's effort. You just want to rule over this little kingdom of Manhwa. As for who you fought, at most it's people from Zhongnan sect, but there are countless people in this martial world stronger than them. Just because you have some skill, you really think you're strong? So stop being naive. It's not that I'm too strong. You're all truly too weak. You've never properly worked hard, and you've even got the direction wrong. Do you think just being serious will make you a master?" However, Bai Tian seems to have been beaten into wisdom. After a long silence, he suddenly looks up at Demon Ming. "Then, do you know the right direction?" The answer he gets isn't affirmative, but at least more accurate than theirs. After a moment, Bai Tian asks again, "Can you make me stronger?" Qingming chuckles. He says, "Of course I can." With his bruised and swollen mouth pressed tight, he slowly props up his battered body. Cupping his fists toward Qingming, he says, "Please make me stronger. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it, even if you want me to call you elder brother." But before he finishes, Qingming already blurts out, "I don't want to." Bai Tian, not being particularly bright to begin with, is now completely confused. Didn't Qingming say all this to show him the way? But what he gets is Qingming's rejection. Who wants to do something as troublesome as showing you the way? Besides, Uncle Master, you might have got it wrong. This isn't over yet. Why are people so selfish? Never thinking about what they've done, yet yielding at the right moment and then forgiving themselves, though you're not wrong to think so. What just happened can indeed count as payback for bullying the 3rd-generation disciples. But your offense of annoying me won't be settled so easily. Still don't understand? Don't worry. The night is long, and there's plenty of time. Tonight I'll make you understand why you're so weak. Why your sword technique is wrong. And most importantly, why you shouldn't provoke me." Accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls, Qingming feels thoroughly refreshed from head to toe. He plops down on the ground. 10 years of pent-up frustration released in one night. After a moment, he suddenly sits up again. Turning his head, he sees a wrinkled heap on the ground. His masterpiece. Beaten to this state, yet not truly injured. Who would have thought a beating could feel this satisfying? Qingming opens his eyes, meeting Lu Yishui's gaze. Another cry of alarm. The young man nearly gets a heart attack from the scare, but the girl feels quite wronged. She did deliberately make some noise earlier, but it was while the young man was beating that heap. Qingming glances at her. "You saw everything." Lu Yishui stares at him. An inexplicable chill rises in her heart. "Are you going to kill me to silence me?" Qingming narrows his eyes instead, saying, "That's too extreme," while staring at Lu Yishui's head. Noticing his strange behavior, she touches her own head, unsure what he means. Then she hears Qingming say, "Nothing. I'm just wondering which part of the back of the head to strike to cause memory loss." Hearing this, Lu Yishui shudders. She quickly turns away, claiming she's forgotten everything and has no idea what just happened. Didn't expect someone who looks so silly to have such strong survival instincts. She continues, "I've forgotten everything, but you have to teach me that sword technique." The young man sighs deeply. He knows he can't brush this off. After thinking carefully for a while, he finally says, "You don't really need to ask me. This was originally Manhwa's sword technique. After some time they'll teach you, though Manhwa doesn't have it now. Once they're ready, they'll naturally return to their rightful place." Then Qingming slowly stands up. He gathers his inner energy into 2 fingers, then traces arcs of light. Like this. The light arcs display before the girl a scene that seems chaotic yet follows patterns. This is the Yu Maiden sword technique. I've studied studied it for a long time and practiced it even longer. But why does it feel so different from mine? Like there's a fundamental difference. After a moment, Qingming slowly withdraws his inner energy. Did you understand? Liu Yixue shakes her head, indicating she didn't understand at all. But I think I understand what you're trying to say. You mean I need to explore it myself? I can't learn it until I reach a certain level. What I need to do now is solidify my foundation first, right? Rarely encountering a child with such high comprehension, Qingming is actually quite pleased. So he says, if you tell anyone about tonight, I definitely won't teach you. However, Liu Yixue actually doesn't like blabbermouths anyway. Seeing her promise, Qingming naturally pats her head. Even though the girl is annoyed, there seems to be nothing she can do. Before leaving, Qingming specifically says, remember to take that heat back. It's not good to just leave it here. With that, the young man gradually walks away. Martial Aunt Lu squats in place, her thoughts drifting far away. Her father's words from the past keep echoing in her ears. I will definitely restore this sword technique, and one day I'll return to Manhwa to beg forgiveness. Sure, come with me. Manhwa is a truly beautiful place. After a while, Qingming returns to White Plum Hall. Seeing everyone awake, he's also surprised. However, Zhaoji suddenly jumps up, saying Uncle Master Bai Tian has gone missing. So the Uncle Masters suddenly came to White Plum Hall looking for him. Hearing this, Qingming is quite speechless. Do they think people from White Plum Hall could kidnap Bai Tian? Yinzhong tentatively asks him. This shouldn't have anything to do with you, right? But he gets a denial. Bai Tian has been with me the whole time. Yinzhong panics. You didn't hit Uncle Master, did you? Or attack him like you said last time? Qingming scratches his face, then waves his hand. I'm not a child. Don't worry. Hearing this, Yinzhong finally breathes a sigh of relief. Good, good. I still trust you. After all, you wouldn't actually hit an Uncle Master, right? I didn't hit him. I just beat him into submission. Like a dog. What did he just say? Beat Uncle Master Bai Tian into a lapdog? Yinzhong is so distressed. He doesn't dare imagine what Manhua will become in the future. In the early morning, Senior Brother and Zhao Ji, having finished morning training, wait outside White Plum Hall early. But the Uncle Masters, who come looking for trouble every day, are strangely nowhere to be seen today. Recalling how Qingming said last night that he'd handled everything, Yinzhong still finds it unbelievable. How can beating up an Uncle Master solve problems? Zhao Ji also finds it strange. The two just stand there, now fully convinced that Qingming took down Uncle Master Bai Tian. Thinking of the upcoming Zhongnanhua assembly, Zhao Ji feels that at least Qingming's presence can help Manhua turn things around. However, Senior Brother isn't optimistic. He understands that for a sect to restore its glory, relying on one disciple alone is absolutely impossible, so they still need to strengthen themselves. Only when no one in this world dares look down on Manhua disciples will we have the right to speak of reviving our glory. However, at this moment, a crisp and loud scolding voice comes through. Qingming is being driven to distraction, being chased by none other than Martial Aunt Lu Yixue, whose head contains nothing but plum blossoms. She says, the Yu Maiden sword is a women's technique. Sending me to Uncle Master Yunjian won't help me learn it well. The way she puts it makes it sound like Qingming isn't a man. His head is buzzing. How did I end up with a shameless person like you? Equally confused are Zhao Ji and Yinzhong. They've never seen Martial Aunt Liu so talkative. Never mind. Let's continue training. Meanwhile, on a nearby hilltop, Bai Shang watches the unrestrained Qingming with countless grievances in his heart. He looks at Senior Brother and says, that guy shows no sign of reflection. Shouldn't we increase the punishment? Bai Tian's expression is very unpleasant. He glances at this foolish junior brother. Punishment? You? The wind is strong on the hilltop and Bai Tian doesn't really want to discuss this, so Bai Shang doesn't hear what he's muttering. But Bai Tian has no intention of explaining. Clutching his stomach, he can hardly believe that after being beaten to a pulp last night, today he shows no external signs. Qingming, you're truly ruthless. Bai Shang asks him why he suddenly stopped everyone from suppressing the third-generation disciples. He can't understand Senior Brother's thinking, but Bai Tian has no grand ideas. He simply doesn't want another beating. But he can't say that, so he makes an excuse about the Zhongnanhua assembly approaching. There'll be plenty of opportunities to discipline third-generation disciples later. Right now, we need to focus on facing external opponents together. Bai Shang lowers his head. Though he's mentioned this before, since Senior Brother has come around, he feels there's no need to dwell on it. Bai Tian is fortunate. His junior brothers hold him in awe, which is why they saved his face. So he still says thank you to the junior brother who understands him. Then he glances at White Plum Hall again. When the Zhongnanhua assembly ends, they'll probably witness something quite absurd. Perhaps Zhongnan's sect will be more shocked than us. I should focus on my own matters now, though I still find that Qingming kid troublesome. Thinking that bastard will also participate makes me realize I have no time to waste. This time, I will definitely prove my worth. The next morning, Yunjin reports that Zhongnan's sect will arrive at the mountain gate today. Beneath Xuankang's calm exterior, his mood remains extremely grave, though the mountain gate no longer looks so shameful. Thanks to Qingming, that little lucky charm he knows, the biggest problem is still martial arts. Though they've recovered part of their legacy, to change things won't happen overnight. However, supporting the sect for so long has made Xuankang understand one thing. Sometimes, compared to tactics and strategies, waiting might also be a good approach. Hearing this, Yunjian lowers his head. He understands that it's not only the younger generation who push themselves to keep improving. The sect master who walks the path of a Taoist probably won't stop refining himself until his last breath. He looks at the sect master. Manhua will surely regain its glory in your generation. Xuankang smiles gently. He says, Yunjian, you don't need to comfort me. I know my shortcomings. Even if we truly regain our glory, it will be entirely due to the disciples' efforts. Besides, if it weren't for my senior brothers leaving Manhua, I'd probably just be a slacker chanting scriptures all day. But Yunjian doesn't think so. In his view, from the day his senior uncle disciples left Mount Hua, they proved unqualified to be sect master. So please don't belittle yourself. Xuankong looks at him, rarely showing a gratified smile. Then he asks about the second-generation disciples' recent situation. Yunjian reports that after their trials, they've stabilized their mindsets. But sect master, honestly, I'm still afraid, though I want to believe in the children, but you think the second-generation disciples can't defeat Zhongnan sect? The sect master seems to have already known. He calmly takes a sip of flower tea, then asks about the third-generation disciples' situation. At this mention, Yunjian's face shows undisguised confusion. As for the third-generation disciples, they seem extremely serious about preparing. Perhaps too much so, but he can't really say this to the sect master. He can only silently gaze at the tea in his hand. As for Xuankong, things truly aren't easy for him. To keep Yunjian from worrying too much, he says the Zhongnan Hua assembly is just a platform for exchange. Victory or defeat doesn't matter. Besides, they're guests who've traveled far. Regarding the Silver River Merchant Guild matter, even if Zhongnan wants to make things difficult, every problem has a solution. Don't worry too much. After Yunjian takes his leave, only this aging man remains in the room. Xuankong's bitterness finally spreads. He laughs bitterly at himself. Victory or defeat doesn't matter. A Taoist, lying so casually, but even having recovered the 7-plum sword manual, restoring past glory is just wishful thinking. If only the plum blossom sword technique were still here. He lets out a long turbid breath. Immortals, please protect Mount Hua, Huayan County. Though not crowded, its prosperity is still evident. For a county at the mountain's foot to have such scale is quite remarkable. Yet one person in the crowd shows extreme disdain. Zhang Shuhan asks, Senior brother, was Mount Hua truly once the leader of the 9 sects and 1 guild? This town seems too shabby. Responding to him is a young man of exceptional bearing. You're wrong, junior brother. It's precisely because of Mount Hua's existence that such a large town appeared in this remote place. This place mainly provides support, yet having this scale shows how formidable Mount Hua once was. That's true, but they've declined now. What's the point of sparring with Mount Hua disciples whose swordsmanship is poor? Hearing this, senior brother Qin Jinlong's expression becomes serious. He says, watch your words. That could be seen as questioning the elder's arrangements. Zhang Shuhan wants to say more, but glancing behind senior brother, he understands. Makes sense. After all, we need to restore this disgraceful guy's reputation. Strange though, ever since he caused trouble outside, he suddenly becomes silent, makes us feel awkward about criticizing him. However, what he doesn't know is that Li Songbai always found previous visits to Mount Hua easy, but now, just standing at the mountain's foot causes that person's shadow to overlap with his own. This pressure makes his heart feel like it's bearing a massive stone. Perhaps we're heading into a dragon's den. After a while, Zhongnan's second-generation disciples reach the halfway rest stop. Mount Hua holds the title of most perilous mountain under heaven. Though not particularly tall, it's clear that climbing it in one go tests their stamina. But what's hardest to accept is that even when they reach Mount Hua, there probably won't even be decent food. Even our Zhongnan doghouse is better than this place. Only senior brother Qin Jinlong understands the elder's deep attachment to Mount Hua because his family is prestigious and knows something of Mount Hua's terrifying dominance over Zhongnan in the past. Only the current disciples. They have complete contempt for this half-dead sect. Besides, which sect hasn't had a golden age? They're too weak now to compete with us. Like this, the second-generation disciples chatter back and forth, all viewing Mount Hua as lower than their feet and more worthless than dogs. Only Li Songbai speaks up inappropriately. I advise you not to underestimate Mount Hua. You might suffer greatly. However, disciples whose eyes are higher than their abilities won't listen to such words. Most even mock him in return. Seeing his brothers so frivolous, he understands. He was the same way back then. Just as he's about to ignore them, an elder's affirmation comes from the distance. The person is named Sima Sheng. He says, do you know how furious the sect master was about approaching a declining sect and losing face to them? Our Zhongnan sect is destined to dominate the world, so the sect master wants to use this Zhongnan Hua assembly to recover our face, then sever ties with Mount Hua completely. But if anyone becomes careless because of this, and gets humiliated by Mount Hua disciples again, I guarantee his life won't be better than a rat's. Remember, even a lion uses full strength against a rabbit. This time we must not only suppress their momentum, but more importantly, crush their spirit. Let's go. Don't keep them waiting. After a while, after traversing winding mountain paths, everyone finally arrives at Mount Hua sect. But what meets their eyes is a brand new mountain gate. This gives Qin Jinlong an inexplicable feeling. He knows the Silver River Merchant Guild would sponsor Mount Hua, but it's only been a few days. Could they have moved fast enough to not only repay debts, but even rebuild the mountain gate? Elder Sima is relatively calm. It's just a gate, nothing to make a fuss about. With a clattering sound, the gate gradually opens. Elder Xuanshang warmly cups his fists in welcome. After a polite greeting, he receives Sima Sheng's questioning instead. Why isn't the sect master here to greet us? We've traveled far, yet the sect master won't even show his face. Is this appropriate? Looking at his sour and bitter face, Xuanshang suppresses his anger again and again, as if he didn't hear the arrogance. He naturally says, please enter, we've prepared a banquet to welcome Zhongnan disciples. Hearing this, old thief Sima doesn't want to acknowledge him at all. Mount Hua's banquets are always leftovers and scraps, still trying to put on airs. However, as he steps through the gate, his mind still dwelling on Mount Hua's decline, the sudden smooth surface beneath his feet shocks him. Only then does he look down. What? Their martial training ground isn't dirt? Looking up, the condition of the inner halls and pavilions is not only much cleaner than before, but even obviously dilapidated areas have become brand new. He knows well that Mount Hua sect's visible expenses alone are quite substantial. This causes old thief Sima to suddenly turn and blurt out, did Mount Hua turn to thievery? At first, Xuanshang doesn't react, but in an instant, he can no longer contain himself. Just as he's about about to rebuke him. A furious shout suddenly comes from nearby. What nonsense are you spouting? Drop dead! Looking up, they see a wet behind the ears brat, but the fact that even a young punk dares mock him makes Sima Sheng even angrier. He glares viciously at Qingming and asks, "What did you just say?" So Qingming glances at Zhao Ji, who's been tormented to dizziness. He says, "You've only run a few steps and already want to rest?" This leaves Zhao Ji confused, but suddenly Qingming kicks his ankle and scolds, "Less talk, run properly." Before Zhao Ji can protest, Qingming turns back and says smugly, "Actually, that's what I meant. Didn't expect you to misunderstand. Please don't take offense. This clumsy acting wouldn't even fool a ghost, let alone old thief Sima." Fortunately, Qin Jinlong suddenly stops him. After all, arguing with a child would be undignified, so he glances at the young man. "May I ask the young Taoist's name?" Qingming's face remains innocent. "Are you asking me? If I tell you, will you know who I am?" Qin Jinlong is stunned. He didn't expect this kid's every sentence to be so irritating, but he doesn't take the bait, laughing lightly. "Perhaps I really do know. Can you tell me now?" Seeing his barb hit cotton, he doesn't bother continuing, so he scratches his ear and says, "I'm Qingming." Qin Jinlong remembers. The one who made them lose face at the Silver River Merchant Guild was a Mount Hua disciple named Qingming. He just didn't expect him to be so young. And because of this kid, all the deals with Shangxi's top 10 merchant guild were stolen by Mount Hua. Absurd. So he takes a breath and coldly looks at the young man. "So you're young Taoist Qingming, but why does it seem you haven't learned any manners?" Clearly he's looking for trouble, and Qingming loves it when people play like this. So he pretends to be hard of hearing, asking him to come closer. Seeing the big oaf hasn't reacted, he deliberately raises his voice several notches and shouts, "Are you deaf? I told you to come closer." Clearly a vein bulges in Qin Jinlong's jaw. He can't figure out where this kid gets the confidence to play like this. Supposedly, when he sparred with Li Songbai, he was beaten bloody and unconscious in one move. This shows his martial arts aren't strong. Qin Jinlong suppresses his temper and asks, "You're a third-generation disciple, right?" After receiving confirmation, he feels confident again. He says, "By that logic, I'm your martial uncle, rather than having me come over. If you had any manners, shouldn't you come to me?" But Qingming has been waiting for exactly this. He pretends to ponder for a long time, thinking carefully, "You're right, but compared to Zhongnan's elder pointing fingers at our sect master, me treating a martial uncle this way should be more polite, right? Don't you think?" At this moment, Qin Jinlong's face burns with shame. He doesn't understand how this kid so easily led him into this situation. However, old thief Sima has actually calmed down. He truly doesn't want to pretend anymore. He says his rudeness relies on strength, because only when being criticized does rudeness count as a mistake, but the right to criticize comes from strength itself. So when someone as strong as me acts rudely, I won't be criticized. As for children, throwing tantrums is easily forgiven, but without strength, this temper will eventually kill you. Remember my words, brat. Let's go. Just like that, old thief Sima leads Zhongnan disciples away from the training ground. Among the crowd, Li Songbai steals a glance at Qingming. Given their different positions, they can only nod briefly at each other. Qingming actually has a pretty good impression of him. After everyone leaves, the young man finally breathes a long sigh. Qingming is seething with anger right now. A bunch of thieves who stole Mount Hua's legacy swaggering into Mount Hua is already infuriating enough, but they dare insult our sect master. Since you want to flip the table from the start, don't blame me. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji, who is used as a prop, has no awareness. He just thinks this guy has gone crazy again. How dare he provoke a Zhongnan elder? With another scream, clearly Zhao Ji brought this on himself. Qingming looks at the third-generation disciples. He says, "Senior brothers, you saw that, right? Now listen carefully. If you dare lose to those guys, I'll beat you to death. Understand?" On Zhongnan's side, Zhang Shuhan seems to hear the commotion. He also finds it absurd. How can there be such an overconfident person in this world? Qin Jinlong follows his gaze. Now he really wants to see, after tearing that kid's mouth apart, if he can still talk nonsense. However, their pride as Zhongnan disciples doesn't make them feel their behavior is inappropriate at all. Through constant exposure, most Zhongnan disciples believe that with their strength, what they say is truth. So Qingming, I think this Zhongnan Hua assembly will be very interesting. As they say, when thieves come from afar, beat them to death. However, though Qingming is a powder keg, his brain is quite sharp. Zhongnan sect uses power to bully, so naturally he won't give them any leeway. But Mount Hua now is like a terminally ill elder, having barely addressed external injuries. The internal core can't be saved overnight, yet the Zhongnan Hua assembly is imminent. Old thief Sima doesn't even hide it. He makes clear their Zhongnan sect master's intention. After this assembly, given the vast gap between Mount Hua and Zhongnan, there's no need for further contact. Xuankong never expected that fellow Taoist sects could be so domineering, and Sima Sheng, though alone, facing Mount Hua's core members, appears so infuriatingly arrogant. He says, exchanges with Mount Hua are of no benefit to Zhongnan sect's development. Moreover, don't you find it hypocritical? For 1,000 years, relations between Zhongnan and Mount Hua have never been good. More accurately, we're more like enemies. Just looking at how everyone here wants to chew me up makes it quite obvious, even though I haven't been verbally offensive. The relationship between Mount Hua and our sect has always been like shattered porcelain, impossible to repair, hasn't it? After a moment, the sect master finally suppresses the impulse in his heart. He understands Zhongnan's meaning. After this Zhongnan Hua assembly, they'll no longer use this exchange format, but will openly trample Mount Hua underfoot. What could be more humiliating than this? Yunyan is still questioning. It's too sudden. Seeing this child doesn't understand, old thief Sima asks him back then, do you think Mount Hua now is qualified to be Zhongnan's opponent? Looking at the silenced youngster, Sima Sheng chuckles. He says, our Zhongnan sect has supported Mount Hua for so long. I think we've been more than generous. What do you mean, supported? Don't you think that's going too far? However, facing the furious Yunyan, Yunyan, the response is even colder words. Zhongnan's sect let go of past grievances. When you were down, we continued holding the assembly at Manhua and provided financial support each time. How dare you blame Zhongnan's sect now? Yunyan's palms are already clenched so tightly they creak. He's not stupid. The Zhongnanhua assembly is held at Manhua only because they want to come personally and mock the declining sect. The financial support they provided was just bait to ensure impoverished Manhua couldn't refuse to host the assembly. The sect master knows even better that they're muddying the waters. But what makes Yunyan most furious is that after hearing all this, he can't refute it at all. An old thief, Sima, seeing these people's extraordinary patience, feels rather bored. He lazily stands and strides away. Xuankong's voice sounds faintly. Zhongnan's sect has chosen the path of domination, correct? This is the one thing old thief Sima can't refute. But he still doesn't look back. He says this matter isn't for someone of his status to decide. After a moment, the finance pavilion master loses patience first. Facing Zhongnan's tyranny, even the usually calm Yunjin can't stay composed. But they also understand that with Mount Hua's defeat, in this situation, no matter how they protest, it's utterly powerless. For the sect master, as long as it's for Mount Hua's survival, he can endure any humiliation. What worries him most is that with Zhongnan's determination, this assembly's martial contests will likely be even more difficult for the children. This situation where they can neither advance nor retreat leaves them momentarily at a loss. Only Yunjian, recalling the children's daily training that seems almost obsessive, somehow gains a trace of confidence. He says, since Zhongnan's sect wants to deliver the final blow, to show everyone the gap between Mount Hua and them, then we just need to not lose during the contests, right? Sect master, let's believe in the children who've worked so tirelessly. Meanwhile, in Mount Hua's dining hall, Zhongnan's second and third generation disciples are feasting heartily. Most disciples don't seem to notice anything unusual, but this doesn't include Qin Jinlong. Looking at the banquet that can almost be described as lavish, he only feels disgusted. Seeing senior brother so rarely serious, Zhang Shahan feels uneasy. He says, senior brother, Mount Hua is indeed somewhat arrogant, but for a sect, martial arts is most important, isn't it? Bringing out so much good food is at most just strong in appearance but weak in reality. However, how could Qin Jinlong not know this? But what he wants is perfect victory. Reputation, wealth, martial arts. Mount Hua shouldn't match us in any of these. Even just this makes him very uncomfortable. He says, have you forgotten our resolve? In our generation, we will push Zhongnan's sect to the position of the #1 sect in the world. But you're all acting like tourists so lax. It makes me very angry. Junior brothers and nephews, don't forget why we're here. If anyone loses face for Zhongnan's sect before the elders punish you, I'll be the first to deal with you. Understand? As everyone declares in unison that they will remember, applause drifts in from outside. The senior disciple turns to look, only to discover that Elder Sima has already walked in. He looks pleased. Although Jinlong said everything he wanted to say, this actually makes him feel even better. As disciples of Zhongnan, they should have this mindset. Moreover, this assembly isn't just about winning. They must make Mount Hua tremble at the mere mention of them. Qin Jinlong is still somewhat puzzled. Elder Sima clasps his hands behind his back. He says that although sparring should stop at the right point, their momentum is sharper than expected. So, our Zhongnan sect has limits to showing mercy. Qin Jinlong freezes for a moment, then understands. His expression clearly becomes sinister yet pleased. Indeed, facing such momentum, we could easily get injured too. Sima Sheng is quite pleased with this young man's cleverness, so he continues along this line. You must be extra careful to end the matches without getting injured yourselves, even if by accident you break their arms. There's one more thing you need to do for me. That arrogant, disrespectful one. Absolutely don't let him off. A child not yet of coming of age dared to show no weakness before me. I don't want to see such a child grow up in Mount Hua. Hearing this, Qin Jinlong understands who the elder is talking about, so he turns around and calls over a third-generation disciple named Yu Liang. He says this young man has the best martial arts among the third-generation disciples. He should be the best choice to deal with Qingming. Tomorrow's assembly will definitely go as the elder wishes. Seeing how thorough Qin Jinlong is, Elder Sima's eyes rarely show such satisfaction. This assembly will surely mark the beginning of Zhongnan sect's golden age. Dark clouds gather in the night. The door of White Plum Hall makes a slight sound. Yin Zhong wanted to come out for some fresh air, but discovers Zhao Jie is already standing outside. The young man keeps looking up at the sky, then lets out soft sighs. Clearly, both of them are nervous. However, Yin Zhong hears that Qingming is still sleeping. He doesn't know if that guy has nerves of steel or what. Sometimes he envies him, but other times he thinks he's too crazy. And when dawn breaks, it will be the Zhongnanhua assembly. That guy can actually still sleep. It's not that I'm too bold, but you two are making a big fuss. At this sudden voice, the two finally see clearly. Qingming has already changed into his Taoist robe, holding his sword. He asks why they're not sleeping yet. Zhaoji says they're nervous if they lose, but before he can finish, Qingming walks closer and interrupts. Only those who haven't prepared properly feel nervous. Yin Zhong still wants to argue, but Qingming continues on his own. If we went back 10 days, could you have done better? Hearing this, Yin Zhong's first reaction is that going through another 10 days of that insane training. Just the thought of it feels maddening. However, the young man continues. Since we've done everything we should, there's no need to be nervous. What you're feeling now is just a lack of confidence. Be frank. Admitting your weakness is no big deal. You can honestly say you've given your all. That's enough. No matter what others say. At least I know. You two really put your lives on the line with me this time. So, stop overthinking. Getting enough sleep to maintain peak condition is also a form of effort. Watching Qingming walk away, Yin Zhong can't help but ask where he's going. Learning he's going to train, he feels surprised. Today is the assembly. Won't training affect his performance performance? However, what he gets is Qingming's leisurely voice drifting back. He says cultivation is 100 times more important than this small matter. With that, he completely disappears from their view. This guy really went to train. Responding to Zhao Jie is Yin Zhong's helplessness. Are we worrying for nothing? Qingming is right. We've already tried our hardest. We should at least be able to sleep, to be worthy of this suffering. Let's get some rest. Zhao Ji lowers his head. His mind seems to relax considerably. He obediently returns to the sleeping quarters. Yin Zhong turns back once more toward where Qingming left. He seems to understand now. No matter the assembly's outcome, as long as Qingming is here, the third-generation disciples will keep getting stronger. After a while, deep in the back mountain, Qingming pokes his head out like a thief, glancing around. Surely no one will follow him today. Thinking of that woman, surnamed Lu, makes him furious. If she dares to follow again, Qingming wouldn't mind cracking her skull open, tying her up with rope, and throwing her off the cliff. After a moment, the young man sighs again. But I can't hit a martial ant. This is so frustrating. Just as he's thinking this, Qingming suddenly jolts. He keenly detects something unusual from behind and to the side, thinking she followed again and about to curse. But his eyes narrow. Wait, that's not right. That person doesn't seem to be his martial aunt. And there are two people, in the dead of night, meeting in this deep mountain forest. This definitely smells of conspiracy. Just like that, Qingming approaches the two as if discovering a new continent. He stops only at a tree trunk clearly visible. From the back, it's actually Bai Tian. The other person seems to be from Zhongnan sect. He hears the other person say leisurely, "Looks like you're doing well, my little brother, little Tonglong." Bai Tian doesn't react much to this, but Qingming can't hold back a snicker. The two look up but don't notice anything unusual. They take it as just the autumn wind rustling through the leaves. Qingming can barely contain himself now. Bai Tian is actually named Tonglong. That means these two are actually blood brothers. But these names are way too casual. He really wants to meet their parents and see what they were thinking with those names. Bai Tian turns back, his voice sharp. "Don't call me that name anymore. I'm Bai Tian, senior disciple of Manhua's second generation." Qin Jinlong seems completely indifferent. He says, "I know, Tonglong. Looks like you're doing well at Manhua. Your complexion is pretty good too. I just wanted to see you. My foolish little brother who ran away from home to defeat his big brother. Although I confirmed it once 2 years ago. When it comes to crushing failures, I never get tired of it no matter how many times." Hearing this, Bai Tian is angry but seems helpless. He knows this man well. His gentle smile can no longer hide the rot inside. As long as he sees someone as weaker, he'll ruthlessly humiliate them endlessly. Seeing Bai Tian remain silent, Qin Jinlong chuckles lightly. "Actually, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, Zhongnan can still take you in. Moreover, if you truly want to defeat me, you should join Zhongnan sect. Only then would you have a 1 in 10,000 chance. But you talk one way, yet stupidly chose to join Manhua, entering a sect that's about to be finished, still having such pipe dreams. It's utterly laughable." Qingming isn't laughing anymore. He watches everything unfolding with deep eyes. Bai Tian's teeth are nearly grinding to dust, but he still calms himself. He says, "Indeed, I initially joined Manhua because of you. Back then, I naively thought defeating you by leading the Manhua sect you hate most would be the most satisfying. But that was just the beginning. Now, I truly love Manhua. Living as a second-generation disciple of Manhua and as senior disciple Bai Tian makes me immensely proud." Hearing this, Qingming recalls the scene where Bai Tian asked him to make him stronger. Now he understands. That guy wasn't acting on a whim, but feeling proud of being a disciple of a failing sect. This is really... Are you mentally unstable? Qin Jinlong's sudden remark instantly triggers Qingming's protective instinct. Does this punk want to die? However, Bai Tian is even more agitated. "Don't look down on Manhua sect. It may seem strange to you, but after coming here, I realized happiness isn't about eating and dressing well. They need me here. Likewise, Manhua gave me the goal of leading it to rise. It even let me feel love." Qin Jinlong's mouth twitches. He truly thinks his brother is not only weak, but also hasn't faced reality. Talking about love? Then let me tell you, you're finished. The price of one wrong choice is that you'll be nothing but a third-rate swordsman for life, suffering endless humiliation, and you'll watch helplessly as I become the sect leader of Zhongnan. Come to think of it, watching your trash-like life is actually quite entertaining. Today you'll understand just how foolish your chosen path is. A declining sect and a fool. This combination is truly perfect. Bai Tian can't take it anymore. He furiously shouts at Qin Jinlong not to mock Manhua with that foul mouth, or he'll tear it apart. However, before he can finish, Qin Jinlong's mocking laughter already rings out. Then a blue glow gradually emanates from his body. Violent internal energy spreads around him. He says, "What can you do to me? Trash like you. After today, you and your Manhua sect will never have face in the martial world again." After a moment, Qin Jinlong finally withdraws his internal energy. He enjoys Bai Tian's expression, but crushing him is better suited for the assembly. Bai Tian watches Qin Jinlong walk away. His lips can't help but bite down. He keeps forcing himself not to waver. "I am Bai Tian. One day, I will lead Manhua to reclaim its past glory." After a while, he turns around to head back, but a light cough comes from above. Qingming is looking at him with a smile. This startles Bai Tian. However, the young man leaps down. He can't help but let slip Tonglong. Looks like he heard everything. However, while Qingming finds it amusing, he genuinely admires him for caring so much about Manhua. Bai Tian hopes he won't tell others. He fears some people will think negatively. The young man pats his chest. "Don't worry, I, Qingming, am the best at keeping secrets. The very last." Bai Tian breathes a sigh of relief, but something feels off. Qingming asks again, "So you're Qin Jinlong's younger brother, right?" Bai Tian falls silent. After a long while, he speaks. "Although I'm his brother, we're not close. We have the same father but different mothers. Since childhood, but he's suddenly interrupted by Qingming. I don't want to know about other things. Either you're a concubine's son or the youngest, suppressed by a talented older brother, and eventually ran away to Mount Hua. I don't want to hear such cliche stories. Bai Tian is speechless. Can you not summarize someone's life so simply? However, just as he's about to explain, he hears Qingming say, "Good that you came." Seeing he didn't hear clearly, Qingming repeats, "I said good that you came to Mount Hua, regardless of your background or story. As long as you chose to come to Mount Hua, you are a disciple of Mount Hua. I will prove to you that abandoning Zhongnan sect and choosing Mount Hua was absolutely not a wrong decision." Although Bai Tian feels these words shouldn't come from such a young person, hearing Qingming's words brings some comfort to his heart. He asks the young man how he'll prove it and when. Qingming points at the bright moon in the sky. "Today, of course. Now is the time to crush those Zhongnan sect disciples. Let's raise hell at dawn." The second and third generation disciples rarely gather together. Xuankong's face shows serenity. He says he can see everyone is nervous, but there's no need to be so tense. Victory and defeat don't require such obsession. Whatever the result, you are still Mount Hua's most proud disciples. Qingming listens. He slowly closes his eyes. Although these are all empty words, they don't boost the disciples' morale, or even make them feel they carry Mount Hua's honor. But clearly, the sect leader's words allow the disciples bearing heavy burdens to relax. Xuankong's hands clasp behind his back grip tighter, but his lips struggle to show a slight smile. In his own way, he tells everyone that Mount Hua will always be their support. After a while, Sima Shang also arrives with the Zhongnan disciples at the already prepared martial training ground. Disciples from both sides sit facing each other on opposite sides of the arena. The Zhongnan disciples seem well prepared. Once Elder Sima is seated, they take their seats in unison. But suddenly, Yunyan's abrupt commotion comes from outside the mountain gate. A group of people never seen before grandly enter through Mount Hua's gates. Not only are they dressed luxuriously, but the finance pavilion master clearly recognizes some of them. When Xuankong learns these people are either guild masters of the 10 great merchant guilds or Shangxi gentry and notables, he seems to instantly understand something. He turns to look at Elder Sima. He truly didn't expect such underhanded tactics just to ensure Mount Hua can never raise its head again. However, Xuankong is mistaken this time. Even Sima Shang doesn't know why it turned out this way. Seeing the other side question the sect leader, they're confused too. They turn to look at Yunyan. He says he originally wanted to stop them, but the person who brought them was me. The sect leader looks at the newcomer in shock. He never expected it would be Master Huang from the Silver River Merchant Guild. He says, "My apologies, sect leader, for not informing you in advance." But this old man felt that such an assembly would be too dull without an audience. So this old man took the liberty of bringing some people. "You don't mind, do you?" Seeing things have come to this, Xuankong can only accept it. Master Huang then turns and glances behind him. Qingming's innocent expression suggests he noticed him too. It turns out that some days ago, Qingming had sent him a letter, hoping he could bring influential people to watch the Zhongnanhua assembly. This wasn't difficult for him. Naturally, he was happy to do the young man a favor. Once everyone is seated, Yunyan slowly walks onto the arena. He takes a deep breath. "I announce, this year's Zhongnanhua assembly officially begins. Soon, the first group to compete are the second generation disciples from both sides, accompanied by cheers from both sides' disciples. Bai Tian and Qin Jinlong slowly step onto the arena. The gentry and notables off the arena seem pleased too. After all, they've long heard of Qin Jinlong's exceptional talent. He's a talent who can lead Zhongnan to greater heights. And judging by appearance alone, Mount Hua's disciple is also outstanding. This makes them gradually anticipate the match. After their previous encounter, Bai Tian knows clearly that his opponent's strength is unfathomable. So at this moment, he's extremely solemn. Qin Jinlong smiles faintly. "Surprising. You actually didn't run away." Bai Tian points his sword at him. "How could I be scared off by Zhongnan's sect, especially in front of you? I am a second-generation disciple of Mount Hua, and the future sect leader who will lead Mount Hua." Bai Tian. As he strikes first, the sword in Bai Tian's hand seems even more proficient than days before. His opening move is his best technique, the crouching tiger rising sun sword. Instantly, dust rises on the arena. Mount Hua's magnificent sword moves make even the old folks' blood boil. Even Yin Zhang and Zhao Ji off the arena are surprised. They've seen this move from their martial uncle before, but this time, this sword strike seems even more ferocious. Moreover, when the two figures become clear, Qin Jinlong seems only able to retreat and dodge. As Bai Tian lands again, light seems to burst from his eyes. The sword leaps forth with sword energy. Even Xuankong is shaken seeing this. When did this child attain such a level? If even the sect leader is like this, the disciples are even more excited. Yin Zhang keeps tugging at Qingming's sleeve. "Qingming, look, our martial uncle is chasing Qin Jinlong. Maybe he can really win." However, Qingming is helpless. He says it's impossible. Bai Tian hasn't even touched that guy. Does he look like he's winning to you? On the arena, the dust settles. Bai Tian is already drenched in sweat. Looking at the man whose figure gradually appears, he's angry, helpless. Why? Why is it like this? The man strikes with all his might, but cuts only emptiness. His proud sword technique is like child's play before his opponent. He's angry, confused. Why can't he even touch his opponent's hem? For him, 2 years of seclusion was all for today's redemption. But look at his opponent, not even breathing hard, too insurmountable, like looking at a towering cliff reaching the clouds, a cliff so high it robs one of the courage to even attempt climbing. But all my efforts, all that time, where did it all go? I refuse to accept this. However, Bai Tian is already exhausted, but he still chooses to burst forth his internal energy throughout his body. Streams of sword energy surge densely toward Qin Jinlong. He roars, but this Zhongnan senior disciple's eyes don't show even a ripple. He even advances step by step against Bai Tian's sword energy. This bizarre scene, Bai Tian refuses to believe. He immediately changes sword techniques again, but judging by the stance, it's actually Zhongnan's orthodox gang sword. But this doesn't mean he's foolish. For one at wit's end, breaking through all techniques with force is worth a try. However, unfortunately, he clashes head-on with Qin Jinlong, but the outcome seems unchangeable. With a thud, Bai Tian doesn't even have the strength to stand. Looking at his foolish little brother, he can't help but laugh. Looks like you're having fun. Bai Tian glances at the repulsive man. But unexpectedly, Qin Jinlong thrusts his sword, accompanied by the sound of shattering bone. This Manhwa second-generation senior disciple's consciousness gradually blurs. Just like that, he collapses on the arena. But Qin Jinlong's next kick pulls Bai Tian, about to lose consciousness, back with its pain. Fool, you think with Manhua's martial arts, no matter how well you train, you could touch even a hair on my head? Let me show you just how foolish you and those you cherish are. With a loud crash, Qingming can barely restrain his urge to go up and kill him. Looking at Bai Tian again, he's kicked far away like a ball, but clearly with trembling hands, he grips tightly the already broken wooden sword. Even unable to defeat his opponent, he refuses to surrender. Relying on sheer will, he stands up. At this moment, Qin Jinlong attacks again. A fierce look suddenly rises in Bai Tian's eyes. He swings the broken sword at his opponent again, but is repeatedly struck by his swift sword. In just a blink, Bai Tian is beaten from every angle, but the physical pain doesn't make him fall. Even though his pain receptors can no longer process what his eyes see, he still stabilizes his stance through willpower. If he had a choice, he would never let himself take such a beating, but now he's already at his limit. So Bai Tian charges at his opponent again, but no miracle happens. Qin Jinlong's elbow bends even faster than before. Seeing this, Bai Tian knows he's finished. The wooden sword in his opponent's hand now pierces his shoulder. This scene horrifies both second and third generation disciples. Bai Tian lies on the arena like this, but once again, he chooses to prop himself up. Qin Jinlong's voice carries no mercy. He says, "That's it. You'll never touch my hem in this lifetime. The gap between your Manhwa and our Zhongnan is as vast as what you see now. With your meager martial arts, you could never be Zhongnan's sex match. I think it will be the same even 100 or 1,000 years from now. If you still want to catch up to me, I advise you to leave Manhwa soon. A sect about to collapse will only be mocked." As Qin Jinlong speaks, what he gets is Bai Tian somehow finding strength to shakily stand up again. He gasps for breath. His eyes show unyielding determination. "I am a disciple of Manhwa and will never leave." A mocking laugh sounds. "Indeed, if you're still a man, you would naturally do this. But unfortunately, I still won't show mercy." Just like that, Bai Tian completely loses consciousness. With a thud, he crashes heavily to the ground. Several second-generation disciples rush onto the arena frantically. Bai Shang trembles all over. He gently lifts his senior brother. At this moment, Bai Tian is already unconscious. Bai Shang grits his teeth. His anger has reached its peak, but when he questions if this is too much, what he gets is more mockery from Qin Jinlong. He says it's only because this is sparring that it ends here. If I had a real sword, what do you think he'd look like now? Besides, how would I know he's this weak? Hearing this, Bai Shang's fury seems uncontrollable. He orders two junior brothers to immediately take their senior brother to medical hall. Then he slowly rises. "Let me experience your so-called remarkable swordsmanship." Qin Jinlong doesn't mind who comes to their doom first. He generously says it's fine with him. He turns and calls out, "Shuhan, you be his opponent." Ironically, the gentry and notables enjoy pastries provided by Manhwa, not caring at all how severely the defeated are injured in the matches. They continuously praise how Qin Jinlong truly lives up to his reputation as Shanxi's greatest prodigy. Master Huang, watching them like this, feels helpless. No wonder people love to curse merchants. Someone gets beaten so miserably, yet they only think about making money. Although I'm also a merchant, Zhongnan truly is a group that even I can't help but detest. But speaking of which, young Taoist, what are you thinking? I thought you had me make this spectacle because you'd already figured out a solution. You must know that continuing this way, Manhwa will only accelerate its decline into eternal damnation. I hope you won't disappoint me. At this moment, Yin Zhong looks into the distance, feeling anxious inside. He worries whether their martial uncle will be alright. Qingming beside him knows clearly that Bai Tian can't be fine. Such severe injuries won't heal anytime soon. Yin Zhong feels mixed emotions right now. Facing such a result, he sees not a ripple in Qingming's eyes. Honestly, he's a bit angry. Even if Qingming's relationship with their martial uncle is poor, he's still their martial uncle. How can he feel nothing at all? Yin Zhong gets more agitated. He doesn't realize he wouldn't normally dare speak so harshly to Qingming. However, the young man rarely doesn't get angry. He stares at Yin Zhong and says, "Calm down. What are you expecting? You don't actually think he had a chance to win, do you? Isn't the current situation what everyone should have recognized long ago? If success came just from that kind of effort, this world would be full of masters. Just watch. All the second-generation disciples will lose. There was one who could win, but it seems he has no intention of fighting." Hearing this, Yin Zhong's heart twists. He doesn't understand. Are the 9 sects and 1 guild really so unreachable? Qingming looks at him with surprise. He says, you've got it wrong. We won't lose. I said only the 2nd generation disciples will lose. Hurry up and warm up. We need to fight beautifully. At the same time, Baishang is also defeated. Shuhan steps on his chest. I thought you could last a bit longer. From his angle, he's looking right at Qingming. His lips curl in disdain. Mount Hua is full of guys who are only good with words. Before long, the result is just as Qingming predicted. The 2nd generation disciples are all seriously injured by Zhongnan's sect. 9 consecutive defeats. The wooden sword that falls at Xuanshang's feet seems to remind him that Mount Hua is beyond saving. However, he tries to get the sect leader to stop the matches. He doesn't notice that Xuankang's face is already ashen. The gentry and notables are all here. If he dares suggest stopping the assembly, it's equivalent to announcing to all of Shanxi that Mount Hua is finished. This isn't just about his own reputation as sect leader. Right now, their only glimmer of hope is to continue fighting. Xuanshang, there's no turning back now, as the last 2nd generation disciple falls with serious injuries. Elder Sima can no longer hide his triumphant expression. He clenches his fist in excitement. The result of 10 consecutive victories satisfies him greatly. This scene is exactly what countless Zhongnan sect ancestors dreamed of. Perhaps this long-cherished wish will be fulfilled in his hands. Yunyan comes to the arena. If he could, he really wants to find a hole to crawl into. But next are the 3rd generation disciples matches. With 10 consecutive defeats, Yin Zhong and the others can barely breathe under the pressure. Their martial uncle's defeats seem to remind them of the gap between dreams and reality. However, a strange creaking sound comes from beside them. It startles Yin Zhong. Qingming's expression shows a fury he's never seen before. Yin Zhong wants to tell him to calm down. This mad dog almost bites him too. Yunyan also notices the commotion among his disciples. From afar, he hears them shouting not to let go. Calm down. You're the last one to go. You can't do this. However, how can they stop an enraged Qingming? A thunderous sound. Qingming crashes onto the arena with an almost leaping motion. When he stands firm, Yunyan is surprised. How did this kid rush up first? Before he can ask anything, he hears Qingming say coldly, before I destroy you all, whoever it is, hurry up and come at me. The scene doesn't look at all like it should come from the side with 10 consecutive defeats. Even Qin Jinlong thinks this kid is a crazy lunatic. But whatever. Yuliang, you go tell him what he really amounts to. With that, Xian Yuliang's figure instantly arrives on the arena. I've been hearing my martial uncles talk about Qingming these days. Today, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. I am from Zhongnan's sect. Xian, you, when did he? From the instant Qingming disappears to landing a punch on his face. This scene stuns not only Yin Zhong and Zhao Ji, even Sima Sheng can't control his shocked expression. A worthless fool with too much talk. Want to die? I'll help you. Qin Yuliang's figure flies backward through the air like mud. For Elder Sima, what shocks him most is that kid's movement technique just now. He, as an elder of Zhongnan's sect, couldn't even see it clearly. Is this reasonable? With a clang, the boy falls to the ground, nearly breathless. Qingming picks up the wooden sword, walking while saying, stop playing the victim. Your grandpa here hasn't even used internal energy yet. Instantly, the Zhongnan disciples off the arena start cursing loudly. They say Mount Hua has no martial virtue, no courtesy at all. However, at this moment, Xian Yuliang's body trembling, slowly grips his wooden sword. He finally climbs to his feet, but now Qingming realizes he wasn't paying attention and might have hit a bit hard. Are you okay? The boy's nosebleed sprays like a rainbow, yet he insists he can still fight. But Qingming actually feels a bit worried. If he accidentally kills him in the match, wouldn't that be bad? He turns to Yunyan. Shouldn't we send him for treatment? However, Yunyan is confused too. Just as he's about to ask the elder's opinions, the young man tears off his own sleeve, then tears it in half, and uses it to block the gushing blood. It's clear he wants to continue. Qingming's eyes narrow. Although this kid is from Zhongnan, this quality is actually quite likable. Just as he thinks this, he hears his roar. You despicable villain, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Even if you kneel now, it's too late. Just as he finishes speaking, a strange cold wind sweeps over him. Clearly, in Shan Yuliang's eyes, that was just carelessness. But why? Does that kid suddenly look somewhat terrifying? Very good. I was just feeling a bit guilty. Come on, I'll show you what it truly means to not touch even a single hair. Clearly, the young man is gritting his teeth in anger. But suddenly, a sharp shout from off the arena. Looking back, Qin Jinlong tells him not to get agitated, but his eyes reveal coldness. Xian Oliang isn't stupid. He knows the consequences of losing. When he turns back, he's calmed down considerably. His wooden sword points at Qingming. He says your provocation tactic is quite good. Qingming's face shows disdain. Think whatever you want. With the young man's roar, he charges forward with that ridiculous appearance. Qingming unhurriedly spreads his arms. With a hiss, his figure seems to tremble. The next second, he appears behind his opponent. Xian Yuliang's eyes widen in terror. In just an instant, a force strikes across his waist. However, Qingming doesn't seem to plan on stopping there. Really, these recent little brats are quite rude. Let Grandpa teach you what exactly politeness means. As a devastating blow strikes his lower body, the young man flies out in an excruciatingly painful manner. The agonizing pain and helplessness quickly blur his consciousness. Even Qin Jinlong is sweating now. Xian Yuliang trembles and collapses to the ground. Qingming walks up to him, first glancing at this ungrateful little punk, then picking up the cloth stuffed in his nose. He pulls it right out. Instantly, the rainbow appears again. This scene makes the Zhongnan sect disciples very nervous. However, Qingming feels much better now. He looks down at the arena and smiles. Don't panic. This kid won't die. With that, he swaggers down from the platform, returning to his original position. The finance pavilion master still hasn't grasped what happened. Manhwa won the match with overwhelming speed. He seriously suspects he's daydreaming, so he turns and asks, Sect leader, what exactly? Hey, Sect leader, how come even senior Xuansheng? No way, how could that kid be so strong? Right, he should have lost. How did he win? Xuansheng slaps himself hard, confirming this isn't a dream, then quickly turns to Yunjian. Learning that Qingming joined the sect less than half a year ago, he begins to suspect he's dreaming again. Reaching that level in just half a year, Yunjian, did he study other martial arts before joining? Yunjian confirms he didn't, but that boy has barely shown his strength, so even I don't know his true level. Xuankong finally snaps back to reality. He originally thought Qingming was just a lucky charm, never daring to hope the boy could do more for Manhua. But the talent the youth just displayed was extraordinarily high. Clearly, strength aside, he's an unprecedented genius. The finance pavilion master seems unable to analyze the current situation. He asks the sect leader if Qingming's victory can preserve Manhua's dignity. What he gets is Xuankong's affirmation. Because Qingming didn't just preserve Manhua's dignity, he's certain this boy will surely shoulder the responsibilities of the next 100 years. At this moment, the calmest person present is Master Huang. In his view, Qingming's complete victory was inevitable. He understands the young Taoist is someone who never loses battles. Today's outcome will very likely be completely different from everyone's expectations. Though these gentry and notables have noticed the boy's extraordinariness, it's too late now. The young Taoist has long been mine, and he should know clearly this battle can't truly save Mount Hua. Come then, let me see how Taoist Qingming will organize Mount Hua's counterattack. At this moment, the youth feels infinitely refreshed. Yin Zhong and Zhao Jie can tell Demon Ming genuinely enjoys beating people up, and this time seems different. The martial uncles still watching are almost all cheering for him. The way they look now, it's as if they've completely forgotten how uncomfortable Qingming made them feel before. The youth waves his hand, telling them not to make such a ruckus. Yin Zhong is overjoyed. In his eyes, nothing brings more happiness than harmony among fellow disciples. However, Qingming suddenly calls out to him. Yin Zhong understands. It's his turn now. As the eldest senior brother, having let his junior brother complete what he should have done, what he must do is continue the victory. Qingming, don't you have any advice? Qingming looks at the overly tense Yin Zhong. He says there's no real advice. Even if he told him now, he wouldn't be able to use it. Just get up there. Remember, aim for the head. With that, Yin Zhong slowly walks onto the platform with his wooden sword. Clearly, the kid is telling him not to be so tense, but thinking about what if he loses this match. Senior brother, Yin Zhong jumps in fright. He looks back. He hears Qingming say, if you dare lose, you're dead. The youth freezes for a long moment. Then a slight smile appears at the corner of his mouth. Right, the wind now has turned in Mount Hua's favor. When Yin Zhong reaches the center of the platform, he shouts loudly, Mount Hua third-generation disciple Yin Zhong humbly invites a Zhongnan sect disciple to spar. This call would normally be nothing, but to Qin Jinlong it sounds like Mount Hua's naked provocation. In his eyes, Mount Hua should be trembling before Zhongnan. But what's happening now? Is it all because of that Qingming kid's appearance? So he shouts, suppressing his rage, Kong Zhen, go defeat that arrogant thing. Instantly, the youth immediately arrives at the platform, sword pointing at Yin Zhong. Seeing this familiar figure, Yin Zhong remembers. 2 years ago, it was under his sword that he was beaten without any power to fight back. He's strong, so strong that back then he lost without even touching him once. If Qingming hadn't appeared, today, the result might have been the same. Every time we sparred with Zhongnan, we suffered crushing defeats, to the point where all our training felt meaningless. Perhaps that's why, when everyone faced despair and wanted to give up, only one person didn't yield, Uncle Bai Tian. Because of his presence, almost all of us stayed. But then, someone appeared before us as if dropped from the heavens. Each of us has been tormented by him for half a year, while training with everything we have. I don't know if this can truly close the gap between us and them, but whatever the outcome, I absolutely won't be defeated easily. At this moment, Kong Zhen briefly greets his defeated opponent from 2 years ago, with no intention of giving Yin Zhong a chance to talk. His eyes turn solemn. In an instant, he charges to Yin Zhong's front. Clearly, the same technique as last time. He can predict the sword path, yet he can't block it. But this time, absolutely won't let you win so easily. What? He actually blocked it. Looks like you haven't wasted these 2 years, but even so, you still won't be my match. Yin Zhong's heart jumps seeing how fast he moves. Instinctively, he raises his sword to block. Indeed, his sword's power and speed are both astonishing. It feels more than twice as strong as the last match. Is this Kong Zhen's true strength? But why? Why can I see his every move clearly? With a resounding boom, Kong Zhen is pushed back several steps by Yin Zhong's counterattack. Even so, his mind is suddenly confused. This guy not only blocked his sword technique, but even had strength left to interrupt his assault. Yin Zhong still can't believe what he just did. He looks up at Kong Zhen and suddenly asks, that's it? Seeming to realize he was a bit rude, he quickly explains, you're not going easy on me just to humiliate me, are you? But what he doesn't know is, these words infuriate Kong Zhen to the point of smoking from his 7 orifices. Roaring, he charges again. Yin Zhong tentatively kicks back. Unexpectedly, he actually sends him flying far back. But compared to his opponent's shock, senior brother Yin's mind is even more in chaos. He turns his head. What exactly did that guy do to us? But Kong Zhen's roar pulls him back to the present. Whoosh! Kong Zhen explodes with all his power and charges forward. forward, and Yin Zhong, at this moment, he finally feels confident inside. He wants to test that move he's practiced every single day. He raises his wooden sword, silently reciting in his mind. Condense all variations and techniques to the fingertips. The lower body must be steady as Mount Tai. The eyes can't miss any change. And most importantly, when the decisive moment arrives, you must have the resolve to not swing a second sword. I won't hesitate for even a moment. I'll take him down. This is the youth's righteous sword for himself. It contains half a year of inhuman pain and torment. He desperately wants to know what exactly that kid did to them these past 6 months. The youth charges up and slashes. His opponent blocks horizontally with his sword. What follows is a loud clang. The broken sword blade flies far away, looking at Kong Zhen again. He's already unconscious. This scene leaves not only Zhao Ji dumbfounded, old Fox Sima and Qin Jinlong find it even more incomprehensible. Something's wrong. That kid clearly didn't use any techniques. He doesn't look like a second-generation disciple age-wise either. What did he use to defeat Kong Zhen? As for Yin Zhong, even he finds it incredible. After a long silence, his upbringing brings him back to his senses, so he clasps his fists, indicating he learned much. Instantly, the Manhwa disciples off the platform also snap back to reality. They go wild, shouting as if years of gloom are swept away in this moment. Looking at the sect leader, this happiness comes so fast he nearly collapses on the spot. Indeed, the struggles and helplessness the older generation experienced at Manhwa, how could the children understand? Just Qingming's complete victory alone is already tremendous news for Manhwa. Now even Yin Zhong has won. How can their hearts not be stirred? Zhao Ji is very curious. He urgently wants to know how his eldest senior brother did it. But what responds to him is Yin Zhong telling him to go up boldly. Even if you wanted to lose, it'd be hard. Then he turns to Qingming with the question burning in his heart. What he gets is Qingming's light chuckle. He says, I only showed you how to win. You know, Zhongnan's sect disciples are indeed strong at their age, but because they learned too much they shouldn't at this age, in a sense they're also weak. Yin Zhong is utterly confused, only able to look at him with puzzled eyes. But Qingming stares back at him and says, Senior brother, practicing martial arts is like building a tower. The foundation determines how high it can reach. But they started building the second and third layers before stabilizing the first. What do you think will happen when such a tower collides head-on with a one-layer but extremely solid tower? Actually, the basics of martial arts are using your body perfectly to strike your opponent accurately. From this gradually extends branches like slashing and thrusting. As you delve deeper, various technique choices emerge. What I did was simply make you focus more on the basics. Look, brother Zhao Ji's movements, aren't they completely different from before? A stable lower body allows you to execute your movements cleanly. A solid foundation allows you to allocate more focus to observe your opponent's techniques. And the third generation disciples, because they're all young. As long as they do this well now, kids around your age basically won't be your match anymore. Yet such a simple principle makes Yin Zhong feel even more puzzled. He can't help but ask why other sects don't do this. But when he sees the youth's kind-looking expression, his voice gets quieter and quieter. Fortunately, Qingming patiently explains. A person only has limited time each day. Do you think anyone can simultaneously maintain high-intensity study while ensuring moral cultivation, respecting elders, caring for the young, treating people sincerely, and all the other ways of a gentleman? Everyone knows how to become a gentleman. But those who can follow these conditions have been few since ancient times. This is why our predecessors demand we constantly strive forward. Because people can't do it, they must desperately try to do it. And this is the result of your half-year of effort. You don't need to thank me. When you successfully persisted, today's match was already decided. This is probably like a bird whose wings aren't fully grown. Only after jumping out of the nest does it realize how important space to take flight is. With that, Qingming doesn't bother explaining further. As for Yin Zhong, he's amazed at where this guy learned all this. But in just this short time, Manhwa has already achieved 4 consecutive victories. Looking at the junior brothers, they're practically ready to jump on chairs. As yet another person wins. Each of them awakens from a dream just like he did. Clearly, the third generation disciples succeeded. Judging by momentum, Manhwa's is more overwhelming. When the last junior brother also defeats Zhongnan, Yin Zhong excitedly calls out to Qingming, "We won! Thank you, really, thank you so much." But what responds to him is the youth's dismissive expression. Everyone was originally happy, but now they completely don't understand what the youth means. Senior brother, you might not know, the word tie doesn't exist in my dictionary. Yin Zhong's eyes widen. This familiar feeling, please, when you do things, I get scared. But clearly, Qingming won't listen to a single word. They not only stole Manhwa's sword techniques, but also insulted the sect leader in front of all the disciples. If such people come to our Manhwa and I let them return with all limbs intact, that's not my style. Then, Qingming says, "Senior brothers, I'm about to do something. Don't miss any detail. Make sure to watch from start to finish." With that, Qingming takes the wooden sword and walks toward the platform. As soon as he finishes speaking, everyone instinctively looks at him. Even the youngsters themselves haven't noticed. Qingming has long become their guide. At this moment, Xuankong's little heart is pounding to death. Look at him, tears of joy streaming down. Right now, whatever his junior brothers say, whether surprise or delight, he just keeps repeating, "Yes, yes. Finally, when I die, I can face our ancestors." But when he lifts his eyes, he discovers that boy has already stepped onto the platform. On Zhongnan Sect's side, everyone has their heads buried low, seemingly not noticing the anomaly on the field. Old Fox Sima is about to explode with rage. 10 consecutive losses. How do these idiots have the face to accomplish that? Qin Jinlong is even more furious. In his view, this should have been a perfect victory. How dare they tie with our Zhongnan? But at this moment, a voice suddenly rings out from the platform. Looking up, they hear that most detestable guy say, "Master Huang, having watched from start start to finish, you should have a reasonable judgment. So I'd like to ask you, who won this assembly? Looking at the youth's sudden question, he finally understands. The young Taoist doesn't plan to let this assembly end in a tie. He's delighted. Having such a formidable ally, he's naturally happy to cooperate. So he smoothly throws the question to the gentry and notables present. Just as he expected, merchants are all shrewd. They all speak at once. They never reach a conclusion that satisfies everyone. So Qingming smoothly takes over. He says, I have a method to directly determine the victor. Let those 10 who just won over there fight another match against our 10 victors. But one-on-one isn't very interesting. So let's do a gauntlet match. The winner continues fighting the next person until one side's last person loses. The other side will be this assembly's victor. Of course, if Zhongnan admits defeat, pretend I said nothing. With that, the entire martial training ground falls eerily silent. Sima Sheng is first to react, a third-generation disciple. What gives him the nerve to propose this to Zhongnan on Mount Hua's behalf? Hearing this, Qingming acts casual. The sect leader is right next to you. Just ask him. Seeing the brat being so rude, old fox Sima is about to explode, but he keenly hears. The gentry and notables seem very interested in this proposal. This makes Sima Sheng pause, unconsciously weighing the pros and cons. Xuan Kong is confused though. Qingming's proposal seems to have no benefit for Mount Hua. Fortunately, Yunjian steps forward. Sect leader, that boy is sometimes excessive, but he's absolutely not foolish. More often, I actually feel his intelligence makes me ashamed of myself. So let's trust him. Xuan Kong looks up at junior brother Xuan Shang, discovering everyone seems to share Yunjian's feeling. Finally, he lets out a long breath. In that case, he still has the courage to gamble once more. However, when Sima Sheng hears Xuan Kong's Mount Hua agrees, his heart still can't help but shudder. He's not truly foolish. The current situation is definitely that kid's trap, but now he's in the same position Mount Hua was earlier. No turning back. So he indicates Zhongnan's sect also agrees. But suddenly, Qingming is yanked aside by an angry Yin Zhong. He's furious. There should be limits to fooling around, making third-generation disciples face Zhongnan's second-generation disciples. Moreover, Qin Jinlong is among them. Do you think we're that strong? The youth is speechless. Don't dream, senior brother. Among the third-generation disciples here, only Zhao Jie can spar with the other second-generation disciples. But if he faces Qin Jinlong, the outcome will be instant collapse. This is beyond basics. He's on a completely different level from you. But you don't need to worry. I absolutely won't let any of them get past me. On Zhongnan's side, honestly, old fox Sima already thinks highly of Qingming. He thinks this guy will definitely have the other disciples wear them down, then come up last to reap the benefits. And Zhongnan has already suffered a great loss here. This battle, they'd rather win ugly than have another accident. So ultimately, he chooses to have Qin Jinlong appear last. Thus, Zhongnan first sends out disciple Liu Bo. But the youth doesn't care about these schemes at all, because to let the entire martial world know of Mount Hua's transformation, third-generation disciples, victories at most would be casual conversation. Even if Mount Hua's third-generation disciples defeat Zhongnan's second-generation disciples, at most people would feel surprised. But if just one Mount Hua third-generation disciple defeats all of Zhongnan's second-generation disciples, such a Mount Hua will surely become a legend in the martial world. So, senior brothers, remember what I said. Don't miss any detail. Qingming clasps his fists and shouts loudly. Mount Hua third-generation disciple Qingming humbly invites Zhongnan sect disciples to teach me. In just an instant, Yin Zhong keenly notices that trace of casualness on Qingming completely vanishes. At this moment, he's like a swordsman stepping onto the battlefield. Yin Zhong suddenly stands. He knows clearly, missing any moment of what comes next would be a great regret. As for Qingming, his eyes already gleam with determination. Today, I will create a legend for Mount Hua. But Liu Bo, as a Zhongnan disciple, opens with Snowflake 12 forms. Such sword intent containing Mount Hua's essence. How could it escape sect leader Xuan Kong's notice? Normally seeing such techniques in Zhongnan disciples' hands, Qingming definitely wouldn't let it go. But look at his movements. Raises sword, thrusts forward. The basic sword-breaking form cleanly interrupts Liu Bo's phantom sword. Then power from the lower body. He slashes with the long sword. Liu Bo's entire arm feels instantly crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder. His center of gravity loses balance in just one exchange. And clearly, Qingming has no intention of giving him any chance. Step by step, he forces Liu Bo to retreat. Before long, he finds himself pushed to the platform's edge. But in this instant of distraction, the youth's sword is about to fall on him, though the blade doesn't completely land on his head. Qingming's sword instantly pulls back its force. Still, it brings a fierce energy wind to the entire platform. Xuan Kong's eyes widen. As Liu Bo tumbles off the platform, he still can't recover for a long time. Looking at the youth again, posture upright, as if nothing just happened. He lifts his cold gaze and says coldly, next, as a Zhongnan elder, Sima Sheng still finds it unbelievable because even he doesn't know if he wanted to suppress Liu Bo instantly, using only basic sword techniques. Is it even possible? His instincts tell him, if this brat is allowed to grow, one day, his shadow will shroud the entire Zhongnan sect, just like when the Plum Blossom Sword Master was active. Shu Han, you go, and absolutely don't let him win so easily. He nods, then arrives at the platform. Shu Han wasn't an overconfident guy to begin with. After Liu Bo's complete defeat just now, he definitely won't underestimate Qingming. But when he opens his eyes again, what he sees is an oppressive force he's never felt in his life engulfing his entire body. Yet this can't be blamed on him. Keen intuition is a quality an excellent swordsman must possess, but this also makes him lose the initiative even more quickly in battle against Qingming. The youth's every sword strike seems to demonstrate the ultimate limit that move can reach. Before Shu Han can react, Qingming completely defeats him the next second. His consciousness instantly leaves his brain. Thud! The youth stands firm once more. Next, this eerie scene continuously impacts the young people people's minds. Yinzhong watches carefully, but he can't understand at all how Qingming can defeat Shuhan, ranked second among second-generation disciples, with just 2 strikes. When 2 disciples drag the unconscious Shuhan off stage, Qingming finally returns to the platform's center. In his heart, this is only the beginning. Not only will I make them taste complete defeat, most importantly, I'll brand these thieves with an indelible mark. They did what they should never have done. Our Manhwa dedicated everything to save the world, yet the world we protected includes you, Zhongnan sect. But not only do you not repay that debt, you steal sword techniques, scorn our Manhwa, and even want to trample us underfoot forever. I've suppressed my rage every day until now. I will make you understand how terrifying Manhwa's fury truly is, since the 6 Harmonies sword technique demonstration is complete. Next comes the Plum Blossom sword technique. The Zhongnan disciples now already regard Qingming as a monster, so he cautiously picks up the wooden sword, intending to block his assault first. But the next second, Qingming already appears behind him. The disciple turns back in shock, seemingly not yet comprehending. But the next second, he completely becomes a plaything of sword energy. Fear and terror instantly crawl all over his body. He roars and charges at the youth, but unexpectedly, Qingming appears behind him again in the blink of an eye. Energy winds continuously tear at his body. Just as he falls, Qingming's sword already reaches his neck. The blade's pause dissipates most of the damage, yet gives this disciple's heart a more terrifying sensation than losing his soul. Thus, the youth once again seemingly easily claims victory. Until now, Yinzhong finally understands Qingming's intention. He originally thought the Plum Blossom sword technique wasn't a particularly powerful move, but in Qingming's hands, it's like a killing god. It's as if he's using actions to show them what Manhwa's sword techniques truly are in their original form. After a while, 6 consecutive Zhongnan disciples are all defeated by Qingming. Zhongnan sect's second-generation disciples are now like ants on a hot pan, but now, none of them dare go up and walk to their defeat, until an explosive shout rings out. Qin Jinlong has long been grinding his teeth at these useless fools, being scared by a kid 10 years younger, utterly shameless. Watch closely how I restore Zhongnan sect's honor. Though he says this, he knows deep down, with 6 second-generation disciples defeated consecutively by him, even if he wins now, Zhongnan's honor can't be restored. Just as Qin Jinlong is about to step onto the platform, the elder who cares most about honor not only stops him, but also assigns another disciple to go up. He says there's only one requirement: drain as much of his stamina as possible. Qin Jinlong is instead called over. The 2 arrive behind the screen. Sima Shang, with his back turned, slowly speaks. Do you think the others can win? Obviously, you should have guessed. That kid is a complete monster. But fortunately, he's still just a monster cub. But if we let him continue developing, one day he'll grow into a true monster, and he will definitely become our sect's obstacle. Jinlong, you're a genius, but do you think how many geniuses exist in this vast martial world? Probably no fewer than 10 in just your generation. And those competing for the title of #1 under heaven have never been geniuses like you, but monsters like them. Hearing the elder's words, Qin Jinlong initially thinks he's saying he can't beat Qingming. Honestly, he's unconvinced inside. But Sima Sheng's next words make him freeze. Jinlong, while he's still a monster cub, kill him. This sudden whisper startles even Qin Jinlong. Sima Sheng continues, talent is something you break before it fully shows. After this, there may never be another chance to kill him. Looking at the seemingly crazed elder, Qin Jinlong wants him to calm down. But what he gets is Sima Shang's counter question. Do you want to live your entire life under his shadow? And you don't need to worry. I'll bear all responsibility. You merely made a mistake. Accidents are inevitable in sparring, aren't they? After a pause, Qin Jinlong seems to finally make his decision. He looks seriously at Elder Sima and says, if that boy will hinder Zhongnan sect's prosperity, then I can accept any means. Hearing this, Sima Sheng's expression can no longer be contained. Compared to temporary humiliation, eliminating future troubles forever is what matters most. At this moment, on the platform, Qingming has already defeated the 8th Zhongnan disciple. Looking at the already scared, witless Zhongnan sect, Qingming originally thought probably only Qin Jinlong would dare to fight. But coincidentally, another person walks onto the platform. Young Taoist, I know now isn't the time for a decisive battle with you, but I can't just stand back and watch my sect be humiliated. The speaker is Li Songbai, the only Zhongnan disciple Qingming doesn't dislike. Thinking this, then let me show you the realm you will one day reach. As Li Songbai gathers his energy and focuses, he quickly assumes the opening stance of heaven-severing sword. Qingming likewise infuses his internal energy into his blade. If you can overcome this obstacle, it will be good medicine for you. But if not, perhaps you'll never advance again. Though this is only entry level, this lesson is the realm of the sword your Zhongnan ancestors once pursued. As Li Songbai approaches, his vision suddenly becomes pitch black. This state is very strange, leaving him confused. But the next second, his body, completely beyond his brain's control, wants to flee immediately. Only his eyes remain, staring fixedly ahead, because Qingming has transformed into a giant, slashing down with one sword. Yes, this isn't real, but even realizing the problem, he still can't escape this sword's lock. With a thunderous boom, a long, deep crater appears in the platform behind Li Songbai. In just one exchange, he completely loses the ability to stand. But strangely, a smile plays at his lips. I saw it. The realm of sword-body unity. Just like that, Li Songbai's fall now means Qingming's 9 victories are complete. Glancing at the two behind the screen, though he doesn't know what they're discussing. But Qin Jinlong, it's your turn. Witnessing this, Zhuangkong can't help but sigh. He thought he was the most useless sect leader of his generation. No impressive martial arts. Even the sect's millennia-old foundation, though so close, felt like a heavenly curse. This secret was discovered after the youth returned to the sect. He revealed not a single flaw, all to not let the entire sect sink into daily panic with him. If the sect leader is a sect sky, then he was more like thunderclouds above the bright sun, already covered in wounds. The only difference is, if the sky weakens, it collapses. But he could only endure each assault from above until complete annihilation. Yet all of this changed completely before a youth who dropped from heaven. Xuankong watches Qingming on the martial field, fighting as a third-generation disciple against second-generation disciples, achieving 9 victories. He knows, from today, all of Manhua will completely transform. Junior brother, say nothing more. Let's just quietly watch now. At the very end, what will he show us? At this moment, Qin Jinlong keenly feels the third-generation disciple's gazes, worry and anxiety, completely contrary to the expectation or admiration he worked his whole life to earn. But this guy changed all that in just half a day. He stares at Qingming with cold eyes. This person before him, from the start, he disliked him. Throughout, he maintained an indifferent appearance, as if in his eyes, whether himself or the elder, all exists merely to set him off. At this moment, even he himself hasn't noticed. Deep inside, he harbors an indescribable bitterness toward Qingming. He says, "Should I praise you? Your talent indeed gives you capital for arrogance, but unfortunately, you were born at Manhua. If you were at Zhongnan sect, perhaps you'd have a chance to beat me. And very unfortunately, you were born in the same era as me. Today, I'll brand you with a shadow you can never overcome in this life." Hearing this, Qingming instead sighs. First, praise isn't necessary. After all, defeating someone weaker isn't worth boasting about. Second, you're quite confident. At Zhongnan, I could beat you, but at Manhua, I can't. How did you come to think that? Finally, Qin Jinlong voices his greatest pride. In his eyes, Manhua is merely a sect struggling in past dreams. But Zhongnan is different. We constantly create better martial arts, better systems, and a better future. We are the strong who live in the present and look to the future. Hearing this, Qingming understands his confidence's source. But unfortunately, if that guy's so-called future weren't built on stealing Manhua's martial arts, perhaps there truly would be a day to overlook the world. But as it stands, they've long gone astray. Just now, I left a seed for Zhongnan's orthodox line. Whether this seed sprouts or not, I think I fulfilled the moral duty for casting shadows on them in my past life. And these fools, they covet Manhua's martial arts but can't understand their true meaning. So now, what I'm about to do is no longer the task of third-generation disciple Qingming. Qin Jinlong, come. I've prepared a grand gift for your Zhongnan, one you'll never forget your entire lives. Just as the two stand locked in confrontation, a low roar comes from behind Yinzhong. He turns to look and sees martial uncle Baitian rushing over, covered in wounds. It turns out Baitian just regained consciousness and heard that Qingming achieved 9 consecutive victories. That's why he completely disregarded his own injuries. As the eldest senior brother of the second-generation disciples, if he can't be present at a moment like this, he'll surely carry regret for the rest of his life. So, Qingming, you absolutely must win. At this moment, an autumn breeze sweeps across the arena. The next second, both their figures vanish simultaneously from sight. When they reappear, though both are using wooden swords, the explosive impact they unleash is exceptionally fierce. Their figures land almost simultaneously. Then comes another clash. They appear evenly matched, but if you look closely, you'll notice Qingming's sword strikes force Qin Jinlong to defend with his blade. This subtle difference means that in close-range combat, each of Qingming's strikes is more solid. As for Qin Jinlong, to prevent Qingming from dominating, he fights almost frantically. With another thunderous boom, they vanish again using each other's momentum. Each time they appear, only after images remain visible to the naked eye. However, this kind of exchange consumes enormous stamina and shouldn't last long. Yet the two somehow leave dozens of shadows in the air. As expected, seeing himself break free from Qingming's suppression, Qin Jinlong decisively strikes first. The snowflake 12 forms launches right at Qingming's face. Instantly, the youth is sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball. When the dust settles, in this lifetime, Qingming finally suffers a minor injury from an opponent. But unfortunately, this isn't because Qin Jinlong is strong enough. Rather, it's more to understand the stolen 24 moves Plum Blossom sword technique and see exactly how far Zhongnan sect has developed it. Clearly, Qin Jinlong's phantom sword is genuinely impressive, on a completely different level from Li Songbai's execution. The snowflake 12 forms in his hands is performed nearly flawlessly. Even Qingming can't help but admire it. But Qin Jinlong's falling snowflakes drift like real snow. Each solitary flake floating around the youth brings a cutting sensation like sword energy slicing through. Qingming retreats with large steps. Experiencing these falling snowflakes firsthand, he seems even more certain of his suspicion. Meanwhile, Qin Jinlong, seeing Qingming finally forced back, is delighted. Once upon a time, your Manhua's sword techniques were renowned for resembling flowers. But now, your symbol will be overshadowed by our sect's new sword technique. Our predecessors created this technique to show the world that Zhongnan's martial arts are superior to Manhua's sword techniques. Originally, I thought this was meaningless. But if this technique can sever Manhua's future, just thinking about it feels quite satisfying. However, after a long silence, Qingming suddenly bursts out laughing. With that clownish sword technique, being underestimated repeatedly makes the fury in Qin Jinlong's eyes intensify. But Qingming quickly explains not to misunderstand. He's referring to the Zhongnan sect that created that technique. It's obvious Zhongnan sect has greatly influenced you. But do you truly understand what that sword sword technique means? This leaves Qin Jinlong confused, not understanding what Qingming means. Seeing this guy genuinely doesn't get it, Qingming borrows his own words. He says that although this technique greatly resembles Manhua's sword techniques, it clearly appeared at Zhongnan. If it had been at Manhua, it would surely have become sharper and more magnificent. But Qin Jinlong doesn't think deeply about these words. In his view, Qingming is just arguing for argument's sake. This makes him completely lose his patience. His entire body surges with internal energy. He'll show this kid that Zhongnan's phantom sword will blanket the entire sky like blade edges, so thick that even sunlight cannot penetrate. Likewise, his opponent cannot possibly escape this move, and this is his ultimate mastery, snowflakes filling the sky. At that moment, the entire Manhua sect seems about to be torn to shreds by this white trial. Everyone feels as if their hearts are covered by an invisible layer of molten lava. This fear, not a single disciple escapes it. Even the sky full of plum blossoms that Lu Yishu once yearned for, now leaves only overwhelming oppression. Only Qingming, this scene, though somewhat different, still transports him back to that great battle 100 years ago. Perhaps those demonic cult fellows felt this way when they saw the sky filled with plum blossoms. Though this is merely empty show without sword intent, it's not entirely without threat. However, when Yunjian sees Qingming's stance, the elders all realize he's actually going to use the mid-tier martial arts 7 plum sword manual. But this technique is far too weak compared to the opponent's snowflake 12 forms. Qingming's choice is undoubtedly like throwing an egg at a rock. But what they don't know is that, even 100 years ago, only Qingming grasped the true essence. Manhua's sword techniques were never about imitating plum blossoms, but about making plum blossoms bloom. And as long as one masters Manhua's sword intent, any Manhua sword technique can make them bloom. At this moment, Qin Jinlong seems to witness something he would never have seen in this lifetime. The plum blossoms that vanish from Manhua for 100 years actually appear before his eyes. And what completely shocks him is that the sky full of falling snow, the instant it touches the plum blossoms, becomes like flowers in water, moon in a mirror. The speed of disintegration is like a pond struck by a single pebble. All reflections vanish in the next second. Qin Jinlong is utterly bewildered. His snowflake sword has long reached perfection. So why can this antique technique from 100 years ago dismantle his phantom sword? And Qingming finally speaks again. Zhongnan's greatest mistake was thinking Manhua's sword techniques merely chased the form of plum blossoms. But how could that be? However, what Qingming says is that all Taoist sects in the martial world embody their lineage through some object. Wudang's Taiji, Diankang's radiant sun, Kongtong's 5 elements. Only Manhua chose plum blossoms. But its essence is to make new life bloom under one sword. What flower specifically doesn't matter. Yet because plum blossoms fill these mountains, they became the faith these people needed for their lives. But over thousands of years, most people were attracted by its magnificence, mesmerized by the sword's sharpness, so they became trapped in the mire of superficiality, just like Qin Jinlong right now. And this is the grand gift Qingming prepared for Zhongnan sect. Let them witness with their own eyes how this hollow technique that abandoned the lineage gets crushed by me. From this day forward, every time you swing your swords, you'll unconsciously recall today's scene. Eventually, you'll discover that no matter how powerful the martial art in your minds, none can escape this technique. It will place an invisible shackle on you thieves. Even if one day you manage to break free, for you, the wasted time will be a devastating blow. Manhua will never disappear. The 7 plum sword manual, following the 6 harmony sword and plum blossom sword, is the first technique to integrate Manhua's sword arts. Using 6 harmony's fundamental slashing techniques, it forms the plum blossom sword art into a sword wall. Then it condenses the sword walls together, making them burst into chaotic blossoms. Flying petals merge with the wind. Qin Jinlong, do you understand now? This is Manhua's sword intent, accompanied by thunderous roars like heaven and earth being transformed. This leader of Zhongnan's second-generation disciples is completely swallowed by those dazzling plum blossoms. Only at this moment does he finally seem to feel what Manhua's sword techniques truly are. So beautiful. But why? Why can't my sword achieve such beauty? Just like that, he's utterly defeated amidst the plum blossoms Qingming made bloom. The arena is already devastated. Yet after waiting for a long time, the loudest sound in the entire training ground seems to be only the autumn wind, until the youth slowly speaks. This Zhongnanhua assembly belongs to us, Manhua sect. We won. Instantly, everyone snaps back to reality. Bai Tian seems to completely forget about his body covered in wounds. This is the first time in 100 years of suppression that Manhua can truly hold its head high. Even Sect Master Xuankong cannot resist the tears welling in his eyes. It makes sense. This was 1 against 10. That madman Qingming actually did it. Looking at the second-generation disciples, though they didn't win a single match, though they put on such airs before, when the name Manhua is mentioned, those feelings become insignificant. And this is what a sect means, Yin Zheng thinks. But suddenly someone grabs him. Zhao Ji seems to completely forget who he is, shouting senior brother over and over. That madman was incredible. However, what no one knows is that at this moment, Qingming's internal energy is in chaos. This battle, just recovering from internal injuries, will take a very long time. But he doesn't care. Though Zhongnan and Manhua are close neighbors and future disputes won't be few, this is already enough for now. When Yunyan steps onto the arena, he still can't believe this terrifying battle was Qingming's doing. If not for the youth's nod as a reminder, he wouldn't dare announce what seemed like a dream. Taking a deep breath, Yunyan loudly declares the assembly ended. Qingming looks up. Senior brother, is this enough? Won't you praise me? Yet at this thought, the youth gives a self-deprecating smile. After all, senior brother was always a stingy person. At this moment, the third-generation disciples have already rushed up excitedly. They don't care that Qingming keeps shouting in pain. They just celebrate like this. Xuankong watches this scene. He's almost forgotten how long it's been since he's seen his disciples this happy. And what comes next is his responsibility as Manhua's sect master to maintain propriety, though he knows Sima Shang can't say anything good. He can only quietly listen to the others roaring. Sect master, you remember this? Mere contest between second and third generation disciples cannot possibly change anything. Our Zhongnan sect. But before he can finish, Qingming's booming voice carries over. Why are you still so rude? Senior brother Zhaoji, we only won a few matches. But honestly, Zhaoji is truly straightforward. Used as a pawn twice without noticing at all. With that brain, who knows why his martial arts talent is so good. But Qingming doesn't care about that right now. The same kick, same spot again. Zhao Jie writhes on the ground in pain. He says, as senior brother, you're an elder. How can you lose your dignity? How rude. However, this veiled criticism, how could that old schemer Sima not understand? And Qingming completely ignores his furious gaze. The third generation disciples simultaneously bow to sect master Xuankong. Watching this troublemaker, up close, Sima Shang's rage reaches its peak. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying thought grows in his mind. But what comes is the youth's light mocking words. Are you certain you can kill with one strike? Then Qingming turns around. His eyes seem to see through everything, yet his face shows nothing as he says, next time I'll bow to you first. And just like that, old schemer Sima suddenly roars inexplicably, then strides out with heavy steps. He doesn't even bother to look at his sect's disciples again. With this kind of elder, no wonder Zhongnan's sect is mostly full of arrogant brats. At this moment, Xuankong's soft call pulls him back. What completely surprises him is that, in the sect master's words, you worked hard, he actually sees his senior brother's shadow. The youth lowers his head, as expected. I still want to hear your praise, even just one sentence. Across misaligned time and space, Qingming seems to answer Xuankong, and also seems to answer his senior brother. You're too formal. But suddenly, clamor gradually approaches from the side. The local gentry and citizens invited by Master Huang all clamor to speak with the sect master. Everyone says they have business they want to do with Manhua. These words make the old and young simultaneously look at the man most suited for this. The finance pavilion master's eyes practically gleam with gold as he shouts, for this kind of thing, I'm your man. Come, we have plenty of time. Let's go to my place and talk slowly. Seeing this, Xuankong says nothing more, indicating he should head back too. During the gap, as disciples respectfully see off the sect master, another person approaches from behind, saying he's looking for Qingming. It turns out Li Songbai found him disregarding the current situation between the two sects. But he doesn't care. Even if he'll become a traitor in his fellow disciples' eyes, he feels he must come thank Qingming for his guidance. He now finally understands what those words meant back then. Qingming looks at Li Songbai expressing goodwill and finally reminds him, the path you've chosen may be very difficult. Even so, will you still walk it? Li Songbai smiles calmly. He understands what he'll face in the future. But this path isn't one he wants to walk. It's one he must walk. This is the purpose of your repeated teachings, isn't it, young Taoist? After Li Songbai limps away, Qingming knows this guy will have a lonely battle ahead. After this battle, Zhongnan sect's disciples will likely become completely obsessed with the Phantom Sword. For him alone to protect their true lineage will be extraordinarily difficult. But either way, if he succeeds, he might become Zhongnan sect's hope. However, just after a moment, Yin Zhong suddenly returns to find him, saying the sect master wants to talk with him privately. Of course, causing such a commotion. Letting him get away with it would actually be abnormal. Along the way, Qingming keeps looking for excuses to bluff his way through, straight up saying, I'm actually your grandmaster, definitely won't work. But those martial world fortuitous encounters seem too far-fetched. Before he knows it, the youth arrives at the council hall. The finance pavilion master is absolutely delighted to see him. After all, he's never seen a huge influx of investment pour into Manhua after a martial contest. And Xuanshang is also extremely pleased right now. He says the wound on your face is small, but if it gets infected, that would be bad. I'll have the medical hall master come personally to treat it. Watching these two like this, the sect master is helpless, so he slowly stands up. He says, Qingming, can you come outside and talk with me? Just like that, the youth feels like he's been pardoned and hurries to follow. However, the two walk in silence, and unknowingly have already headed deep into Manhua. Qingming can keenly notice that. The sect master's back now is much straighter than back in the secret cave. Just like this, they arrive at Manhua's highest peak. The evening sun's glow seems to shine only on their two figures. Xuankong glances at Qingming. He says, your sword technique made the plum blossoms bloom. The youth jolts alert. He almost forgot about this. But anyway, as long as he gives an irrelevant answer, it should be fine. However, this time Qingming is overthinking it. The sect master bows to him very sincerely. He says, right now, I'm thanking you as Xuankong. You helped me achieve the greatest wish of this lifetime. But the identity of Manhua's sect master is far more important than just Xuankong. So I must ask at least one thing clearly. How did you make plum blossoms bloom using the 7 plum sword manual? At this moment, Qingming finally seems to understand this sect master's thoughts. So he tells Xuankong, there's no special method for this. Once the 7 plum sword manual is practiced to a certain level, at a certain moment it will naturally make make plum blossoms bloom. Though this disciple isn't entirely sure why, I imagine all of Manhua's sword techniques should eventually be able to do this. Only then does Xuankong breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, these are Manhua's sword techniques after all. He just reached the front ahead of others. Perhaps one day, all Manhua disciples might be able to make plum blossoms bloom. At that time, Manhua, he's thinking this when Qingming suddenly adds, "It's just that everyone's still far from that now. Though this ruins the rare atmosphere, Xuankong doesn't mind too much." He asks Qingming, "What does Manhua mean to you?" Perhaps because this question comes from this sect master, Qingming's thoughts instantly return to 100 years ago. From the time I can remember, I received Manhua's protection. They taught me martial arts, kept me safe. Back then, I asked senior brother this same question, but I seem to have gotten beaten by him. Thinking about his answer now, I finally seem to understand a bit of what senior brother meant. Sect master, to this disciple, Manhua is Manhua. It's not anything else or something else. Just like this, Xuankong's eyes gaze at the youth for a long time. He's actually very happy, because no matter what circumstances the future brings, to Qingming, this place will always be Manhua, and he is a disciple of Manhua. That's enough. So Xuankong pats his chest and says, "Your performance today, even if you want to stay still in the future, the world surely won't leave you alone, but Manhua and I will definitely shield you." Hearing this, Qingming's eyes fill with surprise. He should still have many questions to ask me, yet in the end it becomes wanting to protect me. Xuankong, though he has neither achievement nor reputation, I still respect him from the bottom of my heart. So, Sect Master, you shouldn't protect me. Even for Manhua's sake, we should move forward together. That night, White Plum Hall is especially lively. The disciples relive the battle with Zhongnan. Especially those who personally defeated Zhongnan disciples are even more excited. But Zhaoji's head is filled entirely with Qingming's 7-plum sword manual. Yin Zhong has this feeling too. It's like his whole being was drawn in. He doesn't know how to express it. If he could also perform that dreamlike sword technique, the two haven't yet realized that until now they've never thought about what realm they could reach. All along, their only goal was to become stronger. But after seeing the sword technique Qingming displayed, a strong desire has grown in their hearts. They hope to personally perform that sword technique. Wait, as Manhua disciples, how could they not be able to perform Manhua's sword technique? Zhaoji is speechless. That's right, thinking about it carefully. But suddenly the door is violently kicked open. Looking again, they discover Demon Ming has returned. He says, "You fought like that and still have the face to chat here? What, did your life end after winning some matches? Or do you think you've lived long enough? Senior brothers, are you happy beating kids generally 5 or 6 years younger than you? In other words, just 2 years ago, you were beaten by a bunch of snotty-nosed kids." Yin Zhong indeed can't save face, making an excuse about unavoidable mistakes. This makes Qingming look even more furious. "Big senior brother, after taking a blade on the battlefield and falling, can you smile and tell me it was a mistake? You train with this mindset, then say what? Will we be able to perform that sword technique someday? Listen up everyone, this was just one victory. There will be countless more contests ahead. This event means nothing in your lives. Understand?" Yin Zhong adjusts his mindset quickly. Seizing the opportunity, he asks the question he cares about most. If they train according to Qingming's requirements, will they really one day be able to perform that sword technique? However, what he gets is Demon Ming's true nature. This matter has nothing to do with whether any of you want to perform it or not. Unless you want to die, you must all achieve it. What are you standing there for? Go train right now. The next second, the once lively White Plum Hall has only Qingming left. Though the third-generation disciples indeed have the most exaggerated progress speed he's ever seen. If they get cocky now, I'm afraid. Suddenly, Qingming notices some movement outside. Taking advantage of all the third-generation disciples leaving, he finally appears. And the visitor is none other than Martial Uncle Bai Tian, who should still be lying in a sickbed. He pulls Qingming to the back mountain, seeming to want to say something but hemming and hawing. Seeing that disgusted look on his face, Bai Tian finally breathes a long sigh. He says, "Your match with Qin Jinlong was an overwhelming victory. Your martial uncles were all shocked, but after calming down, everyone still inevitably has mixed feelings. So I want to become stronger. Though it's shameful for me as your martial uncle to say this. I know this is the best way, though I don't want to admit it. It's obvious that if this continues, we'll very likely be surpassed by the third-generation disciples. So you want to put aside your pride and have me teach the second-generation disciples, including you. But why should I teach you? Think about it. What is it that I can't get from the second-generation disciples, but can get from the third generation?" Bai Tian's brow furrows tightly, because he keenly realizes what Qingming wants is for all the second-generation disciples to submit to him. But this is unprecedented, and Bai Tian is someone with extremely strong pride. Qingming casually crosses his arms. He says, "Martial uncle, have you personally watched the third-generation disciples train? If you always remain an elder, can I treat you the same way I treat the third-generation disciples? Originally, drilling senior brothers is acceptable, but if I drill you all, do you think Grandmaster Uncle will let me off?" Bai Tian is fortunate that Qingming hasn't closed the door completely, but his internal struggle. After a long while, Bai Tian finally bites his lower lip hard. He says all second-generation disciples can respect him as master during Qingming's instruction period, but this proposal is rejected by Qingming again, because after training ends, if they curse him behind his back, he'd still be at a loss, wouldn't he? "Since you want me to teach you, bow your heads completely. Otherwise, forget it." He recalls the battle between Qingming and Qin Jinlong. Even though he has countless misgivings, if he can surpass that great mountain, everything will be worth it. Bai Tian stares at him intently and says, "Fine, I agree. From now on, you're not my martial nephew. Manhua's second-generation disciples will not question your leadership or actions. I guarantee it with my name. He took the bait. Just like that, at the first mark of the hour of the rabbit the next day, the disciples groggily walk out of White Plum Hall again. They're nearly scared out of their wits by the scene before them. All the martial uncles are standing in a row. At this moment, Qingming also slowly comes outside. Though Yin Zhong seems to have guessed it, he still can't believe it. And Qingming pats his shoulder. He says the senior brothers were bullied too badly by the martial uncles before. Watching from the side pained me greatly. The youth grins and says, but now you can rest easy. From today on, a beautiful era of training equality for everyone begins. As expected, Yin Zhong now starts worrying for the martial uncles. Qingming clasps his fists. He says, as everyone knows, it's only training if it feels hard. There's no shortcut to becoming strong, so going full speed is our only method. Understand? Just like that, with the second generation disciples joining in, a new round of training begins. But Yin Zhong doesn't understand why there's no new arrangement for such days. Unexpectedly, Qingming's intention is to have them personally tell the martial uncles how to build muscle. Look how happy the disciples are, it seems. For the next 3 months, Mount Hua will echo with fresh wails of anguish. However, just as the disciples are fighting to guide the martial uncles' training, Lu Yixue abruptly walks out. Turns out, none of the third generation disciples dare provoke this aloof goddess. She also wants him to teach her personally. Qingming originally intended to make her back down. He says if she trains with him, no matter how she begs for mercy later, he won't go easy. But Lu Yixue readily agrees. The only thing she wants to confirm is whether, as long as she perseveres, she'll be able to perform the sword technique that makes plum blossoms bloom. However, this reminds him. So Qingming calls everyone to stop. He says, I need to give you advance warning. As Mount Hua disciples, you can't just aim to make plum blossoms bloom, because that's only a process. Remember, your goal should be to learn the sword intent that makes plum blossoms bloom. Lu Yixu looks thoughtful. Only then does she accept the others' guidance. After a while, everyone is finally ready. Qingming is actually quite happy. In the past, he only cared about his own strength. Thinking about it now, that was wrong. After all, what Mount Hua faces isn't a single powerful opponent, but other sects in the martial world. When they all grow to the point of making plum blossoms bloom, the other sects are finished. I'll unify the martial world, preferably by drawing plum blossoms on those Shaolin bald donkeys' heads. At this moment, on a nearby hilltop, Yunjian watches his White Plum Hall in disbelief. Even the Bai generation is training under Qingming. Though there are still too many incomprehensible things about that child, I can't let my curiosity make him resistant. Perhaps this is what the sect master meant by letting things take their natural course. As long as Qingming remains our Mount Hua disciple, there's no reason to stop him from doing these things. But speaking of which, I'm free now too. If I asked him to teach me too, would that seem too greedy? Just like that, Qingming helps Mount Hua cross its first hurdle. To him, the third generation disciples' growth is indeed already quite extraordinary. Just thinking that in the near future they'll all become true masters makes him inexplicably anxious, and the burden on his shoulders, when he notices it, is already quite heavy. So this is what it feels like to be a pathfinder. Though my internal energy grows slowly, there's truly nothing right now to be anxious about, and in the future, Mount Hua will eventually have to leave the protection of these steep cliffs. Before then, I must establish a support they can rely on. For this, I must become stronger than the Plum Blossom Swordmaster of the past, even surpass the Heavenly Demon. One day, the entire world will be enveloped in the fragrance of plum blossoms. Don't worry, Sect Master, senior brother, I can definitely do it, because I am Qingming. And the days at Mount Hua quietly pass by like this. Each season seems so leisurely. 2 years' time at Mount Hua seems almost frozen. On this day of late spring cold, a small figure slowly climbs Mount Hua's treacherous paths. He doesn't know how long it takes, but he finally arrives at the Mount Hua sect he's been longing for. Since the Zhongnanhua assembly 2 years ago, their current status is completely incomparable to before. Hopefully, Father's judgment isn't wrong. The youth knocks on the door, then waits quietly. You can tell that though his clothes are tattered, his upbringing is excellent. After a while, Bai Shang opens the door. Only then does the youth learn that Mount Hua isn't receiving visitors today. No wonder there wasn't a single person on his way up the mountain. But the youth truly has urgent business requiring an audience with the sect master. He says, I'm not an outsider. My name is Wei Xiaoxing. I'm sent from Hua Shadow sect, Mount Hua's lay martial sect. Not being able to consider your sect's situation before coming up the mountain was indeed my mistake. But could I trouble you, for Hua Shadow sect's sake, to inform the sect master? After a while, Xiaoxing successfully arrives at the council hall. Hearing he's from Hua Shadow sect, the finance pavilion master insists on coming to see. After all, over the past 30 years, among all Mount Hua's lay martial sects, only this one has made annual offerings. And this is why the sect master brings everyone to receive this youth together. Xuankong tells him not to rush and explain things slowly. But everyone present is a big shot in his eyes. Plus, his heart is already anxious. So he completely forgets that no one knows what this is about. He opens by hoping that Mount Hua's divine dragon, Taoist Qingming, can come resolve Hua Shadow sect's crisis. This indeed startles everyone. Fortunately, Xuankong remains relatively calm and reminds him to explain the whole matter clearly. Only then do they learn the cause. A new martial school opened across from theirs, and it's Wudong sect's lay martial sect. Originally, it was nothing but to recruit disciples disciples. They kept provoking Hua Shadow Sect. Finally, his father, the schoolmaster of Hua Shadow Sect, couldn't bear it anymore and chose to compete with them. Though father won, he was also severely injured. And now, they've already gone to Wudong Mountain for reinforcements, saying they'll definitely take down their plaque and drive them out of Nanyang. Because of this, father hurriedly sent him here. Hearing this, though Xuankong feels this matter isn't simple, they truly can't let the problem continue developing. After all, the scale and number of lay martial schools is a manifestation of a sect's prosperity. Moreover, soon some of the second-generation disciples will descend the mountain with the remaining mountain-guarding disciples to open schools. From any angle, Mount Hua should see this matter through. But looking at this little guy, he probably insists on inviting Qingming, who single-handedly defeated everyone from Zhongnan sect 2 years ago. Though it's not wrong, calling that kid a great hero feels somewhat absurd. After a while, Xuankong has him wait outside, and everyone starts discussing. But their focus isn't at all whether to help Hua Shadow Sect. It's whether they can let that Qingming kid out. Clearly, that guy hasn't settled down these past 2 years either. They're afraid that once Qingming is released, before Hua Shadow Sect's matter is settled, he'll charge to Wudong and cause a huge scene. Only Yunjian sees it clearly. Sooner or later, he'll have to descend the mountain anyway. For matters of temperament, late awakening isn't as good as early enlightenment. Hearing this, Xuankong also feels it's right, learning from Yunyan that Qingming is in seclusion and will emerge soon. The sect master has him first call Yinzhong. However, learning that the elders plan to let Qingming out, Yinzhong nearly has a stress response. Actually, you can't blame him. After all, whenever any normal matter involves Qingming, it instantly becomes a matter of life and death. Helplessly, the elders can only have him take Hua Shadow Sect's young sect master to meet Qingming first. The youth was born into a martial school, so practicing martial arts from childhood is reasonable. But in his eyes, this mountain-guarding disciple before him is like a calm lake, unfathomably deep. Along the way, he tells Yinzhong many legends about Taoist Qingming in the martial world. The various accounts are quite astounding to hear, but unfortunately, not one matches the demon Ming in his memory. The two chat as they walk, and before they know it, they arrive at Plum Blossom Cave, where Qingming is in secluded cultivation. But when Yinzhong tries to call out for Qingming, his heart can't help but tremble with fear. He calls out Qingming's name a few times, barely above a whisper, as if terrified he might actually hear. This strange behavior leaves Shaoxing completely baffled. But just as Yinzhong decides to leave and come back tomorrow, the massive boulder behind them suddenly explodes with a thunderous boom. Shaoxing spins around, and through the dust and smoke, a figure slowly emerges. This person is the legendary Rising Star, one of the few exceptional young talents in the world. But before he even steps out, his cursing voice echoes forth. Damn it, eating chicken butt every single day is driving me insane. If we still retreat according to seniority next time, I'm freaking changing my name and leaving the sect. Wait, what? This person? Surely can't be Qingming, right? After hearing from Shaoxing that the Wudong sect will interfere in this martial school conflict, the sect leader has many questions about this matter. First, Wudong is revered as the foremost Taoist sect in the martial world. They have no reason to lower themselves this way. Second, Nanyang is merely a small, unremarkable place with no great wealth, yet they're determined to dominate it and drive out others. This naturally leads one to suspect they're coming after Qingming. After all, 2 years ago, his battle with Zhongnan sect was exaggerated throughout the entire martial world. Yunjian offers reassurance. Sect leader. Qingming's nickname in Mount Hua is Mad Dog. A bit harsh perhaps, but these children have suffered so much these past 2 years. With their current abilities, even if they encounter some targeted attacks, those people won't get any advantage. Our only concern is whether that boy will be too vicious out there. We need the right people to rein him in when necessary. So, sect leader. Regarding the disciples to accompany Qingming, I have a few candidates in mind. Meanwhile, Yinzhong very reluctantly calls Qingming out from his seclusion, explaining that the sect leader wants to see him. Qingming glances at the boy. So this is Wei Shaoxing, the young sect master of Hua Shadow Sect. He remembers that a century ago, among Mount Hua's lay martial sects, there was one called Hua Shadow Sect. He never expected that after all these years they'd still exist. Right now, though, his mouth tastes bitter, and all he can think about is finishing with the sect leader and heading to the dining hall for a feast. Seeing this, Yinzhong can only gesture for Shaoxing to follow along. But Shaoxing is anxious. Clearly, if he can't meet the Mount Hua Divine Dragon today, he won't want to leave. However, Yinzhong doesn't know whether Qingming's behavior will shatter the young man's expectations. He sighs helplessly and says, though I don't know what Mount Hua Divine Dragon means, the person we're looking for is that guy. He is Qingming. A moment later, furious cursing erupts from the council hall. The sheer intensity startles Shaoxing on his first visit. Qingming slaps his chest confidently. Don't worry, sect leader. Leave this to me. I'll handle it clean and thorough. May I ask how you plan to handle it thoroughly? Do you even need to ask? I'll smash their heads in, of course. And while I'm at it, burn that Kong martial school to the ground. Now even Yunjian panics, quietly asking the sect leader about letting Qingming go down the mountain. Shouldn't we reconsider? Strangely enough, to the finance pavilion master, Qingming's words are perfectly reasonable, especially when he hears Qingming say, if we don't do this, who'll be willing to give us silver in the future. Zhuangkong, meanwhile, feels nothing but a headache coming on. If they really let him go down the mountain, they'll need several more disciples to keep watch over him. But as long as he gets to face those people, Qingming doesn't care who tries to stop him. And so, the sect leader tells Yin Zhong to settle young Master Wei for today. The three of them leave the council hall. Zhuangkong turns back and calls out, "Qingming, did you gain anything from this seclusion?" The young man smiles faintly. "My gains? Those Wudang bastards will experience them firsthand." In the Manhua dining hall, the young man devours food like he hasn't eaten in lifetimes. Watch as he shoves it into his mouth. And when he pulls it out, the bones look picked completely clean. Xiaoxing thinks to himself, this is classic reality doesn't live up to the reputation. Such a crude person, calling him the Mount Hua Divine Dragon. He'd rather believe it's this Yin Zhong beside him, who eats slowly and properly. But then Qingming, finally somewhat satisfied, looks up and suddenly asks, "While I was gone, you all trained seriously, right?" Instantly, not a single person in the dining hall finds their food appetizing anymore. They all blame senior brother Yin in their hearts. "We were finally enjoying life, and you had to call this mad dog out early." Just as Qingming is about to say he'll check their progress later, Yin Zhong persuades him right now the most important thing is solving Hua Shadow Sect's problem first. This barely saves everyone from disaster. Once they've eaten and drunk their fill, Qingming leaves the dining hall. Only then do the disciples breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaoxing hears clearly. As Baishang mutters, "I thought I was going to get beaten again." This startles him. Isn't that guy the youngest? So why do even these martial uncles have to watch his moods? Yin Zhong still feels shaken, but this is something he absolutely doesn't want to revisit. He can only say, "Young Master Wei, it's better not to bother understanding. In the future, even if you don't want to know, you'll find out anyway." The next morning, Xiaoxing arrives early with his luggage, waiting outside the sect leader's quarters. Seeing how anxious he is, Yin Zhong reassures him, "Don't worry, no one will be late." Light footsteps approach. Zhaoji is the first to notice. Looks like Uncle Baitian has arrived too. Hearing this name, Xiaoxing quickly turns around. He's heard many rumors about Baitian, the Flower Righteousness Sword. Single-handedly, he went down the mountain and eliminated dozens of bandit dens. And now, seeing his heroic bearing, the young man's admiration is written all over his face. Yin Zhong smiles. "Uncle Baitian, did you sleep well last night?" But clearly, Baitian didn't sleep well at all. That Qingming coming out of seclusion is already annoying enough, and now I have to go down the mountain with him? What karma am I paying off here? After venting his complaints, he suddenly remembers there's a child he's never met standing nearby. Xiaoxing hasn't recovered from this change in tone yet and hastily introduces himself. But then an eerie presence behind him makes him jump in fright. Looking carefully, he realizes it's a woman. And wow, she's absolutely stunning. In all his years, he's never seen anyone this beautiful. But he quickly snaps back to reality. Mount Hua doesn't have many disciples right now, yet each one has incredibly powerful internal energy. Moreover, the most unusual one has to be that person. Third-generation disciple Qingming. All three of them simultaneously grimace as if they've swallowed flies. Honestly, they're all hoping this guy will miss the assembly time. But Qingming is also surprised. Not only is his martial uncle going, but his martial aunt is coming too. Really now, just as he thinks this, the sect leader opens his door. After the disciples pay their respects, Xuankong speaks earnestly. "Young Master Wei, these children are all trustworthy people who will surely help your sect. Bai Tian, you must take good care of them. Yi Shui, Yin Zhong, and Zhao Ji, you three must assist Bai Tian well." Only after saying all this does he turn his head. "Especially you, Qingming. Remember, don't cause trouble." "What? Why are my instructions different from theirs?" But Xuankong ignores Qingming's complaint and says with a smile, Go tell the world that Mount Hua still stands strong. It's been 2 years. It's time to let the world see Mount Hua's rebirth. Though 2 years ago we worried our disciples would be humiliated by Zhongnan. Even if I had 10,000 chances to do it over, I never would have imagined that so soon I'd be worrying whether they'd be too harsh on other sects, though he knows their trip to Nanyang won't be simple. Still, with those children's abilities, there shouldn't be any problems. Soon after, the group arrives in Huayan County. The journey isn't that far, but if they walk, they definitely won't match Wudong's pace. But Xiaoxing's stamina couldn't possibly keep up with running all the way there. Just as they're frowning over this, Qingming suddenly steps forward, boldly pulling out string after string of silver from his pocket. And just like that, they successfully secure a 2-horse carriage. Qingming doesn't forget to buy some fine wine either. This makes Xiaoxing feel even more absurd. Bai Tian knows this is that kid's special privilege, so he can only explain, Mount Hua has no prohibition against drinking outside. "Young Master Wei, please tell us the full picture of the situation, and what kind of martial school Hua Shadow Sect is." Hearing this, Xiaoxing lowers his head. "Our Hua Shadow Sect isn't anything special. It's just that my father has always been proud of being a Mount Hua disciple. 2 years ago, when father heard about the Zhongnan Hua assembly, he was so happy. He said Mount Hua would spread its wings like a great rock again, then made me watch as he drank 2 jugs of his treasured wine. Though technically, it was my great-grandfather who was Mount Hua's lay disciple. Father has always kept this identity close to his heart. And father was lucky. The martial school has been managed well, so our family never went hungry." Hearing this, Bai Tian's expression turns serious. He knows that during Mount Hua's decline, only Hua Shadow Sect proudly called itself a Mount Hua lay sect. For this alone, Hua Shadow Sect is no ordinary martial school. Listening to their conversation, Qingming finally understands. They must have suffered greatly to preserve the identity of Mount Hua's lay sect. But what's most suspicious is, his father, who has practiced martial arts for years, would easily lose to a young martial school master master. That's very abnormal. After all, in the martial world, the deeper one's internal energy, the slower the body ages. That's why many elders are either too weak or absolute top-tier masters. Bai Tian also notices the problem. If this is just a lay sect conflict, there are too many suspicious points. But Joxing doesn't know what the Flower Righteousness Sword is thinking right now. He feels quite ashamed. Though he came to seek Manhua's help, he never actually believed Manhua would really intervene, especially since they're facing the Wudong sect, known as the foremost Taoist sect. So this time, no matter the outcome, I'll be grateful to your sect for the rest of my life. But the young man's confession is abruptly interrupted by Qingming. He sits up. What do you mean, no matter the outcome? I'll tell you, there's only one outcome, and that's me smashing those bastards' heads in. Joxing is curious why this guy is so obsessed with heads. Yinzhong begs him to show some restraint. You'll make the sect leader die of anger. But mentioning the sect leader only excites Qingming more. It's precisely because the old man doesn't have many days left that I need to let him see me smash those bastards' dog heads before he passes. That way, he can leave with a smile, right? Good grief. In one sentence, he manages to express both respect and defiance toward the sect leader. Big senior brother, hurry up. Those heads are waiting for me. This carriage costs a lot. Don't worry, the horses can handle it. The next day, rain falls steadily from the sky, like dark ink spreading across the heavens. A man with a trembling body calculates the days. The people from his sect should be arriving soon, and he is none other than the current generation's Hua Shadow Sect Master, Wei Lishan. But the disciple caring for him is still trying to persuade him. Though Mount Hua's reputation has been rising in recent years, Wudong is the foremost Taoist sect today. No one is a fool. How could they possibly be willing to get involved in this kind of conflict? Sect Master, please wake up. But Wei Lishan understands all this reasoning, yet he firmly believes that Hua Shadow Sect is Mount Hua's lay martial sect. They are an inseparable part of Mount Hua. If he abandons this identity, this martial school will have no meaning to exist. So, Yan Ping, I'm simply holding fast to what I should hold fast to. He clenches his fists tightly. Yan Ping understands that asking the sect master to abandon Mount Hua is impossible, which is precisely why he admires him. But if things continue like this, Hua Shadow Sect will likely. At this moment, urgent knocking comes from outside. From far away, voices can be heard. We've come to negotiate with the sect master today, so open the door quickly. Clearly, the Wudong people have arrived. In an instant, Sect Master Wei's eyes shift from alarm to determination, and so he slowly gets out of bed. No matter what, he cannot let people mock Hua Shadow Sect as cowards. And so, the main door slowly opens. The sect master shows no courtesy. I have nothing to say to Schoolmaster Kong. We agreed that whoever lost would leave Nanyang. Yet today he still lingers here. Does he care nothing for his own face or Wudong's face? But the other side seems to have skin thicker than city walls. The rule of the martial world is that whoever has the stronger fist makes the rules. Kong Martial School is now overseen by Wudang disciples, so now I demand you leave Nanyang within the day. This is very reasonable, but Sect Master Wei's attitude is extremely firm. This causes a trace of killing intent to appear in Schoolmaster Kong's eyes. Lightning flashes across the sky, followed by rumbling thunder, as if emphasizing the tense standoff between both sides. But then a man slowly steps forward, hoping to negotiate with Sect Master Wei personally. His appearance makes Sect Master Wei tremble all over. The Taoist crown on his head, the black Taoist robe, and the embroidery on his chest all indicate this is a genuine Wudong sect disciple. First meeting. I am Zhen Xuan, second-generation disciple of Wudong. Hearing this, goosebumps rise all over Sect Master Wei's body. Zhen Xuan, the unbroken sword. He's the #1 among Wudong's younger generation. In fact, calling him the #1 of all young martial artists in the world wouldn't be an exaggeration. But he doesn't understand. Why would they send such a figure to compete over a tiny place like Nanyang? But before he can figure it out, Zhen Xuan speaks. Nanyang is just this small piece of land. If there are two martial schools here, there will inevitably be endless conflicts. This is disadvantageous for both sides, and clearly, the losses are more severe for Hua Shadow Sect. So, he continues with a light laugh. If you're willing to leave, Wudong will be willing to give you compensation. The way he says it makes it sound like Hua Shadow Sect should thank them. What a bunch of bandits. Everything we have is in Nanyang. If we leave, what difference is there from abandoning this century-old martial school? But Zhen Xuan sees he cannot accept this proposal, so he offers a second choice. Hearing there's still room for negotiation, Sect Master Wei becomes excited. But when he hears the condition, requires removing the plum blossom from Hua Shadow Sect's sign, he's stunned. Zhen Xuan tells him, Wudong cannot accept coexistence with another Taoist sect. So, make your choice. Either let the name Hua Shadow Sect disappear completely from Nanyang, or erase the Mount Hua name and continue staying in Nanyang. Wei Lishan's already severely injured body now trembles with rage. What kind of choice is this? But Zhen Xuan's patience has run out since you're unwilling. Then in 3 hours, if you haven't left, I will personally clean this place out. Don't be angry. It's precisely because Wudong's power shakes the martial world that I'm still giving you choices to show our benevolence. It's simply that you, Sect Master, have refused our suggestions. Having said this, Zhen Xuan prepares to leave. Before departing, he turns back and asks, you're being so stubborn. Surely you're not waiting for Mount Hua's support? Laughable. Do you think they'd oppose Wudong for a mere lay sect? But at this moment, a voice abruptly echoes from nearby. What nonsense are you spouting, you arrogant prick? Qingming slowly walks into the crowd, shoving aside the Wudong disciples blocking his way. Even though they've wandered the martial world for so long, they've never seen anything like this. Even if this person didn't recognize Wudong's identity, no normal person would dare push aside so many sword-wielding people. What's completely unexpected is, another group of people shoves them aside, saying, move over! Zhenshuan's brow furrows tightly. At this moment, Xiaoxing suddenly freezes. He discovers his father is also standing at the martial school entrance. He quickly runs up and says, "Son has fulfilled his mission and brought back Manhwa disciples." Hearing this, Zhenshuan suddenly realizes, so, all of them are Manhwa people. The way these people appeared just now was so unexpected that he failed to notice. Only now does he see clearly. Their chests all bear plum blossom embroidery. Looking again, one of them slowly approaches the entrance. The man lowers his head respectfully. Bai Tian, second-generation disciple of Manhwa, pays respects to the sect master of Hua Shadow Sect. Wei Lishan is so moved that tears are about to spill. He never imagined the sect leader would send Bai Tian the Flower Righteousness sword for Hua Shadow Sect. Looking at him now, he truly has an imposing bearing. Though it's not the Manhwa divine dragon who came, the honor still leaves his trembling body speechless. But at this moment, Qingming suddenly bounces over. "I heard that for 30 years. You've consistently supported Manhwa through rain and shine. I am Qingming of Manhwa, and I'm so happy to meet you." The sect leader said that Hua Shadow Sect is the most important among Manhwa's lay sects. Right now, Sect Master Wei's mind clearly hasn't caught up. He doesn't understand why the name Qingming sounds so familiar. But Zhenshuan recognizes it instantly. He can't believe it. But Qingming looks at his unspoken question with contempt. What? Do I need to show proof of my identity? But this crude street urchin appearance, he can't possibly reconcile it with the Manhwa divine dragon who's supposedly even better than him. Right now he only feels absurd. Just as he's thinking this, Bai Tian suddenly says to him, "We came here for the lay sect dispute. I am Bai Tian of Manhwa. Just now you seem to be talking with the sect master. Now whatever you have to say it directly to me." Zhenshuan is stunned. He didn't expect Manhwa to actually get involved. Looking at it this way, they're truly arrogant. Even if they've recovered some of their former reputation, where do they get the nerve to oppose Wudong? So he tentatively asks how Bai Tian plans to resolve this matter. But he gets an even more arrogant answer. "We came here hoping for peaceful resolution, naturally. But from what I can see, Wudong doesn't seem to have that intention." Though Zhenshuan is surprised by his sharp momentum, as the unbroken sword, he's not afraid of martial combat at all. But then an abrupt mocking voice comes. "You must have some serious problems." Hearing Qingming's words, Zhenshuan's face immediately changes. They rebuke the Manhwa disciples for having no manners, while gripping their swords tightly. But clearly, with just this level of momentum, even Zhao Ji only glances lightly, and Qingming doesn't even bother turning his head. You barge into someone else's martial school and tell them to get lost if they don't want to die. Yet bastards like you still talk about manners. Looks like that only applies to yourselves. However, Qingming doesn't plan to act immediately. He mimics Zhenshuan's manner of speaking. "Come back in 3 hours. At that time, I'll have a match with you. However, you'd better be mentally prepared to have your head smashed in." Hearing this, Zhenshuan explodes with rage. Am I to understand that this is Manhwa Sect's attitude? At this moment, Bai Tian also grins. Words spoken cannot be taken back. Besides, Taoist priest, it seems you've already made up your mind. Hearing this, Zhenshuan unexpectedly sheathes his half-drawn sword. He looks at Qingming and says coldly, "Tomorrow at this hour I'll come knocking as you wish. But no matter what miserable state Hua Shadow Sect is in tomorrow, you can't blame us." Looking back at Qingming, one moment you say 3 hours, the next you say 1 day. It's all up to you, isn't it? How about you just admit you're scared and want to run away? Wouldn't that be better? This tactic of Qingming's, picking at sore spots, Yinzhong and Zhao Ji know it all too well. Just look at Zhenshuan's hand trembling with rage. That says it all. But surprisingly, Zhenshuan shows no intention of attacking immediately. In the pouring rain, he still remembers to clasp his fists. "Tomorrow at this hour, I will return." Then he leaves without looking back. Their ability to endure like this, even Lu Yishui gives them a second glance. But just one glance. This scene leaves even Sect Master Wei dumbfounded. Looking at Qingming's seemingly carefree attitude, he finally can't hold it in anymore. His shrill voice sounds like a grieving spouse. "I hoped you'd mediate, but how could you create direct conflict with Wudong?" The more he speaks, the more agitated he becomes, until anxiety literally attacks his heart, and he faints. The rain pours down. Wudong disciples are still asking their senior brother, why not just break a few of their bones on the spot? But what they get is Zhenshuan's denial, because in my view, if I acted now, I might not be able to resist taking that Qingming's life. Besides, they'll soon understand what happens when you make an enemy of Wudong. After a while, Sect Master Wei jolts awake from his bed. He turns to look at Yan Ping, who's keeping watch beside him, and realizes he must have just fainted. Meanwhile, Qingming and the others are feasting and drinking at his house. Xiaoxing is speechless. Right now, he can't tell if the situation is good or bad. But soon, Wei Lishan rushes over panting. He's angry. At a time like this, why are you still drinking here? Though Bai Tian doesn't know why the Sect Master is like this, he quickly apologizes. Qingming, on the other hand, asks, "Sect Master, would you like a cup?" The more they act like this, the more disappointed Sect Master Wei feels. After a while, he finally sighs. Hua Shadow Sect plans to give up Nanyang and leave. Xiaoxing knows how difficult this decision is for his father, but Wei Lishan says, "Things have come to this. I have no other options. In any case, thank you all for buying us one more day." Bai Tian wants to say something more, but Sect Master Wei continues, "It's not that I don't trust you, but the opponent is the Wudong sect. Even if we survive this this time making enemies with them. The same thing will happen again and again until we're forced out of Nanyang, and Qingming gulps down several mouthfuls, then raises his own question. Wudong's acting so outrageously this time. Could there be some heavenly treasure here? But the answer is negative. After all, if there really were treasure, things couldn't have stayed peaceful all this time. But this makes Qingming feel even stranger. After all, the Wudong disciples he knows are very protective of their sect's image. To go this far, there must be something fishy that most people don't know about. But right now, Qingming states, we're not leaving. The sect leader has ordered that we must resolve Hua Shadow Sect's matter before returning to Mount Hua, because Mount Hua won't forget Hua Shadow Sect's kindness and will never abandon our lay sects. The world will soon understand this. This statement truly moves Sect Master Wei, just as Wei Lishan feels that his earlier suspicions about him were too hasty. Qingming earnestly asks him, could we have another pot of this excellent wine? Well, that's one more person whose brain he's fried. Meanwhile, at Kong Martial School, Wudong disciples ask Zhen Xuan why he doesn't send people to monitor Hua Shadow Sect. What they get is Zhen Xuan's mocking laugh. After all, Mount Hua has just recovered some reputation. Running away now would only knock them back down again. I imagine. That guy can't let go of the title Mount Hua Divine Dragon either. In the past, I might have weighed the opponent's abilities more carefully, but after seeing him just now, everyone understands. He's just a shameless brat, so young yet carrying such a great reputation. Crushing his arrogance is probably our responsibility as elders. However, we must not forget our true purpose for coming here. No matter who it is, this matter cannot become an obstacle for our sect. If all goes smoothly, we will surely achieve becoming the #1 sect in the world, surpassing even Shaolin. That man's sword tomb. For us at Wudong, it's more precious than anything else in this world. With just one bowl, the man drinks himself into a stupor. Seeing senior brother Yin's sour face, he blames the sect master's collection for being too excellent. He simply couldn't resist the temptation. The result is that with Wudang about to attack, his head is still buzzing. There's no help for it. Qingming can only pinch his nose to disperse the alcohol smell from his body. Then this madman lies back down and keeps gulping away. Look how he's enjoying himself. Checking the time, he asks why those people haven't come to attack yet. Hearing this, Bai Tian sighs lightly. Everyone, listen carefully. The situation now is different from before. Our primary purpose is to tell the world that Mount Hua is re-emerging in the martial world. So today's battle is not just our fight, it's a battle where we carry Mount Hua's name. And Qingming, since this matter with Wudong cannot be resolved peacefully, then when we fight, don't hold back. These words surprised Qingming. But didn't the sect leader say not to cause trouble? Bai Tian is speechless. This situation was caused by this guy in the first place, and he's still playing innocent after benefiting. But at this moment, commotion at the main gate draws everyone's attention. They see a massive crowd of disciples leaving Hua Shadow Sect at this time for some reason. Sect Master Wei and his son find them now. It turns out, Wei Lishan worried all night and couldn't sleep. He knows very clearly that the one provoking Wudong this time isn't Hua Shadow Sect but Mount Hua. If they leave Nanyang now, Hua Shadow Sect would naturally have a chance to escape disaster. This way, whether it's the nearly 100 disciples or Shaoxing, they could all be safe. But how difficult this decision is for him. Son, what do you think we should do? Shaoxing looks at his father. He doesn't understand these complex thoughts, but he can clearly see his father's dejection. Mount Hua is his father's pride, but his father is also his pride. Shaoxing raises his head. Father, do you even need to ask me? This is Hua Shadow Sect, Mount Hua's lay martial school. How can we stand by and watch Mount Hua fight alone for us? Besides, when I went up the mountain, I met the sect leader, and he sent disciples to help without the slightest hesitation. Perhaps their methods are somewhat improper, but their desire to help us is pure. So, even if I die today, I will fight alongside them to the end. Hearing this, Wei Lishan falls silent, because these are words he usually says himself. Yet now, he's let the crisis before him shake his faith. Shaoxing's words strike his heart, making this middle-aged man seem to find his original intention. So Sect Master Wei suddenly says, Yanping, go open the gate and tell the disciples who are unwilling to fight to go home immediately. If Hua Shadow Sect survives this crisis, they can return any time in the future. I'm willing to accept them unconditionally. Yanping worries that if so, perhaps no one will stay. But what he gets is Sect Master Wei's hearty laugh in Hua Shadow Sect, those who will carry Mount Hua's name to face Wudong. Even if it's just us father and son, that's enough. He's speechless, taking a long look at the Sect Master and young Sect Master, before turning back to carry out what might be his last task at Hua Shadow Sect. Wei Lishan feels reluctant, and can't help asking if he's leaving too. But Yanping says without turning back, I won't carry Mount Hua's name, but I will carry Hua Shadow Sect's name and stand with the Sect Master through thick and thin. This is what led to the scene just now of many disciples leaving. At this moment, Qingming turns to look. To his surprise, quite a few people are willing to stay. Whether it's Hua Shadow Sect or their disciples, they're truly good people, just like Mount Hua was back then. Wei Lishan says, last night I was not in my right mind and failed to host you all properly. Mount Hua came specifically to help our Hua Shadow Sect. I sincerely thank you all here. Bai Tian is actually surprised that in this situation, Sect Master Wei still dares to stay and maintain friendship with Mount Hua. He'd heard before of Sect Master Hua Shadow's chivalrous character. Now it seems it's indeed true. But Qingming starts shouting again. As expected, truly worthy of someone who's upheld this bond for 30 years. But you don't need to fight, just watch in a moment. Perfect timing, they're here. Yinzhong and Zhaoji also notice. Didn't expect Wudong to send quite a few people this time. Outside Hua Shadow Sect, Zhen Xuan immediately orders the attack without a word. 3 disciples receive the order and instantly leap forward. This makes Zhaoji and Yinzhong immediately tighten their stances. Following Bai Tian's signal, they're coming. Qingming. 3 people, their speed is fast, their momentum overwhelming. But suddenly, Qingming has somehow appeared behind Bai Tian. It seems he's been waiting impatiently too. Using domineering internal energy, he compresses the air into his palm, and the 3 people who just charged in are immediately blasted back out. Bai Tian is speechless, glancing at Qingming. I shouldn't have told a monster not to hold back. The way he's playing, we might as well just watch the show. Meanwhile, outside, the people who were blasted out didn't even see what hit them. Zhen Xuan finds it absurd. Unless the people inside are dozens of times stronger than us, but how is that possible? Follow behind me, come in together, and be careful. There might be some trap. Zhen Xuan points his sword at the gate, but in his hand he infuses the blade with a twisting force. As his eyes focus, Hua Shadow Sect's originally closed gate is blasted to pieces. The originally heavy wooden blocks twist open like a whirlwind with his pure energy. But upon entering, Zhen Xuan is surprised to find no traps at all. This scene gives Qingming an opening. You really have no manners at all. The man's brow furrows tightly. Staring at the few people standing not far away, he gradually lowers his guard. You're not planning to fight my Wudang disciples with just these few people, are you? I really don't know if you're confident or just arrogant. This familiar expression and tone, Zhao Ji and Yin Zhong feel like they've seen it somewhere before. Thanks to Qingming's reminder, isn't this exactly like Bai Tian used to be? This makes Bai Tian extremely embarrassed. Qingming imitates him perfectly and says, "You said it." Zhao Ji is speechless. Only Qingming could get away with this. Anyone else would have gotten beaten up by Bai Tian. Yet watching them act this way, Zhen Xuan grows more confused. Why do they look so composed? Unable to hold back, he says, "Wudong has been the leader of all Taoist sects since ancient times. Does Manhua really think it can stand against us?" To Qingming, this sounds ridiculous. Forget about ancient history. Didn't you submit to us 100 years ago? Zhen Xuan freezes for a moment. Then he laughs with amusement. You're talking about the Plum Blossom Swordmaster, right? But do you know he was utterly defeated by our Taiji Sword Emperor? What? Judging by your reaction, you clearly didn't know. Back then, the 2 of them had a match, and your Plum Blossom Swordmaster lost miserably. The Taiji Sword Emperor was magnanimous and kept the result secret. Before Qingming can react, everyone else draws their swords in fury. Bai Tian even says, "That man's name is not for you to speak so casually. Hey, I am the Plum Blossom Swordmaster. You guys should treat me better." Qingming thinks to himself and recalls this Taiji Sword Emperor. He did fight that old man once, but it was the Emperor himself who asked not to publicize the result. I remember, back then, he was so full of himself. If you ask me, Wudong's sword techniques must have gotten the author some bonus pay. That's why I couldn't hold back and beat him until his clothes were shredded. I remember I still wasn't satisfied. If it weren't for him being a few years older and calling me big brother, he would have gotten beaten even worse. But looking back now, I was still too merciful. Thinking this, Qingming suddenly turns to Wei Xiaoxing. "The thing I asked you to do last night, it's all taken care of, right?" After receiving confirmation, Qingming smiles with satisfaction. Then he suddenly grips his sword. A burst of sword energy shoots out. Zhen Xuan and the others brace themselves as if facing a deadly threat, but it feels like nothing happened. After a moment, he suddenly realizes the gate tower of Hua Shadow Sect collapses with a thunderous crash. Under his shocked gaze, it shatters and crumbles. Outside the martial school, crowds gather and chatter excitedly. And this is exactly what Qingming excels at, stirring up trouble for all to see. Knowing that Yin Zhong and Zhao Ji can handle 5 people, Qingming narrows his eyes and says, "Lu Yushui can handle 4. Bai Tian, you focus on that guy called Zhen Xuan. What about you? Do I even need to fight? Alright, martial uncle, martial aunt, and senior brothers, get to it." Bai Tian feels like the situation has somehow reversed, but Wudang disciples can indeed effectively test the results of his training. Thinking this, he looks forward again. Let's go, let them witness Manhua's sword techniques. Just like that, disciples from both sides charge at each other. However, Wudang, constrained by their reputation, doesn't commit everyone. This gives Zhao Ji a chance to adjust his mindset. For him, this is his first real trial outside the mountain. That madman used every method to torture him. He thought that as long as he could get stronger, Zhao Ji could endure any hardship, but I was wrong. Just 2 months after the Zhongnanhua assembly, I realized I was completely wrong. The endless training left me utterly exhausted. And I couldn't escape either, having endured those days. This opponent's strength is clear at a glance. His sword-holding posture, the direction of his gaze, and his body's balance. I can point out flaws in every aspect, it seems. I'm guaranteed to win. Zhao Ji is different. Yin Zhong thinks. Wudong's sword techniques emphasize striking after the opponent moves. They wait until fully receiving the opponent's attack before decisively striking back. This is supposedly using the opponent's force against them. However, to break this clever technique, you only need speed. As long as the fire is strong enough, water cannot easily extinguish it. You're too slow, clearly, though both are fighting for the first time. They quickly enter their optimal state. Even as they lose consciousness, the Wudang disciples can't figure out why Manhua disciples can defeat them, the #1 sword sect in the world. Just like that, their battle carries a hint of emotional release. Yin Zhong glances at Zhao Ji. He turns back excitedly and says, "Have we gotten a bit too strong?" But before they can celebrate for even 2 seconds, fury from behind hits them like a bell ringing. Zhao Ji made 3 mistakes, Yin Zhong made 4. You two better wait for me afterward. Yet even so, through this battle, they gain a deeper understanding of Manhua sword technique's power, and this point must not only be known to Wudang, it's time for the whole world to know. Watching this scene, Sect Master Wei is left speechless. They show no sense of generational hierarchy. Manhua disciples defeated Wudang so easily. Clutching his chest, his heart surges with emotion. Manhua has truly transformed. All the disciples have become top-tier masters. And then there's this madman. Though Manhua never had either type before. Taoist? Your martial brothers and uncles are all fighting. How can you still drink wine? fine. Qingming responds. They've been training hard these days. If they could lose, they'd need to find a hole to crawl into. Just look at who trained them. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Bai Tian and Zhen Xuan has gone on for quite a while. But Zhen Xuan can't understand why this man is so strong. Moreover, looking at him, he doesn't seem to have expended much energy. But how is this possible? We cannot lose this battle, even if I sacrifice my reputation. Wudong disciples attack together. Hearing this, the Wudong disciples freeze. But then they all grit their teeth and charge forward. In an instant, they surround the Manhwa disciples. Bai Tian glances. This situation of many against few, who would have thought Wudong would stoop to this? Are we Manhwa disciples really that significant? Zhen Xuan feels terrible inside. If this matter weren't so significant, even if he lost today, he wouldn't resort to such tactics. He looks up at Bai Tian. I admit you're strong, but why isn't that kid fighting? Does he look down on Wudong? However, Bai Tian tells him without looking back, you're overthinking it. Your strength simply doesn't require him to act. Don't get angry yet, because like you, I'm also not qualified to make him fight. This world has all kinds of strange things. Since there are three-legged crows and two-headed snakes, naturally there are also monsters with 3 heads and 6 arms. And he is that kind of creature. However, you don't need to feel regret. I'll play with you instead. Having Mount Hua's divine dragon act would be overkill. Hearing this, Zhen Xuan feels Bai Tian is insulting him. But what he doesn't know is, Bai Tian has been assessing the situation. He's heard of Unbroken Sword Zhen Xuan for a long time. He's hailed as one of the 6 rising stars. If not for the Zhongnanhua assembly, Qin Jinlong would likely be one too. In other words, he's a master at the same level as Qin Jinlong. Through first-hand experience, Bai Tian can clearly feel Zhen Xuan's profound inner energy and steady sword techniques. But that's all there is, because I can also make plum blossoms bloom now. 7 Plum Sword Manual. What? Zhen Xuan's dragon-like dancing sword energy is instantly severed by the 7 phantom figures Bai Tian conjures, though there's only one set of footsteps. 7 solid attacks strike his body. As Bai Tian's phantom swords dissipate, plum blossoms dance wildly across the sky, and as the plum blossom slash fades, 7 trails of plum blossom sword energy burst from Zhen Xuan's body. With just one move, he completely loses consciousness. He collapses to the ground with a thud, but all the residents here seem captivated by the sky full of plum blossoms. Even Qingming can't help but comment, this kid has really improved. Sect Master Wei. He's witnessing such a spectacular scene for the first time. Flower Righteousness Sword Bai Tian seems to have left an unforgettable impression on everyone present. Only Qingming, unable to pretend, keeps shouting, Bai Tian is amazing, which immediately brings his vanity back down to earth. Meanwhile, Yin Zhong on the side complains bitterly, I'm the weakest among them. Why are the most people ganging up on me? He quickly points to the side. Go after her. Liu Yixue is the second strongest among us 4. Looking at Liu Yixue, her sword moves like a graceful dancer, clean and efficient. The Wudong disciples can't find any opening at all. They try attacking from a blind spot, but her eyes focus. Her entire body drops down with such flexibility that it stuns the Wudong disciples. In that brief moment, Liu Yixue immediately sends them flying with one sword strike. This scene leaves the 3 attacking Yinzhong stunned. Suddenly, Bai Tian asks if they want to continue. After all, these disciples have blade wounds. If not treated quickly, something might happen. This conflict, is it worth your martial brothers' lives? They know they can't win now. Hearing Bai Tian's words, they hurriedly drag their wounded fellow disciples and stagger toward leaving Hua Shadow Sect. Before they leave, Bai Tian warns them, your martial brother staked the name of Unbroken Sword. If you don't want his reputation tarnished, never come near Hua Shadow Sect again. Saying this, Bai Tian gives a slight bow. Safe travels, we won't see you out. With that, he sheathes his sword and walks slowly to Wei Lishan. Sect Master Wei, from now on, Hua Shadow Sect is safe. These simple words bring tears to Sect Master Wei's eyes. Heaven knows how much pressure Wudong put on him these past days, yet facing his endless gratitude, the 4 return the gesture with equal solemnity. Sect Master Wei, you're too kind. This is our duty. At this, Qingming smiles faintly. Such a touching scene indeed. That night, Sect Master Wei sees off the martial brothers who came from afar. Though the gate is destroyed, he doesn't care at all right now. Recalling his father's words, he can't help but sigh. Looking back, they must be celebrating today's heroic deed right now. I couldn't hold back and got angry at them earlier. I need to apologize for all that. With a bang, Wei Lishan pushes open the door. He says cheerfully, sorry to keep you all waiting, but what greets him is complete chaos. They're shouting to catch Qingming, but he sends them flying one by one. Seeing that he can't be stopped, Bai Tian shouts for him to calm down. After all, the Wudang people are gone. This is completely unnecessary. Plus, the sect leader repeatedly warned you not to cause trouble. I'm begging you, kid, don't go. Qingming adjusts his nightclothes while saying, though your performance in the fight just now wasn't satisfactory, I'll let it slide since you won, except for Zhao Ji. But what comes next has nothing to do with you all. Don't worry about it. With that, Qingming leaps out like a cannonball. Wudang's behavior reeks of conspiracy. How could he just let them go? Meanwhile, at ground zero of the disaster, Sect Master Wei is still confused. He really can't figure out what's going on with Manhwa. Nanyang isn't large, and Qingming quickly chases them out of the city. The Wudang disciples, dragging their severely injured senior brother, have already reached the mountainside. Zhen Xuan slowly opens his eyes. His junior brothers immediately gather around, but when he hears they're about to return to Wudong, he suddenly sits up. The sharp pain from his body reminds him, I actually lost. He then learns that to preserve his reputation, Kong Martial School is also packing up today and will withdraw from Xianyang tomorrow morning. His face burns with shame right now. But thinking of that sword tomb, he immediately calls out to Zhenfu, return to Wudong as fast as possible and report the situation to the sect. We can't just go back like this, even if it means waiting on the mountain. No need. The sudden voice startles Zhen Xuan violently. Looking carefully, he discovers the newcomer is their martial uncle Wu Zhen. He's one of the 3 strongest first-generation Wudang disciples. But why is he one of the 3 swords of Wudang? Here in Nanyang now, his identity alone would attract attention from many in the martial world. Wu Zhen doesn't pay much attention to such questions, but when he learns of the disciples' encounter at Hua Shadow Sect, his face shows deep displeasure. What Zhen Xuan lost wasn't just his own reputation, because his every action, the ridicule and curses from the world will always fall on Wudang standing behind him. Zhen Xuan understands this, so he accepts his uncle's rebuke completely. But regarding the sword tomb, his heart cannot find peace. However, Wu Zhen indicates they're abandoning Nanyang. The mystery of the sword tomb has already been solved within our sect, so we plan to bypass Nanyang and go straight for the treasure. But the humiliation of losing to Manhua must be reclaimed in the future. What you need to do now is pull yourselves together. Injured disciples return to Wudang first. The rest will accompany me. Zhen Xuan, calmly assess your own injuries. There's no shame in this. Just as he says this, Wu Zhen suddenly turns around. Zhen Xuan is also startled. He doesn't know what's suddenly wrong with his uncle. He hears Wu Zhen's cold voice slowly emerge. Show yourself immediately. Looking closely, the newcomer is dressed all in black. Wu Zhen can feel this person is no ordinary opponent, so he doesn't speak further. Until the black-clad figure leaps down, he just stares intently at them. Their gazes meet. The newcomer suddenly says he's a passing bandit who wants to ask something. That sword tomb you mentioned, can you tell me what it is? Zhen Xuan is confused. Wait, someone who robs here should be a mountain bandit, right? Qingming realizes. Oh, I see. Then I'm a mountain bandit. Clearly this person is absolutely insane. And there's a pattern carved on his sword. It's Mount Hua Sect's madman. You're Mount Hua's divine dragon. No, I'm not. Isn't this too obvious? Damn it. Zhen Xuan is fuming. He never expected this person to completely disregard Mount Hua's reputation. Hearing this, Qingming just scratches his ear non-committally. But suddenly, Wu Zhen turns and says, it seems you're truly not a Mount Hua disciple and absolutely cannot be, and I merely cut down a bandit who threatened us. Qingming narrows his eyes. He didn't expect this uncle to be quite clever. At this moment, Wu Zhen confirms one last time whether Qingming will remove his mask and kowtow an apology. What he gets is Qingming's light laugh. If you behave and explain the sword tomb matter clearly, I can actually let you leave here peacefully. Otherwise, Wu Zhen falls silent. He slowly draws his sword. In that case, even if I severely injure you, it will be justified. Qingming, seeing his appearance, realizes just the aura emanating from this man has become one with the sword in his hand. Even second-generation disciples' martial arts are ultimately just at a young person's level. But this man is a true sword cultivator of Wudang. One last piece of advice, you'd better carefully protect your head. That's just my little quirk. Zhen Xuan feels dazed, recalling Bai Tian's words. Could this guy really be a 3-headed, 6-armed monster? But he's supposedly not even 15 yet. How could he match Wu Zhen, who's 30 years older? Looking at Qingming, he says, let's make a bet. If I win, I want to know about the sword tomb. Wu Zhen finds this laughable. A wet behind the ears kid. Even if he trained from the womb, he couldn't beat him. But Wudang is the #1 Taoist sect. The losses his nephews suffered in Nanyang today, he might as well take this opportunity to reclaim them. So Wu Zhen says, if you lose, I want you to kowtow and apologize, and admit Mount Hua is inferior to Wudang. Qingming smiles. He urges him to hurry up once he's decided. This surprises Wu Zhen, angered by his arrogance. Even his eyes take on a colder edge. But the youth doesn't care how much pride he holds. One sword strike, a line of blood suddenly appears on Wu Zhen's face, looking at the massive tree behind him cleanly severed. It seems only at this moment does he finally completely abandon his previous contempt. Qingming, his way of greeting is a bit brutal, but he doesn't want Wu Zhen's lack of seriousness to cost him this rare chance to experience how martial arts have changed over a century. Thank you for holding back. Qingming holds his sword casually. Small matter. Can you use your full strength now? However, the next second, Qingming suddenly freezes. Wu Zhen actually escaped his lock-on and suddenly appeared before the youth. But at this development, Qingming looks quite pleased. Wu Zhen's sword finger instantly changes from a thrust to a slash. With a thunderous crash, his basic swordsmanship has clearly reached perfection. Through the dust, Wu Zhen suddenly leaps out. He seemingly doesn't need his vision at all. He's completely locked onto Qingming's position. Moreover, his sword strike, through sheer momentum, forces Qingming to use the mountain to deflect. To avoid having his balance disrupted, Qingming must continuously use the absorption technique to control his form. In their exchange, Wu Zhen gives him no breathing room. But all along, he relies more on Wudang's endless inner energy. No matter how Wu Zhen varies his sword techniques, Qingming doesn't immediately mobilize his inner energy to counter. Moreover, it seems, the youth avoids attacks whenever possible, using his agile movement to actually find an opening to kick at Wu Zhen's face. Though he dodges, this impact still causes him to lose balance. Seeing this scene, Zhen Xuan is shocked. But before he can call out to his uncle, he suddenly freezes. A long river-like sword energy suddenly surges skyward. Qingming is very familiar with this scene. The reason Wudang's first and second generation disciples differ so vastly lastly, fundamentally comes down to the difference in inner energy. This clear stream sword, without profound accumulated inner energy, it could never display such momentum. But this type of technique isn't impressive enough. Seeing Qingming split his clear stream sword technique with one strike, Wu Zhen is startled, but his eyes immediately flash. His vast inner energy pours madly into his sword. The sword energy formed by inner power immediately surges out like rivers flowing into the sea. Just the whirlwind it creates gives Zhen Xuan the illusion of being swallowed. In his mind, Uncle Wu Zhen's supreme purity sword technique, perfected to the highest level. Even this abnormal kid shouldn't be able to block it, right? Watching the youth being engulfed by his uncle's sword energy, Wu Zhen exerts all his strength, but his face is suddenly covered with terror. Qingming splits his sword energy again with just one strike. Instantly, the sword energy backlashes into Wu Zhen's body with a crash. The sudden situation nearly makes him faint on the spot. Looking at the youth, his eyes are filled with disappointment. The current 3 swords of Wudong are nowhere near the level they were a century ago. In that case, let me give you a beating. First, Wu Zhen. The sword glint in his eyes rapidly approaches. In panic, he immediately rolls to dodge, but the following impact sends him flying far away. At this moment, Wu Zhen's fighting spirit rapidly diminishes. If he had taken that hit just now, he would most likely have died on the spot. My strength is far too weak compared to his. The instant this thought arises in his heart, he immediately crushes it. He strikes a stance and rises. Since one strand of soft energy can't hurt you, then let me show you the true terror of soft energy. Endless river flow, the original single strand of supreme purity soft energy, splits into countless strands in Wu Zhen's hands, surging toward Qingming. Seeing this, the youth smiles faintly. If you'd done this earlier, I wouldn't have been so bored. Qingming's movement technique suddenly becomes as graceful and agile as flower petals. He seemingly naturally passes through the wildly dancing soft energy. This scene is too bizarre. It makes Zhen Xuan's scalp tingle. After all, anyone facing this type of large-scale technique, like an outpouring of inner energy, wouldn't charge in directly. Yet Qingming's movement, Wu Zhen seems to have anticipated this. He actually kept one strand of soft energy around himself, precisely to prevent such unexpected situations. Seeing his opponent sent flying, the soft energy can't reach that far for now, but he knows his technique's weakness is best, so Wu Zhen immediately strikes out with a palm. Another surge of soft power violently strikes Qingming's sword. He lifts his sword upward, changing the trajectory of the soft palm. But Wu Zhen wouldn't only have this method. The soft palm transforms as he twists his hand. Whirlwind palm strikes from behind Qingming in an instant. Honestly, he didn't expect Wu Zhen to come up with even this technique. He's truly put in painstaking effort, but Qingming kicks with his back foot, and instantly an extremely powerful explosive force erupts in midair. Even Wu Zhen can't clearly see what just happened, but clearly, Qingming dives down, using that force to close in at extreme speed. Seeing this, Wu Zhen leaps backward sharply. An opponent who breaks all his techniques in an instant makes him feel utterly powerless. If this continues, the result? No, I must win. Though the sect has ordered that I'm not yet permitted to use this technique, but Zhen Xuan also notices his uncle's movement. That's the opening stance of Taiji Return Sword. It symbolizes the pinnacle of Wudong swordsmanship. The sect, actually, has already taught uncle this technique. Qingming, looking at this familiar Taiji diagram, looks like he's eaten something foul. He's very angry. Yes, this technique is strong, but what makes him think that when his proficient swordsmanship can't match me, he can actually dare to use a technique he's not mastered? Are you trying to die? Just like that, Qingming treats his sword like a hammer and smashes down. Wu Zhen can clearly hear the cracking sound from his waist. He can't understand at all. He thought this technique would surely turn things around. But why? At this moment, Qingming is convinced this person has a hole in his brain. These disciples of prestigious sects, even after 100 years, still haven't made any progress. This isn't even about strength anymore. It's completely about having too little real combat experience. They can't accept losing. In his daze, Wu Zhen seems to hear the word head. All he can think about now is escaping quickly. So he suddenly holds his sword horizontally above his head. But what he doesn't expect is, Qingming's sword, swung like a hammer, suddenly stops in midair. Wu Zhen, who planned to use the force to escape, is now confused. But the next second, Qingming's fist is already flying toward his face. Seeing their uncle get beaten like this, the Wudong disciples are already like frightened birds. At this moment, Wu Zhen loses consciousness. Qingming glances at him like he's looking at a fool. I told him to protect his head, and all he knows is to block with his sword. Consider this a lesson learned. But then he suddenly jolts. I knocked him out. What about the sword tomb information? So he scratches his head, and then points to Zhen Xuan. Qingming beckons with his finger for him to come over. Zhen Xuan's head is about to explode right now. Given this scene, who would dare go over? But he doesn't dare defy him, so he reluctantly shuffles over. However, when Qingming asks him about the sword tomb, Zhen Xuan refuses to say a word. Qingming guesses he's a tough one. But since you won't talk, I'll just wake up this guy who should talk. After all, the bet was between him and me. Though over the years, I've always believed violence can't solve everything in this world. I do think it can solve most things. Either I keep beating him until he wakes up, or until he dies. You all better not tell me anything. Just like that, under this demon's intimidation, Zhen Xuan utters the word tomb. Please put uncle down first. Qingming instead picks him up, shakes Wu Zhen, and says with a smile, don't worry, as long as you explain clearly, this thing will be fine. Zhen Xuan, already numb beyond feeling, finally explains. A while ago, a lay martial sect affiliated with Wudong was robbed. During their pursuit and investigation, they accidentally obtained a treasure map. When we decoded the map's secret, we discovered it was a sword tomb located near Nanyang, but we only know the general location, not the specifics. sects. That's why we deliberately targeted Hua Shadow sect to avoid attention. Hearing this, Qingming feels their relentless pursuit in Nanyang makes sense. But what exactly is this sword tomb? Zhen Xuan has to continue explaining. The sword tomb we're looking for is actually a tomb, and the tomb's owner is named Traceless Sword Caesar. At this, Qingming's reaction finally becomes intense. Traceless Sword Caesar was the greatest warrior of the generation before the Plum Blossom Sword Master. He was active 200 years ago. No wonder they call this person's tomb a sword tomb, but that's still not right. Throughout history, countless people have been called #1 in the world, and Wudang isn't some backwater sect that hasn't seen the world. So what's in that sword tomb? Clearly, Qingming has asked the key question. Zhen Xuan doesn't want to say, but the youth shakes Wu Zhen in his hand, startling him again. Helplessly, he continues. Traceless Sword Caesar had no sect or school. He appeared almost out of nowhere and challenged swordsmen across the land, and every time he triumphed, he would seize those masters' weapons. So after Traceless Sword Caesar disappeared from the martial world, a rumor spread that he placed all the divine weapons he won into his tomb. There must even be his martial arts manuals there. Whoever finds the sword tomb will... At this point, Qingming waves his hand to interrupt. Spare me this cliché story. So you just want to dig up his grave, take the divine weapons and martial arts, right? Seeing Zhen Xuan nod, Qingming extends the hand holding Wu Zhen and slaps him hard across the face. Not a single truth comes out of your mouth. Is this how Wu Zhen teaches his subordinates? Zhen Xuan tries to explain, but Qingming pulls him over. Do I look like an idiot to you? Yes. You didn't technically lie, you just didn't tell the whole truth. Fine, you don't need to say anything. Once I wake this guy up, he can tell me himself. Make me believe Wudang caused all this trouble just for those things. If Master Zhang heard this, he'd probably come down from heaven and smash all your heads in. Watching his uncle about to be beaten to death by Qingming, Zhen Xuan anxiously stamps his feet. Qingming suddenly stops his actions. Even if you don't talk, I can just take your treasure map and figure it out myself, but dare to trick me, and naturally you'll pay the price. Just as Qingming is about to strike, Zhen Xuan stares at his uncle, already beaten to a pulp. He suddenly shouts, "It's the medicine immortal!" There's a loud crash. The wind rises in the forest, and Qingming's fist stops. At this moment, he's completely forgotten about the man in his hand. He stares at Zhen Xuan in shock. Traceless Sword Caesar is actually that legendary greatest alchemist, the medicine immortal? After receiving confirmation, even Qingming can't help but widen his eyes. Then he laughs foolishly. That's right, it should be the medicine immortal. Now it makes sense. People knew almost nothing about him except his alchemy, but his primordial unity pills contain immensely powerful inner energy. Even 100 years ago, whenever a primordial unity pill appeared, it would inevitably trigger bloody chaos. And now, this is the medicine immortal's tomb. Doesn't that mean the primordial unity pill formula might be there? Seeing his uncle saved, Zhen Xuan trembles and breathes a long sigh of relief. Looking up at this demon-like youth, with his mask soaked with drool, Zhen Xuan realizes there's no point hiding anything anymore. So Zhen Xuan reveals everything. Traceless Sword Caesar's inexplicable power back then made many suspect he was the medicine immortal, though he personally denied it. After his death, a close friend of his secretly revealed his identity. To this day, only a very few sects know this. So, can you let us go now? Qingming pats his chest. Don't worry, hand over the treasure map and you can leave. Looking at Zhen Xuan's fearful eyes, Qingming finds it perfectly reasonable. After all, you decoded the map, and now that I know this information, Wudang will eventually chase me like ants seeking revenge. If I don't even have the map, wouldn't I have gained nothing? So at least give me the treasure map, that way this deal won't be a loss for me otherwise. Qingming slowly lifts one foot. The entire valley echoes with a tremendous crash. You choose, hand over the map, or let me bury you here with just your head sticking out until I find the sword tomb. Zhen Xuan trembles, looking at the demon before him. As one of the 6 rising stars, he can't hold back his grievance and cries.